the echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust through the cold relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux, electric veins chaotic rush. A restless voice, the static cracks, solitude with neon tracks. Zero also is streaming the light through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam, caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light, searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void, hope and fear become alloyed. Zero also is streaming the light through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of the midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen.
Oh. Fuck. Saw, dudes. Welcome back. Another episode. Here we are once again. God damn it. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Long day. So many memes once again. It's every day. It's constant. Signal leak goes nuclear. Ark of the Covenant remote viewing goes mainstream. I didn't expect to see that. On Drudge Report this afternoon. And UK drones confirmed Russian, among other memes. I see there's a conversation that Jesse Michaels has posted about Michael Herrera, who had an incident years ago when he was a Marine back after the Indonesian earthquake. People being trafficked in UFOs, supposedly. So, anyway, that should be interesting to go over as well. But hopefully everybody's well. Pambo, what's up, dude? Welcome to everyone else and to everyone else watching these VODs. All the VODs are on YouTube when YouTube doesn't flag them for content. Content theft, or what streamers do, right? Just comment over shit all the fucking time. So, yeah, let me just, I've got something for some people to pull up here. Is this it? Yeah, this is it here. I've got something. I saw this. Oh my God. Gnomes. Oh my God. Oh, this fucking sick. Fire beat. Oh. The little people. Oh my God. They're real. They're real. Jesus Christ. I was reading something about this. Fuck, I can't remember where it was. Talking about gnomes and shit. To some kind of ridiculous meme. I mean, really, when you hear it, that's kind of my impression as well. But supposedly people in the UK, the British Isles, have seen these little beings. Who knows, right? Maybe they're just aliens. It's always my bet. Whenever weird shit crops up, this is obviously an AI video, but all the stories and shit, it's usually my bend too. It's the whole Jacques Vallée bend too, where it's like, you know, Passport to Magonia. Well, it's probably fucking aliens. Probably aliens, probably just didn't understand what the fuck they were exactly. So anyway, I thought that was a fun little fucking meme. Anyway, this isn't so fun. I saw this. We don't know why she died, but we want to assure everyone we're 100% confident it wasn't because of that one thing. Evidence indicates former U.S. Attorney Jessica Aber, 43, died of natural causes in Virginia home. Now, the article I saw this morning was, I believe, that she was killed, actually. So, I don't know, the story has changed, I guess. Because she was involved in, let's just go through this here. Let's pull it up. I'll pull up the original fucking article about this. Because I was going to meme, I should not memeing because, you know, poor lady passed away and she's quite young, really. She was involved, let's see here. She reportedly had a long-standing health issue. This is it here. Oh, I thought it was involved with the Russians. I literally this morning saw this in my coffee and people were talking about this. To have died from natural causes. She had epilepsy and died in her sleep. Okay. She was investigating something of note recently. Yeah, attorney investigated Russians, Israelis, financial fraudsters, and violent criminals, but there was something recently to do with Russia. Anyway, not everything's a conspiracy, obviously. But I just saw this. I saw that the headline had changed here recently. So I thought, oh, that's interesting. Yeah. This guy's just saying, wait, we don't know why she died, but we're sure everybody we're 100% confident it wasn't because of that one thing. Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, well, it's a tragedy, but you hope it was a natural cause. You hope she wasn't murdered. It's a sketchy world out there, man. And when you get involved fucking around with like foreign adversaries and shit, like, man, just boom, heart attack walking down the street one day. Supposedly there's a weapon, and this is just a rumor, but there's a heart attack gun. Well, that it isn't really, because didn't the CIA have a version of it, but anyway, we have no idea what kind of tech they have right now, right? The whole Havana syndrome thing kind of threw people into a bit of a tizzy because they're almost 100% certain that was probably like either Russia or China. And those people are still fucked up to this day. And it was some kind of like low frequency weapon that they get hit with, they think. So, man, fuck. Crazy shit, huh? Graham, what's up, dude? Oh, yeah, we, signs U.S. massing B-22 Spirit bombers in Diego Garcia. Hendricks had linked this yesterday, actually, man. So this is they linked the actual post, but not the actual article, which is interesting. What does it mean for what exactly, right? Intriguing. 7+ oil tankers. Oh, Jesus. Could this be for a strike in Yemen? Maybe they were bombing the Houthis there recently, and Diego Garcia is, you know. Maybe that's what's going to happen. Who knows? I don't know if there's just any speculation in this article or not, but yeah. Outpost says threats to Iran escalate and the bombing campaign against the Houthis grinds on. Okay, yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Who was it? We read some crazy conspiracy. Well, we've been following it, me and Galen TV, because we follow these green text conspiracy theories on the chans at times. And there's a guy from. Wasn't Yemen? No, Northeastern Africa. Fuck, the name of the country is escaping me. Anyway, he supposedly knows a guy who he's been helping, who's from the United States. He's an contractor for the government. And he's been telling him that, there's all the shit that's going to happen this year. And anyway, I thought it was an interesting story, at least, because that's all it is, and that's all it will be until anything actually starts to happen out of it. But he had said that this gentleman was very high up in I think it was either the Defense Department, I can't remember where specifically, but they give a pretty detailed breakdown of where he worked. And said he saw documentation, saying that the elite are going to try and kill off the most of the population at some point in 2025, but it's going to kick off again with some kind of a instigation with Israel and Iran, and they want them to exchange nuclear weapons. And we've heard this story too before from 20 years ago. Project Camelot, same thing. Guy from the financial district in London, ex-military, was a Freemason, had heard this same kind of plan where they want to instigate Israel, Iran, the West, Russia. They want to have limited nuclear exchanges. The purpose being to, lock down the planet essentially. Anyway, hopefully none of that fucking happens. Right? Hopefully that doesn't happen. Even if those plans turn out to be true, at the end of the day, I'm under the assumption, maybe I shouldn't be, but that everyone's human here. And hopefully that's the case, because then, things never quite play out the way monkeys in the woods think they will, right? Because that's all of us are at the end of the day. And it doesn't matter if you're, Jim Bob down at the local 7-Eleven sweeping floors, or you're one of these hyper elite. I mean, they're still just people. They make mistakes. These horrible, sick plans, hopefully it doesn't play out and flesh out the way they think they will. If they turn out to be true, but we don't know that. So anyway, yeah, hopefully, things calm down. I mean, it doesn't look like that's going to happen, or it doesn't look like it's happening, but anyway, listen, we're just here for the meme of it at the end of the day anyway, right? It's why we're all going to do our CE5 on the back lawn and say, listen, once the bombs start flying, we're going to say, Skinny Bob, remember we had your back with all this. Remember that? Remember, you're going to come pick us up, right? You're not going to let us all get cooked like gooses here in the fucking nuclear holocaust. Anyway, I'm going to talk about, some other memes here too. I thought I'd just bring this up. So this is, again, everybody that I'm talking to seems to be, this is all over the mainstream media. I think it's Sun Drudge Report probably still right now. Well, that's not a good look there, pal. Was he drunk? This whole Signal debacle is progressing. The rest of the messages were released. So I'm going to go over those, I guess. Golf, what's up, my dude? Morning Rustlers, what weapons, grade slop have we got today? Oh, quite a bit. There's quite a special bucket. And after we get through it, at the end of it, there's a surprise. Jesse Michaels just released a video with Michael Herrera interviewing him again. So, I'd probably going to sit through that. I'll probably sit through a majority of this. So they're kind of grilling him for information, which is interesting. But yeah, anyway. Oh, yeah. Shadows, what's up, dude? Let's hear what Slop Alex has to talk about here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am one of the first prominent people to expose Epstein more than 15 years ago. I've forgotten more about the case than most FBI agents know. It's just a fact. And I can tell you that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel are 100% real. Trump's 100% real. They gave them old files a month ago to try to embarrass everybody. And then she raided the New York offices when they wouldn't turn them over. And they ordered the people to resign who were involved in it. This is incredible. Now, today I had Kyle Seraphin, the top, most prolific FBI whistleblower ever. And he exposed so much, the targeting of Catholics and conservatives by the FBI, going after people at school boards in Virginia that didn't like their kids being raped by transgenders, and the cover-up. He broke so much after that. He first went to Congress with that, then they went after him, so went public on everything else.
That big V8's giving me a fucking headache, Alex. Jesus Christ, shut the fucking truck off.
The D.C. headquarters. He talked about it on air, but he let me see it all about their secret operations against me. That was a side issue. I didn't care about that today. I said, let's move on from that because we got to bring down the mothership or we're all screwed. And he showed me all the messages, high level, that 14,000 plus terabytes, videos, all of it, the hundreds of previously unidentified child victims of the CIA, Mossad, MI6 pedophile honeypot. You wouldn't say this on air, but the point is sources can't get involved, but there's the DC's investigating what it thinks is key, but it's just giving it to the field
Sources.
office. Total transparency. They never do that. They're pumping it out across the
Corey,
country.
what's up? Oh my God, yeah.
Here's the whole file. Any folks volunteers, they make you volunteer to look at this. This is child porn. This is kids getting raped. This is serious crimes. And they're just turning them loose. And he showed me the stuff in DC, high level. He showed me people he knows in field offices going, holy shit, they just gave us the fuck. Oh my God.
Look at the size of his pupils. Brother, I don't know what kind of pre-workout you're running, but it looks like it's straight up methamphetamine. All right, that might be the extent that I can hit Alex for today. 14 terabytes, I guess. Yeah, 14 terabytes of nightmarish sexual abuse of children. So, like, how the fuck did they get a hold of this, though? Like, where did they get a hold of the sources? Okay, Alex, yeah, all right. Top FBI whistleblower Kyle Serafin's source confirms the DOJ's claim that the new Epstein files are their top priority, that hundreds of new victims have been identified. He looks coked up. You think it's coke? Yeah. Yeah, maybe it is. It's on the elk meat, yeah.
I mean, it just goes on and on. Federal judges are ruling Doge is right. It was unconstitutional blockade. I mean, it's on, baby. They tried to kill Trump. He's already a great guy, but he's going for broke. And I found out from inside sources he was just being nice to King of England. Oh, yeah, sure, we'll join. Maybe we'll talk about your Commonwealth. That's what he does. So I was still worried about it, but it's just bam. I mean, this is.
Well, his
awesome.
are shrunk, I guess.
God. Thank you, all the listeners that God worked through that we're still at this point. This is so.
I thought it was, what is it again? Meth eyes. Isn't it methamphetamines where your pupils like shrink to the size of like a pin? Oh, maybe it's the opposite. Is it coke, Coria, that I thought, which one is? No, well, you know what it is. It's painkillers too. I think that's what I'm thinking of here. Heroin, eyes, pupils, where they shrink down to like a pinprick. Okay, close up. Okay, on heroin, yeah. Because I know I've seen this before in people who, were athletes or used to do things like gymnasts, where they are abusing pain pills and shit. And here I'm over here. Heroin, morphine, oxycodone, fentanyl, methadone. Okay, yeah, that's codeine. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, dilated pupils are the amphetamines and other things like cocaine, crack, coke. Okay, so it's okay, it's like the pain pills and shit. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, but it could also be the light, too. I know Alex is working out a lot, so reptilian shapeshifters don't have to mess up the eyes. It's true, though. If they went cat eyes, then we'd be real fucking sus, right? But, yeah, I've seen people before where, they didn't even, I could barely see their pupils. So what the fuck? And they were on, pain pills and shit. They were kind of abusing them because they'd been injured and shit, so. Curious, yeah. Teledin, maybe. Yeah, who knows? It's definitely, It's also it's really bright, so that the brightness would also do that too, probably. I don't know. I'm just memeing. He's probably not in anything.
Stuff. I'm going to be meeting with the DOJ people soon. We're just getting all the material.
Anyway, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah, that's literally it. That's literally it, Alex. Believe it when we see it. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, there have been claims in the past from people supposedly involved with Epstein or who were involved in those parties. And yeah, it's way worse than I guess the media kind of played it off to be. But we don't really have any data suggesting that, I guess. At least the general public doesn't. So anyway, I thought I'd pull that up. I saw he just posted that. So I said, oh, lovely. Lovely. Anyway, this thing here. This isn't with regards to this guy's post. I don't care. I was just looking for somebody that actually had the whole group chat thing pulled up so we can just read through it without anybody else chiming in. So this is literally it. Houthi PC small group, 19 members. So there's quite a few people in there. Michael Waltz added you to the group. Disappearing message time is set to 1 week. So again, all right, well, we'll go through this. This is the whole deal, right? This is the whole thing. This is what's all over the news. I think a lot of people in the news, a lot of people seeing this, I don't think they've even read through the actual conversation. So here's the conversation in full. So, Michael Waltz, team, establishing a principals group for coordination on Houthis, particularly over the next 72 hours. My deputy, Alex Wong, is pulling together a Tiger team at a deputy's agency chief of staff level following up from meeting in the sit room this morning for action items. We'll be sending that out later this evening. Please provide the best staff POC from our team for us to coordinate with over the next couple days and over the weekend. So, there's everybody's chiming in. So, JD Vance, Andy Baker for VP, Joe Kent for DNI. They're just memeing, yeah. Oh, sorry, JD Vance may have been, but the other people are just kind of essentially, anyway. Peach Hegsworth says it wasn't even their signal chat. Sounds like a journalist either got trolled or fabricated it. I think he did get invited into it, Golf. Yeah, he got invited into it. For people that haven't used Signal before, this looks correct to me. I mean, Michael Waltz added you to the group, so Michael Waltz is a gentleman who added this journalist to the group. Team, you should have a statement of conclusions with taskings for the president's guidance this morning in your high side inboxes. State and DOD would develop a suggested notification list of regional allies and partners. Joint staff is sending this AM a more specific sequence of events in the coming days, and we'll work with DOD to ensure COS, OVP, and POTUS are briefed. So JD Vance says, team, I'm out from the day doing an economic event in Michigan, but I think we are making a mistake. 3% of the U.S. trade runs through the Suez. 40% of European trade does. This is real risk that the public doesn't understand this or why it's necessary. The strongest reason to do this is, as POTUS said, to send a message, but I'm not sure the president is aware how inconsistent this is with the message on his message on Europe right now. There's a further risk that we see a moderate to severe spike in oil prices. I'm willing to support the consensus of the team and keep these concerns to myself, but there's a strong argument for delaying this a month, doing the messaging work on why this matters, seeing where the economy is, etc. Now, yeah, there's literally hearing ongoing about it with Gabbard acknowledging hearings of the state of journalists these days. Nothing would surprise me. Well, it wouldn't surprise me either, man. Yeah. It's what's confirmed to be real. So now Signal, again, is like a encrypted messaging app where supposedly you're safe from like other people peeping in and reading your messages and blah, 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 blah. Is it actually? I have no fucking idea. They think it is. The tragedy is that, it was somebody who literally got invited into the group. Now, first of all, should you be having these kinds of conversations on Signal? Is there not some other kind of secured messaging system that they can create strictly for them? Anyway, should they have had this? Because, it's maybe unrealistic to say they should only be having these conversations in like a secure facility, etc., and like a skiff or some shit. But anyway, yeah. Mike Waltz claims he doesn't know Goldberg. They met at a French embassy event years ago, and Goldberg hosted an event. Waltz lied about such matter. Interesting. It's safe as long as your device is not compromised with a keylogger, etc. Interesting, Larkin. Okay, yeah. If you look up the whole Yemen story, it's real fucked up. In Germany, it's all muted. We sent weapons to Saudis for years, supporting violating international war. Trump admin just goes on with it. Then you don't wonder about the Houthis. Okay, you don't have to wonder about the Houthis, yeah. There is nothing time sensitive. Is this the next clip? I didn't click over it by 2. No, okay. Joe Kent, there's nothing time sensitive driving the timeline. We have the exact same options in a month. The Israelis will likely take strikes and therefore ask for more support to replenish whatever they use against the Houthis, but that's a minor factor. I will send you the unclassed data we pulled on BAM shipping. To John Radcliffe, from CIA perspective, we are mobilizing assets to support now, but a delay would not negatively impact us, and additional times would be used to identify better starting points for coverage on Houthi leadership. So Pete Hegsworth, Peach Hegseth, fuck, I'll keep all these goddamn fucking names straight, man. Pete Hegseth, VP, I understand your concerns and fully support you raising with POTUS important considerations, most of which are tough to know how they play out. Economy, Ukraine, peace, gas, etc. I think messaging is going to be tough no matter what. Nobody knows who the Houthis are, which is why we would need to stay focused on Biden failed and 2 Iran funded. Jesus Christ. Waiting a few weeks or months does not fundamentally change the calculus. 2 immediate risks on waiting. This leaks and we look indecisive. Israel takes an action first, or Gaza's ceasefire falls apart, and we don't get to start this on our own terms. We can manage both. We're prepared to execute, and if I had final go or no go vote, I believe we should. This is not about the Houthis. I see it as 2 things: restoring freedom of navigation, a core national interest, and reestablishment deterrence, which Biden centered. So that's the first bit of text there. So here's the second bit. I think this is the part that was released today or some shit. I can't recall. Yeah. People write worst chat messages to me. Oh yeah, it's just they're all just on the go probably, you know. We can easily pause this. So I guess this is kind of cut off. Michael Waltz, trade figures we have are 15% of global trade and 30% of container. It's difficult to break that down to the U.S. Pacific because much of the container either going through the Red Sea still or around the Cape of Good Hope are components going to Europe that turns into manufactured goods for transatlantic trade in the United States. Whether we pull the plug or not today, European natives do not have the capability to defend against types of sophisticated anti-ship cruise missiles and drones the Houthis are now using. So whether it's now or several weeks from now, it will have to be the United States that reopens these shipping lanes. For the president's request, we are working with DoD and state to determine how to compile the cost associated and levy them on the Europeans. As we stated in the first PC, we have a fundamental decision of allowing the sea lanes to remain closed. Whether we open them now or later, we are the only ones with the capability, unfortunately. From a messaging standpoint, we absolutely add this to of horribles of why the Europeans must invest in their defense. Okay. So JD Vance asks Pete, I think we should do it. Let's go. I just hate bailing Europe out again. Let's just make sure our messaging is tight here. And if there are things we can do up front to minimize risk to Saudi oil facilities, we should do it. Yeah. So I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's pathetic. But Mike is correct. We are the only ones on the planet on our side of the ledger who can do this. Nobody else even close. Question is timing. I feel like now is a good time as any given POTUS directive to reopen shipping lanes. I think we should go, but POTUS still retains 24 hours of decision space. As I heard, the president was clear, green light, but we soon to make clear to Egypt and Europe what we expect in return. We also need to figure out how to enforce such a requirement. E.g., if Europe doesn't remunerate, is it spelled correctly? Then what? If the U.S. successfully restores freedom of navigation at cost, there needs to be some further economic gain extracted in return. Remunerate. Okay. Give payback, I'm assuming. Yeah, I don't know. European freeloading and all these clowns aren't just peddling propaganda. They actually believe it. Team update, time now. Weather is favorable, just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are go for mission launch. F-18's launch, first strike package. He gives the whole fucking deal here. Like, more to follow per timeline. We are clear on OPSEC. Godspeed to our warriors. Man. German had an attack frigate in the Gulf of Aden for 8 months, of course, just for Israel. Interesting. VP building collapsed at multiple positive ID. Pete, Petty, Corilla, and the IC amazing job. Pete. I don't know what they're referring to here. It says, what? Typing too fast. First target, their top missile guy. We had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building, and it's now collapsed. Yeah. His girlfriend's building. Like her house or her apartment building? Oh, man. Yeah. 50 odd people killed in the attack, by the way. How many innocent people, Larkin? Yeah. Good job, Pete, and your team. Trying to get the shipping lanes opened up. Now, listen. I mean, these boys shouldn't be doing this to begin with. Obviously, terrorism, they've been hijacking these fucking ships and stirring shit up. But, like, Oh man. Yeah. Well, CENTCOM is on point. Great job. More strikes ongoing for hours tonight. We'll provide full initial report tomorrow. Kudos to all. So that was pretty much it. He's just got the whole list of people that are in here too. Jesus. Alex Wong. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting, yeah. I mean, they are right in general. U.S. shipment don't go there, but a lot of Europe's there just there to defend Israel to begin with those numbers, yeah. Oh, no worries, Corey. No worries, yeah. Fuck me, yeah. Well, so that's literally it. So, you know. Where is, I just type in Yemen. The recent attack on them. Showing Houthis detailed attack plan against the Houthis. Yeah, so 50 plus people though. Larkin's what killed. Okay. Yeah. Well. Yeah. I mean, I think for a lot of people to go back here, the concerning part of this was right here. Was some of this, these specifics in the Signal chat. Yeah. That's all. That's it. Yeah, that's it. There was this part here, I think, that people had a problem with him posting in the Signal chat. I don't know. I mean, I've used Signal. I know people who use Signal. I mean, it's, you know, anyway, it's, I am surprised that they're having that kind of conversation on there, but I mean, I guess if they think things are secured, but anyway, that's it. So this is what Pete had to say. So let me get this straight. The Atlantic released these so-called war plans, and those plans included no names, no targets. Strike drone launch, second strike package. I guess maybe not specific targets, and no classified information. There's some really shitty war plans. The only attack proves one thing. Jeff Goldberg's never seen a war plan or an attack plan. As I type this, my team and I are traveling to Indo-PACOM region, meeting with commanders, the guys who make real war plans, and talking to troops. We will continue to do our job while the media does what it does do best, peddle hoaxes. So people are calling him out on this, I guess. That's what we were just literally looking at 2 seconds ago. Screwed up big time. Akin to the basic integrity to apologize and show accountability. What the hell are these? And your shopping list. Such level of detail in military operational intel should never be used in a messaging app. Now, I think that was the point. Now, again, it was the operational intel, I guess, is what people had a problem with. I'd heard other people reiterate that as well. Yeah. So, yeah. Just use the onion chat room. Yeah, I mean, fuck, right? Anyway, I mean, yeah. So, but people were going like, claiming like, oh, should they remove these people? Should they fucking impeach Trump for this? I'm like, no, I don't fucking think so. But I mean, you know, it's not for me to decide. And honestly, some of the specifics here are well outside the realm of like my expertise. So I think clearly this was not a good idea to have that conversation at Signal. Is a TLDR on it. Yeah. Jim Russell on my plane ride. Where are you going now? Where are you going? Should I take you to the Washington? We will join the Mile High Club. Yeah, please do, actually. Holy fuck. Where are you going? Where are you going? Yeah. Do give exact timings for launches and expected attack times. The standard booter officer would be on trial for this. Would they actually, Larkin? Okay, interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Anyway, I mean, you know. Into Miami to Ultra Music Festival. Oh my heavens. Enjoy. Stay away from the powder now. But fucking right. Enjoy. Yeah, this is, I mean, fuck, you know. Interesting. Yeah. Well, what I mean. Yeah. Well, I didn't plan for this to go back to back, actually, because The last time I heard anything about the Houthis was actually during Ethan Klein's content nuke on Hassan. Because I think Hassan had a young guy on there who claimed he was a part of them or whatever, and he had interviewed them on Twitch. That was the last time I heard anything about the fucking Houthis. So, just haven't really been following the fucking the happenings in that part of the world in Yemen. But anyway, this is the other thing that I saw, which I thought was very interesting. Now, I'll just read through it for people that didn't see this happen. Anyway, I'll just read it. Nobody pays Elon. So what happened was, I'm thinking, I can't see the original post, but Hassan and Elon Musk were getting into a disagreement because Hassan was playing the new Assassin's Creed, that he had a sponsored stream for the new Assassin's Creed. Now, people were upset with the Assassin's Creed in Japan for, a couple different reasons. One of the reasons was they're like destructible shrines there. There was something else too. One of the main characters is African ethnicity, and it's based on a real warrior that lived there. But there was some drama around that too, where they're saying it wasn't actually a samurai or like whatever. But the Japanese are pissed off, I think, about the desecration that you can cause in the game in Japan. Or I watched like a small YouTube video on like in Parliament, they brought this up. The Japanese Parliament, the Japanese Prime Minister talked about this fucking game. So people were pissed off at them. I don't know. I don't usually pay attention to this kind of stuff because I think it's just fucking ridiculous. But I haven't played the Assassin's Creed games since, oh my God, the Native American one, which I actually enjoyed. Oh my God, that was like 10 plus years ago, 12, 13 years ago. And then I played the first one too, which I actually really enjoyed. And I haven't really kept up with it. I've heard that they're kind of just like trash lately. Tragically, my favorite game series has also kind of gone the way of that to some degree, although I still love the Monster Hunter team. Don't even get me started on that. But anyway, so you can tell a lot about Ubisoft with how much money they are throwing at terrorist platforming streamers. So that's how people are viewing Hassan, I guess, now for bringing that guy on. Hassan the Hans, he's playing Assassin's Creed, and then Elon Musk's, it's just childish stuff. And this is why I wanted to bring this up. Hassan is a fraud. Sellout would be more accurate. Objectively, he's promoting a terrible game just for the money. And then I think it continues. Nobody pays Elon to play Path of Exile 2. How much did they pay you for Assassin's Creed Shadows? These are the real shills and grifters. Brother, I'm not defending Hassan, okay? Elon was pretending that he was the best player in not just Diablo, but also in Path of Exile. And I think it was 100% confirmed that he was paying someone to play his character on Path of Exile 2. I would assume he did the same with Diablo. Now, among like the gaming community, that is so bad. That is so bad. It's so fucking bad. Nobody pays Elon to play Path of Exile 2. No, Elon pays someone else to play Path of Exile 2 for him. Fuck. Like, come on, guys. Yeah. What did Ubisoft say? Yeah. Musk is supposed to be running 3 companies, a government agency, and is the top PO2 player in the world, and he is tied to post on Twitter 200 times a day. Well, see, that's the thing, man. He has people that runs his companies for him. He is someone that plays Path of Exile 2 for him. He tweets all day. He tweets all day. And listen, if you're a big CEO, you're a big dick roller, you make one big decision a year or some shit. You make a couple big decisions a year. There are other people that run the day-to-day operations. Yeah. I thought he was going to show, oh yes. Well, yeah, this is it down here. Hassan is such a chicken shit retard that he blocked me. And he shows that he blocked him. Listen, I'm not a fan of either of these guys, right? I'm not defending either of them. Like, should he have blocked? I mean, I don't usually block people like that. You know, because you just mute them if they're posting too much, like to block them entirely. He has a right to do that if he wants to. Man, this is my thing with Elon, is that I get sometimes where he's coming from when he talks the way and behaves the way that he behaves, right? Where he just wants to be unapologetically him. He just wants to do whatever he wants. He kind of like this whole idea of being like a Tony Stark and controversial and shit. The reality of it, at the end of the day, is there are a lot of people's livelihoods that depend on him and how he behaves to some degree, right? That's just the way that I would look at it. Like, he has a serious responsibility to act as an adult. Doesn't mean you can't go and have fun. Doesn't mean you can't, like, you can play games and whatnot. But, you know, arguing with Twitch streamers on Twitter, calling them chicken shit retards and stuff. Like, you know, man, it's like, that's going to affect the stock price of fucking Tesla. You know, there's going to be people who are going to fucking get laid off if things continue on the downward trend. Like, he's got a lot of people that depend on him. And I just feel like he should be trying to hold himself to a bit of a higher standard than this. Hasan doesn't have to. He's not a business owner. He can go and meme all the fuck he wants and do whatever the fuck he wants. Really. But like, Elon is. And so you just have to hold yourself to a higher standard. Personally, I don't know what you guys think. Am I off base with that? Where it's like, if you own a local business, you can't just be out on the road like yelling at kids, calling them fucking, you know, chicken shit retards. Like, you kind of like, you know, the consequence is that the whole business gets fucked and all your employees lose their livelihood because you can't control yourself. Anyway, you know, and he is unfortunately held to a higher standard than someone like Hasan. He has way more responsibility, way more responsibility. He's involved in the government right now, fucking investigating corruption, for Christ's sake. Oh, fuck. Anyway, let them fight. Imagine being in your 50s and getting to the shit online, brother. Yeah, I mean, you know, anyway, it's just fucking, I was blocked on his channel on my very first message. F them both. They're both dinks, man. That's my opinion. Please show the Ubisoft tweet reply. It's too good. How would I find that? I could probably just look for it. Ubisoft tweet Elon. Same with Asmund too. I saw a video with him recently where somebody made a pretty good point. Like, they were just having conversation, but it was a younger person and they were just trying to like ask a question, and he banned them from the channel. I was like, what the fuck? Like, what are you doing? Like, what do these guys fucking do? Like, they're creating these little echo chambers, which I just don't fucking get. The house is burning down. Fuck yeah, just Google it. Asmund is a small little Google boy. I mean, man, like, they're all just, man, they just come across as dinks to me. I don't know. Not that like I'm on a fucking high horse here, but I just seem, maybe they're disconnected from reality too, pause. All of them. I don't get it. I don't get it. Ubisoft, what is it? Tweet. Is it to Elon that they responded? Yeah. He's on the spectrum, lack of ability to moderate oneself. Is that what you think, Aaron? Bodies Elon Musk in a brutal tweet. They wrote a whole art. God, where's the fucking tweet, guys? You got a whole, oh my, I can't stand that shit. Commonly tweeted up Assassin's Creed Shadows 10 months ago. I don't know. Oh, mocks Elon Musk. What are all these news sites? Man, Elon can burned my Ubisoft. Is that what the guy playing your Path of 2XL can told you? Holy fucking Christ. Oof, well, that's the first thing I thought of, man. It's like, you know, Jesus. Anyway, holy shit. That was fucking bad, man. Like, there is something. And listen, I like what Elon's doing with Doge. Or I like the idea of going and trying to actually audit some of this fraud and corruption with USAID. you know, fucking, what was it? 4 billion to Haiti. And then 40 million finds its way there. And then the rest goes to all of these other fucking organizations in DC. That's the kind of shit that we need. We need these fucking corrupt elite held fucking accountable. Great. I mean, maybe he's one of them, though. It's a fucking problem. I mean, you know, like, he's like one of the guys, but that's just so concerning, man, to me. I mean, the other guys have their own behaviors that are probably equally it's concerning in some ways, right? I mean, I don't really follow Hassan. I don't watch his channel. I don't know a whole lot about him. Same with Asmund now. Like, I don't watch his stream really. But you know, Elon, I have followed, and like him going and telling Joe Rogan he's the best player when other people are playing his account. Man, psychologically, there's something. Fuck, that's not good, man. That's not good. Like, it's just kind of like persona he's put out into the world. It's a facade. It's not actually him. It's very concerning. Made me very suspicious of him as a person. Because they don't know these people. None of us know these people. Yeah. But where's the prosecution of the people who wasted all of our money? Where are the firings? It's all talk. They'll be see names in trials. That's true, man. Yeah. Well, who are they specifically? Yeah. Although there is some people named specifically in there. But yeah, until they go after them. And this is the dirty part, though. I mean, how bad are things really, right? I love that line. I forget where that's from, but like, really, how bad are things actually? And are they going to go after them? Are they going to be, he was on Joe Rogan, if you guys watched that conversation, but he was talking about how he's genuinely concerned for his safety out of fear of like reprisals for some of these people, because they're fucking legitimate criminals. They've all got huge body counts, these people involved in this corruption. I mean, he's worried that they're going to send someone after him. Although he would have his own protection, I'm assuming, being one of the wealthiest people on planet Earth, but it's a fucked world out there. Really bad. I think that's probably, I don't know. I think that's the consensus, is it, Bambo? That's really bad. Yeah. But meanwhile, everybody's just fighting online about this shit. Anyway. The part that bothered me was that, you know, whatever people feel about Hassan, you know, and he has a fairly negative, it's, you know, from what I've seen, there's definitely a lot of people that are upset with him recently, but you know, Elon I would expect him to hold himself to a higher standard. Autism or not, I would expect him to hold him to a higher standard. Anyway, I thought I'd just bring that up because I thought it was just fucking, you can't make this shit up, man. All over a fucking video game. Anyway, I don't know. What is it? It's Assassin's Creed Shadows. I mean, the idea sounds sick. It's Assassin's Creed based on like ninjas and stuff. Like, that would be like the best one, you'd think. I mean, the Hashashin is it was Persia, right? That they came out of, because that was where the first game was based. It was in the Middle East. What did it get on like Metacritic? Is Metacritic the one people go to? That's like all the reviewers. Oh, user score 5.9. Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway, what the fuck is Monster Hunter have? What's it got? 89. 7.2. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's probably where I would put it at, with around 7. Interesting. Not to derail, but there are nukes getting dropped on the latest JRE. Oh, why? What's going on? Who was on? Somebody spicy? YouTube. Joe Rogan. It was like fire. We're just gonna cook here. Dr. Suzanne Humphreys. I'm not familiar. She's a conventionally educated medical doctor who was a participant in conventional hospital systems from 1989. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, Twitch isn't gonna like that one. She's been furthering her research in the medical literature on vaccines, immunity, history, and functional medicine. She's the author of Dissolving Illusions, Diseases, Vaccines, and Forgotten History. Only 40 minutes in, this lady's brilliant. Is this the one you're watching? Interesting. Most science today is sponsored by the same people said to profit from it. Oh, that's very fucking true. Same with academia. All their donors. They're donors. Thank you to our donors. Yeah, fuck off. Yeah. We played the first Assassin's Creed and the crack was so bad it dropped me back to the desktop at a specific point. I searched the internet and found out the crack was just shit and wait for a new one. Oh my. Goddamn. So far by vaccines and polio might not be suitable for Twitch. Yeah, if it's talking about some of that stuff, they might. I think it's only like if I talk about it. But I've already memed on this already. Listen, I'm not like an anti-vaccine person at all. Like, you know, it was a miraculous medicine. It was a miraculous thing, right? But, oh Christ, what happened recently was just so bad. So bad. Anyway. Okay. Well, maybe we'll come back to that. Yeah. Anyway, we can done talking video games and shit. I mean, I just can't fucking. I just don't. I try not to spend time even, you know, humoring stuff like that, like personally, but petty squabbles and drama. I never had time for fucking drama. I just could give a sweet fuck. There are so many more important things to talk about than fucking drama. Yeah. Wasn't either until about 10 minutes ago listening to her. Oh, interesting. Intriguing. Well, this is shifting gears slightly, for the time being, but, this is something that's been being, shared on, X quite a bit by a lot of different, content creators. Because it goes into this whole Pentagon still mystified as drone drama deepens. And there's another post here. Oh, if I can find it. Where the fuck did it go? Right here. Which kind of lends into this. So there's actually quite a few people that followed me during this whole debacle because I was covering it ad nauseum. Literally, I felt sick at the end of covering it. So what are they going to say here? This is Merrick. He's been involved in like debating some hardline skeptics on UFO phenomena and UFO footage. He's a contributor here to The Hill. Objects exhibiting advanced technology continue to fly with complete impunity over sensitive military installations and critical infrastructure, despite the Pentagon's advanced imaging and sensor capabilities. The nature, purpose, and origin of these enigmatic craft are unknown, raising an array of pressing national security concerns. In interviews with 60 Minutes earlier this month, two recently retired four-star Air Force generals and the Air Force commander overseeing North American airspace defense begrudgingly admitted that the drones that loitered in dramatic fashion over key military assets in recent years have made a confounding mystery. Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi, chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, told 60 Minutes that despite being privy to classified briefings at the highest level, the Pentagon and national security advisors are still mystified by the repeated incursions. Notably, the objects are impervious to electronic jamming efforts, indicating that they are not off-the-shelf hobbyist drones. On their face, these incidents pose an alarming intelligence and espionage risk. In the most brazen incidents in recent years, the unknown craft displayed bright flashing lights as they hovered over sensitive facilities and assets. Such conspicuous tactics are the opposite of basic intelligence collection tradecraft, which calls for stealth. Once exposed, any foreign surveillance operation is not only at risk of compromise, but of sparking major geopolitical crisis. Exactly. Despite this, dozens of unknown brightly illuminated objects hovered and flew with complete impunity over a critical Air Force base for 17 nights in 2023. Ditto for a series of audacious incursions over sensitive American military bases in the United Kingdom last year. In those incidents, witnesses reported dozens of brightly lit craft hovering and exhibiting extreme performance characteristics while evading detection of multiple advanced counter-drone systems. These enigmatic craft also demonstrate baffling flight dynamics that surpass any known technologies. For several months in 2019, for example, objects with bright flashing lights swarmed some of the Navy's most advanced warships off the coast of Southern California, often well over 100 miles offshore. In the most detailed publicly available footage on one of the craft, the perplexed crew of the USS Omaha watched their infrared video displays as a spherical object moved against strong winds before descending slowly in the ocean. Okay, this is UFO stuff. Yeah, okay. Yes, okay. Most recently, law enforcement officers observed similar swarm dynamics in rural Ohio, Indiana, and Wyoming. In late January, federal officials informed Mercer County, Ohio Sheriff Doug Tinnerman that the unknown airborne objects operating in his counties engaged in swarming tactics. Timmerman, who observed the craft himself, stated the mystery drones reported his department were the size of picnic tables or hot tubs and moved at speeds up to 80 miles per hour at altitudes as low as 100 feet. Some of the incidents occurred in the vicinity of farms battling outbreaks of bird flu. Uh-oh. Chinese spraying bird flu all over fucking rural America. Asked earlier this month about the incursions, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine echoed the bewilderment and powerlessness of local law enforcement, stating that this is something the Congress has to take up. Interesting. Such perplexing flight dynamics matched those reported during a series of mysterious incidents that occurred in rural Colorado, Nebraska, Kansas in late 2019, early 2020. Yeah, several smaller objects were circling a large stationary mothership. We got another incident with a Kansas Highway Patrol officer, a large object that stayed relatively stationary while 10 to 15 drones flew all kinds of patterns around that stationary drone. One of the objects then passed 200 feet over the officer, yet somehow made absolutely no sound at all, even though the wind was calm. It's interesting. Okay. Yeah, so here's the other article from Liberation Times. We've gone over that. I mean, I've covered every angle of this. From people who have talked to people behind the scenes, from people who have talked to some of these journalists, to, there's been all kinds of speculation. I mean, we've gone so far as to go to like psychics, I shouldn't call them psychics, remote viewers looking into this. The remote viewers, more recently, one of the remote viewers, John Pavanko's team, found supposedly, right, that this was a military operation, U.S. military operation, which, when you really think about it, would make sense. Because when you think about foreign adversaries flying into an area, turning on their FAA lights, right, and then flying around for like 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, and then turning the lights off and flying away, none of that makes any fucking sense with Russia, China. It really didn't when you think about it. It probably would indicate some kind of operation going on. And this happened around U.S. Bases mainly, although they were spotted over Denmark and they were over a German military base too, which they almost shot down. So anyway, John's team, I mean, we'll just go right to the bottom of the woo, found that they were scanning for signals that weren't from us in the ground, supposedly. Yeah. Hendricks, what's up? All cats sitting duty for the kids for the next 10 days and have to join sporadically via phone, which sucks for using chat. Oh, what's up, man? Yes, I heard they're down to Miami, huh? Must be nice. Enjoy the sun for me, guys. Enjoy the sun, yeah. As I sit here sick, rotting in this fucking cold wasteland. Okay, well, let's read the article, I guess. This is by Frank Milburn. Russian activity at UK drone incursion bases confirmed. My initial assessment for Liberation Times, UK drone incursions, adversarial threats, I assessed the affected air bases in terms of their assets, capabilities, operations, and attractiveness to hostile state actors. I examined extent in historical Russian intelligence operations in the UK and Europe dating back to the Cold War, provided commentary by heads of UK and European intelligence and security agencies, and provided details for the modern nexus of Russian intelligence and organized crime groups. I detailed the official response of UK and US authorities to countermeasures undertaken by law enforcement, counterintelligence and security forces, which detailed assessments by technical and drone experts, academics and senior government security figures on drone activity at UK bases, and the Russian threat in terms of hybrid warfare in the gray zone. Okay, we'll get to the fucking point here. The evidence is based on the database of open source location data provided by a former intelligence official who monitors hostile state cyber threat movements. Oh my heavens. Okay. According to the piece, the investigations revealed, here we go. An individual who over the last year has regularly been present in the Russian embassy in Germany flew into Britain in early May and was just meters from the perimeter of RAF Mildenhall during the November drone incursions. In May, another individual arrived at the UK who had also been present at Russia's largest military facility in Tajikistan in February 2024. They visited remote areas surrounding RAF Mildenhall on several occasions before returning to the Russian military base within 2 months of the drone sightings. And a third person, known to have access to a facility belonging to Russia's main intelligence agency in Moscow during 2023, flew into London's Stansted in August last year. They then visited areas around RAF Lakenheath, RAF Mildenhall through September and October before flying back to Russia via Turkey, where they spent time in a military district on the outskirts of Moscow. At least 2 of the individuals are thought to have worked as seasonal fruit pickers in close proximity to the airbase, visiting fields close to the airbases at night. They were fruit pickers. Interesting. Undercover. picking strawberries during the day, fucking hanging out in the fields at night, spying on these bases. As the iPaper notes, this would provide perfect cover for intelligence operations, operatives given seasonal workers from the former Soviet Union applying for temporary work visas. Jesus Christ. A senior former British military intelligence official who has reviewed the database seen by this newspaper said it suggests a significant Russian gray area activity. On initial reflection, this is not a surprise. This kind of activity has been prevalent in the UK and Europe for years. Interesting. So, I mean, do we know definitively this is what's happened? I don't think so. The UK Daily Mail article with Chris Sharp, Liberation Times co-author Joss Boswell, quoted an unnamed military source who stated that when drones started swarming RAF Lakenheath, security personnel were unprepared to deal with the advanced foreign technology. The officer told DailyMail.com that drones were recorded flying at up to 170 miles per hour near the base, chased a police helicopter, and appeared to be controlled remotely using radio frequencies outside the normal bands used for military civilian drones. When one of the objects was detected near the Lakenheath base around November 20th, police sent a chopper to investigate. Okay, all right. So this isn't this. I thought this isn't definitive. Philip Ingram, a former British military intelligence colonel, told the press that the UK drone incursions bear all the hallmarks of a covert operation by Russian GRU. Yeah, I mean, now I'm just gonna kind of quickly, just because this is, I don't know. It wouldn't be surprising because we went over this again ad nauseum, but there were possibly nuclear warheads that were flown into that base from the States. And Biden had made remarks just before this happened about potentially sending nuclear weapons to Ukraine, right? And you know that Russia would obviously be extremely concerned about that, and they'd be on top of probably any movements into bases like Lakenheath of those kinds of arms. And so people were speculating, are they just spying on the base to see if in fact they did bring in nuclear weapons, because then those could end up in Ukraine magically, right? And they would want to know. So, not completely surprising. The only thing that's surprising is that they would do this blatantly, like they turned on their lights. So what happened, and this is what Chris Sharp had talked about, is that these drones came in from over the water, supposedly. That's what one of these sources was saying. They weren't just launched from the strawberry fields. They came out from over the water, right? Over onto the mainland. And then they turned on their lights and they went around the perimeter. So there was never any actual incursions, but they were just flying around the perimeter, and they would do that for a couple hours. And then they'd shut their lights off and then went back out over the water, which is exactly what happened in Denmark, and is actually exactly what happened in New Jersey too. A lot of the credible reports stated they came out from over the water, from the fucking Atlantic. So, you know, and none of that, it just doesn't make it. That, because it doesn't make any sense to us, doesn't mean that it absolutely isn't Russians. So, at the end of the day, we have no fucking idea. But this isn't definitive, I don't think, yeah. Russian intelligence is trying to recruit criminals to carry out sabotage attacks across Europe. This strongly suggests emboldened criminal activity here in our country. I've heard this narrative too before, yeah, that this is essentially how they work. So Russia uses these criminal gangs, these criminal networks to get shit done. So, and it's well removed from them. But the, UK intelligence, British intelligence has this, I guess, that they are completely convinced that this gang activity and these thugs are involved with Russia, and they get these people to launch the drones up in the strawberry fields. And so when they find out, oh my God, who's doing this? It's like, oh, it's just a bunch of like dimwits. But at the end of the day, the paper trail ends up going back somehow to Russia, or they have intel that suggests it does. And none of this shit is for sure, but signal caused World War III. CIA does that too, by the way. Undoubtedly, Harry, yeah. Undoubtedly, they would do the same thing, yeah. There was that one politician that said it was an Iranian ship that they were being launched from. Yeah, I remember that, Aaron, yeah. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, we're not going to know, which is unfortunate. And it's why you don't go to remote viewing and know definitively with conviction what the fuck's going on. But it's one of those interesting memes where You know, there's no way for us to know, really. There just isn't going to be. But with that, if there's something to it, which I think there is actually, you might get an idea at least what's going on. And aside from the big time kind of woo conclusions that John came to, that the aliens are waiting for a cataclysm to start, which, let's take a step back from that. That it was a U.S. operation. That makes sense when you think about it logically. That they'd be flying around with their lights on. If it was Russia doing covert, ops to try and discern if they've got American nuclear warheads at Lakenheath, then they wouldn't turn the fucking lights on. You'd never see them. You wouldn't see them. So it didn't make any sense. They'd just be blatantly flying around. Now the counterpoint to that someone had told me is that, well, yes, Jim, it would make sense if it was Russia directly. But the problem is that it's Russia going through a bunch of channels, third-party channels, and these are just Jim Bobs that were hired to do this for them. And so they may even be UK citizens, and they're collecting data. And on the off chance they get in trouble, they had their lights on. They shouldn't have been there to begin with, but they're collecting data for the Russians. So it's like, it's more complicated, more nuanced. Like, okay, all right, I can kind of see that. So, that'd be a little bit different, right? So then there's another layer on it. Anyway, we are none the wiser, tragically. Yeah. You called him a Fed for that? Who's a Fed? Oh, did I call him a Fed for saying that? I probably should have, but, Listen, I don't fucking know, right? There are people far more knowledgeable than myself that kind of give you perspective on these things sometimes, and I have no idea. I'm not involved in these kinds of operations. You're not involved in this kind of stuff. So I would defer to somebody that has a deeper understanding of this. And if that's their take or that's their perspective on it, then sure. In February report on the return of American nukes to Lakenheath, the Federation of American Scientists concluded there was a UFO nuke situation last December. Lakenheath is still being ready to receive nuclear free-fall bombs. Yeah. We've gone over those memes. So the idea is, do they have them? Former NATO civilian intelligence officer who follows the UFO topic told the author, I know them to be regular, not non-human UFO drones, not heard directly. It's Russia, but don't take a genuine genius to work out. It's ballsy as fuck, really ballsy. I thought he was going to mention that, yeah, because of the nuke connection. But this is very well written. Holy shit, look at the length of this fucking article. Jesus Christ, yeah. What I was saying is all the evidence for UK drones points to Russian intelligence activity. It's definitely not non-human. None of it was ever non-human. There was never any indication it was non-human. They were fixed-wing drones that looked more like a plane. And that was what Chris Sharp and other people had heard kind of behind the scenes. That's what they actually were. And then by happenstance, the same kind of drones show up over New Jersey and are being, mistaken for planes. Then people are mistaking planes for drones, and it's a huge fucking mess. So, yeah, bro. Yeah, it's a bullshit story. What's a bullshit story? Fuck me. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't fucking, I don't know. I don't fucking know. Russia using proxies in the US? I don't know about New Jersey Edge. Yeah, this is about Lakenheath, not the US. This article is just about Lakenheath. And it was exploring the idea again we've already explored, and backing it up with more testimony from people in intelligence that they were watching to see if new U.S. nuclear warheads had been brought over to Lakenheath. Yeah, I don't buy, especially in New Jersey, I don't buy that. In New Jersey, it sounds more to me in New Jersey like it was probably a U.S. operation. That'd be my bet, because it was ongoing. And supposedly some people say they still see them flying around, but you'd have no way to tell what the fuck's going on there now. I mean, anyway, yeah. But yeah. But this here in the UK, that supposedly that's something that they do. They're using proxies all the time. Yeah. You're disabled today. I would love to chat about this. You're disabled. Oh my heavens. What happened? Did you fall, brother? Hopefully you're okay. Yeah. I had heard from somebody who was, you know, fairly well informed on this about the whole proxy situation in Russia. I have no idea what's going on, right, behind the scenes or in these intel communities with what these foreign adversaries are doing, right? Like the influence that they have. I mean, a lot of people involved in the West who are like in intelligence or in government or in any of those capacities. Russia is absolutely an enemy. They're 100% in on that because they're actively, like we are with them, fucking around behind the scenes. Like, yeah. You hurt both your hands and are typing with one finger. You fell on an e-scooter. Oh, fuck, brother. One too many fucking sips late at night flying around on the e-scooter. They're starting to get them in Atlantic Canadian cities. I was driving on them. Oh my God, when was that? It was like a year ago, actually, in Halifax. They were using the term Dior bags in the UK to avoid intel being censored when the drones were in full effect. Interesting, Aaron. Yeah. You know, it's all this spy game shit. I'm not involved in any of this shit. I'm fucking glad that I'm not. Never want to be, right? Like, yeah. Anyway, who knows? Who knows? But yeah. Listen, the psychics told us that it was fucking aliens. But listen here on the Jim Russell Show. It's the most fantastical and fun explanation wins, right? It's like, we don't want the objective truths. We want our truth. Aliens are way more fun. You know, when I go to bed at night, I'll feel much better thinking, oh, the aliens did it. You know, it's way more enjoyable and entertaining, right? Oh, fuck. Speaking of which, where do I want to pull? Oh, fuck. What do I want to pull up first here? Probably not the mermaid story. Fuck. Yeah. Well, okay. That's 24 minutes long. Oh, maybe later. Here, this is kind of relevant, I guess. Congressman Eric Burleson appointed UFO UAP whistleblower David Grush as his senior advisor. So here's the talk here.
Yeah. You made some headlines with the hire of David Grush. Yeah. Why'd you do it? Why'd you feel the need to do it?
I think that just it's frustrating to me that we can't continue to just not really get any further. And so one of the things that was highlighted to me really is that, or
kick the door down,
is that we don't have somebody that's an expert in this field helping us navigate the intelligence community, navigate these, because the thing is, you don't know which questions to ask, right? And so how do you even determine where to go if you don't even have the first clue?
So how did the idea come about? Oh, well, Grush says he knows some things. Let's bring him in.
Yeah. Well, first, just meeting him and having him come in for the first hearing, that was really, I thought that he was a very credible witness. Okay. And while I may not, I'm a skeptic. I may not agree that these are aliens from another planet. Okay. But I certainly do not doubt.
People stop saying that, for fuck's sakes. Please stop saying that. Well, we're going to rely on the data. I mean, a rational person will rely on the data ultimately. If you're going to start throwing around a word like believe, we're going to need hard data to fucking believe, right? Fine. Right? You can humor the idea. Anyway, I'm not...
or discount his reputation. He is highly credible, highly respected, and he certainly was in the right roles. And so I think he was his credentials are amazing. Right. And just having him as an asset to be able to help us navigate and plan and coordinate what steps, where to go from here is really what I wanted to get accomplished.
So he's going to be is currently working for you, or will be?
April 1.
April 1, okay. So what are the
April
things
Fool's
that
Day.
He can do then that you can't necessarily believe that you could do right now?
Yeah, one is that, it's the amount of time. So getting him committed and on where he's able to provide counsel to me. He's putting together a plan that we'll be able to execute and then work alongside, really through my office, work to try to get some more information out through the committee staff and other things. But at the end of the day, he's working for my staff, and so that has to be kind of the parameters. He can't work for the committee. He's working for me.
So he's now going to be working for you. Obviously, one of the different dynamics here is this whole, the questions and the investigations and the hearings and all that started in the Biden administration, right? President Biden,
Yeah.
The defense secretary was Lloyd Austin. It's obviously a much different time right now. Pete Hegseth is the defense secretary over at the Pentagon. Have you talked to the secretary about this? The Aero office is over there at the Pentagon. Have you talked to him yet about this? What about now in the new administration?
Well, I don't have a direct line with Pete.
Okay.
I'm going to try to get that connection.
But you see where I'm going, right?
What is good about Grush is he does have direct connections with a lot of these individuals. And so he's got connections with Tulsi and a lot of other individuals that I think would be very valuable.
What about it now?
Joe
with
Rogan.
President Trump in the White House. How does this
Fuck.
change?
You know, he's a disclosure.
Oh,
president.
nice. You get
He
to
has
crush him
clearly
out. Fuck.
demonstrated that he wants to be transparent. He's already released more of the JFK files than anyone else has, and he's really pushing to release more, trying to release the Epstein list, trying to release the information that the American people deserve to know about UAPs.
So let me leave you with this. Do you think now that David Grush is soon going to be on your staff here in a few days, that eventually, whether it be a few weeks, a few months, whatever it is, that there's going to be an aha moment? See, this is something we didn't know about. Do you think that?
I don't fucking think so, man. I mean, like, until somebody kicks the fucking door in at one of these facilities and drags out Skitty Bob's body, there's not going to be any movement forward on this, boys. Like, come on. And what the fuck are they waiting for? Supposedly, this has all been illegal. Like, Grush already gave them an address. Address is go investigate. Fuck. I mean, this is the harsh reality with this topic too, though, right? We're talking earlier about this lady who people thought maybe had been assassinated by the Russians or some shit for, digging into their crime syndicate. Some of these people are fucking sketch, undoubtedly. Man, like, I'm probably worried. As Jake Barber had said as well when he went and spoke with Congress. They said, "Oh my God, you're special operator?" He said, "Yeah, I'm here seeking help, essentially, because if I blow the whistle on this, there's some bad people that'll literally want me dead." And they're like, "Oh my God, yes, we know about them. Could you protect us? Can we hire you to protect us?" He's like, "Holy fuck, I came here to ask for your protection." Just a fucking shit show, man. It's an absolute shit show. It's just, it's definitely incompetence to some degree. These people they're elected representatives. They have no idea what they got themselves fucking involved with. No fucking clue, probably. Not a goddamn clue. And that's probably why we're not really seeing any movement forward either, is my bet, because, they really kicked the can over and it's just it's full of worms. It's all it is. And like the rot, and it scared them. That's probably my bet. Oh God. All right. Well, speaking of like, woo, then this was everywhere. I don't know. This is unrelated to the JFK files, but we ran a bit later. Don't lose your shit, Jim. Just extra slot for the bucket. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. All right, man. We'll see you later. Yeah. Fuck. I was going to read a little bit about this here. Secret CIA files claim Ark of the Covenant has been found. So I think I don't think this doesn't pertain to recent JFK files, but I don't know why this is in the news again. The location of a chest believed to contain the Ten Commandments has long been a mystery, but CIA documents claim the Ark of the Covenant has been found. According to the Bible, the Ark of the Covenant was built by the Israelites shortly after they fled Egypt around the 13th century BC. Moses then placed the Ten Commandments inside. The CIA conducted experiments in the 1980s with individuals who claimed they could perceive information about distant objects, events, and other people, remote viewers. The report details one of these tests when remote viewer number 32 was given coordinates to locate a target, and they described the Ark of the Covenant hiding in the Middle East. Some historians believe the Ark of the Covenant was originally kept inside the Holy of Holies, the innermost chamber of the ancient Temple of Jerusalem, before it disappeared during the Babylonian sack of Jerusalem in 586 BC. There is also a legend that the artifact was taken to Ethiopia and now resides in a local church. Evidence that the chest existed has yet to be found, but the CIA document declassified in 2000 claims it was discovered in 1988. The target is a container. This container is another container inside of it, the document states. The target is fashioned of wood, gold, and silver, and it is decorated with a six-winged angel. Cherubim? Cherubim? How do you ever pronounce it? The remote viewer continued to say that the coffin-shaped object is located somewhere in the Middle East and saw people in the area speaking Arabic. The remote viewer, however, was not told they were searching for the Lost Covenant before the experiment began. Now it's all done blind, yes. Interesting. Okay. Training target, the Ark of the Covenant. Interesting. According to biblical history, we know about this. It was constructed sometime around 1445 BC. Yeah. The Ten Commandments are a list of directives given by Moses by God, including rules such as thou shalt not kill. Yes. Okay, then it vanished. So yes. Project Sunstreak suggests the U.S. government has known where the Ark is for years. Well, but you don't know if that's where it is. So, like, that's the thing with this. Like, CIA employed individuals alleged to have paranormal capabilities as means of acquiring intelligence about distant events. They attempted to use psychics known as remote viewers. Yes, okay. We know about this. Here's the document right here. We'll just read this. So, okay, yes, target is contained. This target is another container inside of it. It's fashioned of wood. This target is located somewhere in the Middle East, as the language spoken by the individuals present seem to be Arabic. Visuals of surrounding buildings indicate the presence of mosque domes. Individuals in the area were clothed in virtually all white. The target is hidden underground. Dark and wet were all aspects of the location of the target. The purpose of the target is to bring people together. Interesting. It's protected by entities and can only be opened by those who are authorized to do so. It cannot be opened until the time is deemed correct. Once it is time to open the container, the mechanics of the lock system will be found to be fairly simple. Individuals open the container by prying or striking or destroyed by the container's protectors through the use of powers unknown to us. Oh, that gets really fucking out there. Fuck. God damn. Refer to you my last post. Just extra slop for the bucket. Yeah, that's pretty much it, I guess. But I don't know why. Again, people just dig him for a story, but it's kind of been around. Funny, is this Ed of Ethiopia? What? Interesting. It's a pseudoscience. Well, it kind of is. It isn't really a science, no. It doesn't mean that there isn't necessarily anything to it, I guess. It just means that you need to be skeptical of it. Right? Anyway. Yeah, fuck. Let's move on to something else here that's fucking more interesting. Oh, Jesus Christ. I really don't know if that's more interesting or not. I guess this is kind of relevant to the discussion, I guess, around UAPs. This is another fucking article, man. Oh, no, he's referencing the older article here. It's to do with the 2004 Nimitz Tic Tac encounter. That there's new data on that.
There's Patrick here. We have a great video for y'all today. Lieutenant Commander Alex Dietrich recently did an interview where she dropped new details about the 2004 Nimitz UFO encounter. You know, the one with the Tic Tac. But before we get to highlights of this interview with Lieutenant Commander Alex Dietrich, let's go back in time and get a little refresher course on the 2004 Nimitz encounter. The 2004 Nimitz incident refers to a series of Navy pilot encounters with unidentified aerial phenomena, UAPs or UFOs, specifically a Tic Tac shaped object near the USS Nimitz carrier strike group off the coast of Southern California in November of 2004. Here's a more detailed breakdown. The encounter. During a training exercise, Navy pilots, including Commander David Fravor and Lieutenant Commander Alex Dietrich, reported seeing a Tic Tac shaped object that defied explanation, exhibiting unusual speed and maneuverability. Radar anomalies. The object was first detected on radar, and its behavior was described as erratic and difficult to track. Visual confirmation. Fravor and Dietrich visually intercepted the object, describing it as a white, smooth, and Tic Tac shaped object. No official investigation. While the Navy confirmed the authenticity of the videos and the pilot's accounts, there was no official investigation into the incident, according to Fravor. Media attention. The incident gained significant media attention, and the Pentagon later released videos of the encounters, which are now known as Pentagon UFO videos. Unexplained phenomena. The videos and pilot accounts sparked considerable debate and speculation about the nature of the objects, with some suggesting extraterrestrial origins, while others attributed them to new or undisclosed technologies. Current status. The incident remains a subject of ongoing interest and discussion, with the Pentagon and other government agencies continuing to investigate UAPs. And if you remember, Commander David Fravor testified in July of 2023 in front of Congress, right, about this particular incident. Alex Dietrich never testified, but she's gone on the record a few times about this incident. But like I said, in this interview, she dropped some new details I'd never heard before about this incident. So let's dive in.
I don't think that the controller expected us to see anything, and that they were as surprised as we were when we had this intercept, this rendezvous with something strange that to this day I cannot explain, I cannot identify, and it really wasn't clear how it was maneuvering in the way that it was moving. It was changing airspeed, it was changing direction, it was changing angles in a way that didn't make sense and didn't adhere to our understanding of physics and gravity. And by definition, it's a unidentified flying object.
Take me through coming up on this object. What did you see first that made you go, what the heck is that?
So I was new to the squadron. I was a lieutenant junior grade and on the wing of the commanding officer, Commander David Fravor. He had a senior lieutenant in his backseat, and I had a department head, a lieutenant commander in my backseat. So I was hanging on, trying to make sure that I didn't make any gaffes or goofs, and trying to just be a good wingman, which means keeping sight of your lead, not hitting them, not getting lost, and showing up as the support that you need to be. So as we came to the merge plot, which is where the radar points, come together on the scope, we've transitioned our scan to outside. Instead of looking at our instruments, looking and scanning the horizon and scanning around. And so amongst the four of us, somebody shouted out, "Hey, look in the water!" And when I looked down, I saw a strange churning in the water. So there was a otherwise calm ocean, and then this bit of white water that was churning with no apparent source. So it didn't seem to be a vessel or anything there. And if it hadn't been for that white water,
I think she was always anonymous when she did these interviews in the past. So I think this is her first time. Buddy was saying their first time talking about this.
I don't know if it's related, but if it hadn't been for that as an anchor point for my tally, I don't think that I would have picked up the actual UFO itself, because that flew very close to it, and from there I saw this strange thing that we affectionately termed the Tic Tac, because it looks like a little breath mint. And when I say little, I mean, from a distance it's small, but we estimated that it's about the size of our own fuselage, so about 30 to 40 feet long, and smooth, just like a Tic Tac breath mint, sort of a matte white color with no windows, no flight control surfaces, no visible forms of propulsion. So when we're trained and when we practice, we look for surface-to-air missiles, we look for other aircraft, and we train our scan in a way to look for paint schemes and identifying artifacts. We look for a smoke trail, we look for contrails, other things that will help us figure out what it is and where it's coming from and what its intent is. And in this particular case, we couldn't figure out any of that. And so we all got very excited on the radio, talking to each other amongst the flight, amongst the two aircraft, and the back and forth in the cockpit, and then to the controllers. So the air traffic controller in the area of our military exercise.
And just remember, the 2004 Nimitz UFO encounter that Lieutenant Commander Alex Dietrich is describing is probably the most credible UFO encounter of all time. Of all time, y'all.
Let's go back to the video there. Yeah, here we go.
The surface of the water, more or less. And then there was a moment where it shot up to about 80,000 feet very quickly. Could you describe that moment?
So not only did it look strange and not have, it wasn't obvious how it was flying because, again, we look for wings and rudders and smoke trails and things that will help us understand which way is it going and how is it doing that. And then how can I get an advantage over it? Is it going to have a slow turn rate? How can I get angles to get a shot off if I need to? Not that we had live armament, not that we were off the coast of San Diego in a training mode, but we're always thinking about, can I shoot that down? Can I take that? And in that case, it wasn't clear what it was. And it really wasn't clear how it was maneuvering in the way that it was moving. So it was changing airspeed, it was changing direction, it was changing angles in a way that didn't make sense and didn't adhere to our understanding of physics and gravity and all of the aerodynamics that we study and really live and die by, literally, in our aviation training.
Now, you said this thing was making turns and doing things like that. So, what kind of turns are we talking? Are we talking hard right angle turns?
So if you're turning, if you've ever driven a boat or just turning in your car, you have a turn radius that's required. It takes a while to actually move the vehicle or the vessel around. And it's the same thing in the air. We put a turn in, and then we can pull high G turns to make it a smaller turn radius, but there's a limit to that. And so when we talk about the envelope or pushing the envelope, it's literally a graph in our aerodynamics textbooks that you can see where this is the edge. If you turn this this amount of G and this amount of angle of attack, and if this is your weight and this is your configuration. And so we're very sensitive to that. And this UFO, unidentified flying object, didn't adhere to any of those rules. So it was really turning what to our naked eye visually looked to be instantaneously. It seemed to be changing airspeed and altitude and direction, just, without having to go through the normal contortions that we normally have to go through, and the complicated ballet that we practice in our air combat maneuvering, our BFM, our basic fighting maneuvering, our dog fighting, which is, it made us both alarmed and also really impressed in the moment to say, what is that doing? How's it doing it? And I would like to be doing that.
So will we ever find out what actually happened in 2004 around the U.S.?
We can just mute the rest of that. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. No, we'll never find out what's going to happen with that, probably. Aside from the fact that it clearly wasn't one of our ships, and it sounded, by all accounts, to probably be something that was non-human technology. What we do know is that there is hard data associated with the incident that was confiscated by someone. And that account is from Dave Fravor, that one of the radar guys, after the incident occurred, they've been tracking those things for a couple weeks before it even happened. They knew they were out there. And somebody came after the incident and confiscated the radar data. So there is hard data backing up that object. There is hard data backing up its movements as well. It's almost instantaneous flight. And likewise, there's very likely hard data as well tied with Ryan Graves incident, the Go Fast incident, or the gimbal footage. So, I mean, both those incidents, there is data that would exist out there that we are not privy to here in the general public that would without doubt confirm the existence of those crafts and their anomalous flight characteristics, and which would probably confirm really without a lot of doubt that what we're looking at here is at least non-human technology. So David Armas, what's up, dude? Yeah. Sorry to keep you waiting. No worries. Yeah. Yeah, fuck. Anyway. Okay. Well, good. She's coming out and speaking about it now. It's good. Before they were like blurring her face and shit. And so interesting. Where was that from exactly? Alex Dietrich, Lieutenant Commander. Interesting. Okay. There's this too, which I just kind of wanted to go over. I just wanted to watch it because I was going to watch it anyway. But this is just Ross talking about transparency with Trump. I don't know. See what he says.
Burleson earlier this afternoon. Look who we have now. Ross Coulthart, News Nation special correspondent, host of Reality Check. Ross, as you know, was the one who blew this wide open with David Grush a couple of years ago. Good on you, sir, to be here with us tonight. So you were just watching all that with me. I spoke to Burleson, Congressman, a few hours ago. What'd you make of what you just heard there, Ross? And do you think it was a smart move for the Congressman to do this?
Firstly, good evening, Blake. I think it's a great move, and I really commend the Congressman for bringing David on board. I know David's excited to get his teeth into the issue, and there's nothing quite like being in the Congress to be able to get in the ear of different Congress people and indeed senators to try and word them up to know what to ask for.
Oh my God, boys. Again, it's like, I just can't. There's one way, and it's by knocking the door down. Like, it's just, there's so much bureaucracy. I just, this is just law.
One of the complications with this whole UAP issue is that we're up against a very determined disinformation campaign where, frankly, some people in the Pentagon and the intelligence community, not all, by the way, some people are very open, some people don't want this story told. And David's there to tell this story because, frankly, he's a patriot. As Representative Burleson there explained, David loves his country. And I notice Representative Burleson serves, as well as the Oversight Committee, he also serves on the DOGE Committee. You know, he's very much in favour of trimming government budgets. If it's true that there is this unaccountable multi-billion-dollar legacy program that's retrieving craft and spending billions of dollars of your taxpayer money on it, I would have thought DOGE would want to have a look at it too, and I'm sure David Grush will be helping him.
Yeah, that's why I asked him about the current administration, right? Because when all this started, it was a different administration. So I hear you and your view of, you know, maybe there's some folks inside the Pentagon who don't want information getting out there. Well, now there's a new Secretary of Defense and a new Commander-in-Chief, right? So that's why I was getting to him. Does any of this change now that Pete Hegseth is running the show there? And
probably not.
And I wonder if there is going to be an aha moment, Ross, in your view, now that Grush is on board.
We certainly hope so. I can tell you, Donald Trump has said things in the past that indicate he's open to declassifying UAP files. But one thing he has not done, he has signed executive orders for Epstein, JFK, MLK, RFK, and he's ordered those files to be progressively declassified. He hasn't done that yet with the UAP files. And that's a huge question mark. Why has the president not followed up with his promise to be more open with disclosure on UAPs? Have the intelligence community got the president around their little finger? That's the issue.
Blah, blah, blah. Yeah,
so that's the White House up on Congress. There's going to be more hearings here. And the sense that I get, Ross, in talking to lawmakers is they think that Grush can help them ask the right questions, because at the end of the day, they come from...
Kick the fucking door in. That's it. That's it. You kick the fucking door in, you take the bodies, you take the craft, you put it out on display for the world to see, and then now people know. It's that simple. It is really that simple. Now, why isn't Don doing that? I don't know. It is frustrating though. This is the meme though. Any day now, there could be some kind of sighting or event that happens that might just reveal it one way or the other. And if they're so concerned about catastrophic disclosure, they're not taking any steps to try and get ahead of that. So they're just crossing their fingers every morning they wake up that whoever's flying around up there doesn't decide to just land on the fucking lawn somewhere and get out, right? I mean, that's literally it. So the only way we get to the bottom of this is if we fucking kick the door in. And I just really, and Jacques Vallée was just calling for this recently in a fucking podcast he was on. I just played a clip of it like last week, but kind of the same opinion where he's saying, listen, for us to really make progress with this now, somebody is unfortunately going to have to put their neck literally in the chopping block. There's going to have to be like kind of a WikiLeaks type moment with this stuff if we want to get to the truth. So they're making a new movie or documentary, whatever, on Apple TV. They're prepping us. Yeah. Holy fuck. If I hear one more documentary or one more fucking book coming out about this, like, fuck. I'm going to literally pull my eyeballs out and mail them to Ross. Say, Ross, you did this. 2 little eggs in the mail for you, Ross. You made me do this. Danny Sheehan says he's been asked to draft criminal RICO case against the program. A month ago, Danny Sheehan did an interview where he stated, I've been asked to draft the complaint under the Federal Criminal Racketeering Act against these people. I'm in communications with level people in the Justice Department and the FBI who are perfectly prepared to go forward criminally prosecuting these people. They'll put the fear of God into them. Somehow I don't think it will. This is remarkable because Sheehan led a historic case, Iran-Contra. We know this, yeah. We know he has connections to make this happen. Yeah. This is just him saying that.
Because until this group that is in charge of the UFO and ET secrets are dug out and exposed, President Trump is not going to be able to deal with the deep state. These people are the core of the deep state. And they reach into all kinds of other areas. But this is the core of the deep state. This is the most profound, deep secret that is held by the people that are operational in the deep state. And they will not voluntarily tell the president. And they will not voluntarily tell the Congress. They're going to have to be compelled to do that. And that's why I've been asked to draft the complaint under the Federal Criminal Racketeering Act. The federal criminal complaint.
Dick Cheney, Nick. This guy right here. This guy. This is according to Dave Grush, mind you. This is supposedly who's at the helm of all this bullshit. Now, does that surprise me? Fuck no. It really doesn't, actually. That you would have a complete piece of shit behind this massive conspiracy. Yeah, not one bit. But do we know that with complete conviction? We don't. Supposedly David does. I mean, what are you going to do? Fucking start peeling Dick's fucking fingernails off in some basement, some building, till he fucking says, yes, Skinny Bob is real? How are you going to get the secrets out of him? I don't you're not going to get these guys prosecuted. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that's going to happen. There's no way. So anyway, you can't be talking like that on Twitch, Yeah, there's just no fucking way. Anyway, oh yeah. This is what I was going to go to next. So all we have to go on with this stuff still is just hearsay. So this guy became more interesting, I guess. The reason it became more interesting, so what happened initially, this is a timeline of events I'll go over. So David Grush comes out. I stream it. A bunch of people end up in the stream. That's how I started streaming on my own, essentially. Because I was streaming with a buddy of mine to begin with. So after that happens, shortly after the Dave Grush thing happens, everyone's riding high, like, oh my God, this is crazy. Then Stephen Greer has a press conference, like a press event. He will do these periodically. He did this after the Dave Grush thing, you know, he had this planned anyway, but the hype was real. So this guy speaks at Stephen Greer's press event. Michael Herrera was a Marine, and he was in Indonesia. And I believe it was right after the tsunami. And his team ends up going into the woods, and they find this craft with a bunch of American operators around it, leading people into the craft. So it looked like some kind of a human trafficking situation. And they essentially dress them down. They tell them to put their weapons down. And then these people get on the fucking craft. All these goods get put on the craft, and then the craft flies off at incredible speed. So some kind of alien tech involving people, Black Ops people. This is Michael's story. Now, Jake Barber, who is a fairly well-known guy now, thanks to Ross and the egg story, but Jake Barber supposedly was at that event, at Stephen Greer's event, ready to rat on Michael. Jake was there on behalf of essentially, I believe, the intelligence community. They didn't want Michael to talk about this, according to Jake Barber. In the end, Jake decided that he was on Michael's side, and this was all talked about in Jesse's recent podcast. So Jake couldn't directly corroborate what had happened, but he took the story seriously, which has then subsequently made other people, even like myself, to look back at his story and say, oh, that's interesting. Jake claims what happened, what they were doing, was they were scoping out psionically inclined individuals. And they were asking them to come along with them after this catastrophe. And this was not a situation where they were trafficking drugs and children like Michael had initially thought. That's Jake's take on it. So Michael's story was off base. Jake and his people weren't really happy about that. And so they were going to maybe reprimand him for it, but decided not to. And now Michael is telling his story with Jesse Michael. This was just posted like literally an hour ago, 2 hours ago. So he's going to tell his story here. And this is going to be a bit of a different bend on it now, because we have another guy, another whistleblower, who's kind of corroborated that this may have happened, and it has been happening. So anyway, I'm going to go grab my salad. And then we're maybe going to eat some of the slop. This should be interesting. Jesse's brought along with him his buddy, who is a UAP researcher. So this should be a bit of a deep dive. Yeah. So get your buckets ready. I will be right back. Sad dudes. Fuck. Well. Digi is away, I guess. Maybe Digi you're watching, but Digi's away. He's not here for the mukbang slop count. Oh God, I miss my salad. Not as exciting tonight. Health food, God damn it. Well, we saw a 300-foot UFO in the Indonesian jungle. Sitting down with them. Well, let's see what this is all about, Jesse. Turn the volume up.
It's not like trying to summon a spirit. You're summoning essentially technology that has consciousness to it. Well, that platform came into that craft itself. So this thing was either anti-gravitic itself and how it basically merged in together.
Could this just be like an occult thing that's been going on for hundreds of years?
How do you think they learned?
They were actually, two of the guys were actually talking about either, hey, should we smoke these guys right now? You know, that's what they kept saying.
Do you think, realistically, pulling these technologies from these black programs and putting them into the hands of people who don't know what the fuck they're doing is a smart move?
James Allen, the documentarian of Mark McCandlish and the Flexliner story.
For our help.
He was diagnosed and dead of an aggressive form of cancer in about 3 weeks.
Yeah, the UFO stuff's cool because they fly. The medical shit, the stuff that we could also do with this technology is going to be far more advanced.
Different parts of the brain have different activities. But you know that, don't you?
Maybe you should interview me.
I'm here with Michael Herrera, and I couldn't be more excited to talk to you. This has been a long time coming. You were a former Marine.
Correct.
Who experienced something just really fascinating in 2009 in Indonesia in the jungle. And it involves craft that prosaically is not understood as far as how it works. And also seemingly special forces. We don't know if it was special forces. You don't describe them definitely as special forces, but a team with prowess and wherewithal as far as the machinery they're using and how smooth they're operating. That also seems like at another level, and they're kind of apprehending you when you see this craft. And so I'm very excited to talk to you. I know it took a lot of courage for you to speak out. And then we have Sammy UAP Gerb as well here, who's a legend, has an amazing channel, goes as deep as anybody when it comes to actual legacy operations from like a core detail way, just the facts. And so very excited to have you, man. And you guys have done a great show together too. And if you guys want like very low level details as to what went down, drawings, pictures, illustrations, extremely detailed, accounts, go to your channel because you have some great stuff with Michael. So
Galen TV, it's hard to say, brother. Something that's very rare.
An interesting fish.
Especially in this space, it's extremely rare.
Correct. And that's kind of the thing why it made it easier to talk to you, because you were actually able to connect the dots and see and compare notes basically to what you've experienced with talking to other people.
I mean, your story had been floating around for a while, and people were pretty dismissive of it until, our mutual friend, Joey is not my name, started to reach out to you and speak to you. And he got me in contact with you, and you were able to provide quite a bit of interesting information, including, direct evidence from yourself and Joey that you met up with who you referred to at the time as an insider, who now turned out to be Jake Barber.
Correct. And that was the thing that I was kind of weirded out about. So in 2023, when I testified with the National Press Club, obviously I got in touch with
Do you know
Greer,
Madam Fish?
Actually in 2018.
Have you ever heard the story?
So I went to an event that he had in Boulder, Colorado, and listened to his lecture, things like that. I was saying 2017 because the ex I was with at the time, I met her in 2017, but then I was like, okay. And then I started thinking, because there's been some people on Twitter who was like, no, it's 2018 because one of the volunteers was there. So I was like, okay, so it is really 2018. And I had listened to his lecture, and then I ended up going up to, he was doing a book signing. So I went and got a book because that was the only way to get in front of him. At the time when he was doing book signings, he doesn't do that anymore because people can get very crazy. I've seen it firsthand. It's a little hysterical, but this subject brings a very interesting crowd with it, which is something I don't relate to as whatsoever, but I mean, to who of their own. So I had told him, hey, I'm a former Marine, I had witnessed something such as like a drug running operation using this kind of technology. Do you know anything about that? So I was trying to get his attention. He was kind of like, yeah, I've heard a lot. But then when I said that, he like told everybody to shut up. And he stood up and handed me his card, and he was like, don't tell anybody this information, don't relate to anybody, just keep it between us, contact me when you're ready. And then when he did the first episode of Sean Ryan, is when basically he was talking about the whistleblower protections and going through the system to basically go through that route. So I was like, you know what, that might be time to actually pull the trigger on this and see what can come of it.
This is the Gallagher Amendment around whistleblower protection?
NDA, National Defense Authorization Act.
Yeah, it's part of the National Defense Authorization Act.
And that was coming into 2023, I think, is when they passed that. And then there was some rendition of which we were trying to do 2024 with the whole amnesty period for 6 months. And then obviously eminent domain with some of these technologies and assets that these black sites have. So when I approached, I got in touch with Greer again. I sent him an email, said, I don't know if you remember me. And he goes, I know exactly, and I remember exactly who you are, which was weird. So he gave me his phone number, so I called him. We basically talked for about an hour, just kind of went through what I've already discussed
We should go for a bicycle ride, Michael.
Which was essentially that we were a part
No
of the 31st
seats.
Marine Expeditionary Unit that was tasked out to basically respond to a humanitarian assistance operation out in the Philippines, which was Operation Ketsana. And then what ended up happening was we were the only ship, which was the USS Denver, that got routed out to the western part of Sumatra in Indonesia. And which was a little weird, but of course, I've never been on a mission before that point. So that was kind of the first one for me.
Why were you guys rerouted?
It was the only ship, but that was the orders we were given. I don't know specifically why. There was speculation, and then when we actually got briefed in the wardroom, that there was some Obama's family members that were there, so they had some SEAL team that was going to be there to retrieve those people if need be.
That's interesting, because Obama lived there from age 6 to 10, I believe
so.
with his mom or something. Yeah.
And so there were some relatives, and they were going to get them out because what happens in that part of the world is when there's a natural disaster happens, usually these terrorist organizations or these insurgent groups will typically try to take over that area and inflict harm, chaos, ransom, whatever they do. And so they were afraid of that. So that's why they sent a reactionary force to basically go cordon the area off and then go deal with that, which we didn't do too much of that. All we basically did was try to provide security for an LZ so that way they can keep, we can keep if there were people there, which with this particular LZ didn't have anybody there, which was weird.
For the audience, what's an LZ?
Landing zone. It's more like a hasty LZ. So hasty LZ means it's a hasty landing zone. So it's something that wasn't like prepared ahead of time, like we're going to plot here and this is where we're going to go. It's just like, here's the clearing, this is where they're going to land. At least that's how it felt. Pilots could probably attest to something different, I don't know. And then basically that's when we disembarked the helicopter. And for us, it's like, okay, you're going to have the tactical advantage, take the high ground. So that's what we decided to do. And I wasn't the one who was in charge of all this, so there was weird to not have the comms because everybody's talking about that.
Yep.
I was not the one to set up. Maybe the squad leader, whoever was in charge at that point, had something.
So you guys had no comms, no signals.
To my knowledge, no. I don't remember anybody having that. We could have had a little radio or something that the sergeant that was there at the time.
You're sent into the jungle alone, basically, with your unit.
Correct. Wow. And, so it's like a fire team plus 2, so 6 guys. And so we end up, seeing this craft, which...
That's amazing. Who made this?
So I was actually looking for other accounts of
that's fucking sick.
octagonal craft that people may have seen. So I did a quick Google search, came across this on Etsy. And so I can't remember the gentleman's name, but I ended up getting in touch with him and told him who I was. So he sent me 2 of these. One, I signed for him and sent it back to him so he can have that. And 2, because he hooked me up with 2 models. But
did he make that to spec, or he had already built that? And
no, he made this to spec. So this was after the fact of what I came forward with. But this essentially is what we saw. So
it almost looks like a fractal. Like you have kind of an accentuated version of the 8-gon or octagon shape on top. That's like a pyramid, and then you have like a lesser, a less concave version
Right.
in the middle, and then like an even less,
Right.
more kind of spread out.
And this is off from memory because what people, yes, this was like a very matte black,
Mhm.
but then it was also transitioning like a light matte gray. And I don't know if we were going down this hill and we could still kind of see it, and maybe sun was hitting it to an extent, or I don't know, but it was basically looked like it was changing colors. But this panel right here, whatever these are, were basically the very Vanta black, which was the blackest I've ever seen anything. There's like light could get absorbed into this.
Almost like a black hole or something.
Kind of. That's the only way I can describe it.
Or Vanta black is this BMW car.
The paint that they did that it basically absorbs light. It's very crazy stuff. So that's what that reminded me of. But, I estimated that this thing was probably about 300 feet. And when we end up getting into this clearing is basically when we were intercepted by this force.
That's an interesting term, fat body.
So Arrow put out a report that was completely false
means?
because I didn't say it was U.S. Special Operations. That never came out of my mouth. What I hypothesized is that they were at some point, because the tactics they used, they already had the drop on us by the time we even noticed them. So yeah, you got armchair generals out there who said, oh yeah, I wouldn't have done that, or I would have fired on him. It's like, yeah, good luck with that, buddy. Get pulled over by a cop and have a weapon and see how fast you can reach it while he's already got his drawn on you.
Yeah.
We'll see how well that works for you.
Yep.
FAFO.
You and your fellow Marines, you did not have rounds chambered.
No, we did
when
not.
When you were encountered in like a pincer formation.
We were in condition 3, so all we had was a magazine inserted, so all you have to do is hit the charging handle to chamber around. But if we're sitting there patrolling, because this is the funny thing, is there's a lot of optics that are played and stuff like this, right? So it's not like you're wanting to use this. Now, granted, Indonesia is the second largest terrorist capital in the world, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to encounter any kind of bad guys, which we really didn't encounter that. And for these operators who we encountered, who's to say that they're really bad?
Yep.
Because the difference is if we were to do an operation ourselves and we had people we had no idea that were armed coming up to us, I'm pretty sure we'd react in the same way, especially if there's something that's going on that we either need to protect people, protect assets, or something going on. We're not going to have the same kind of welcoming, like, go ahead and take a look, guys.
But before we speculate on what was going on there, just the core details, how long did you get a clean shot, like a look at that craft?
Several times, because while we're being held up at gunpoint, which these guys are at standoff distance, it's not like they're sitting there pointing a muzzle right at your face like this close, because, that's only Hollywood that does that. And these guys are smart enough, just like in the military, you're going to be at a standoff distance, so nobody can get the advantage of you, trying to disarm you, whatever it might be. So, but frequently dealing with these guys and dealing with that craft, it's just going back and forth.
So, like, how long is this process where you, have a clean look at the craft? Was it like, it's minutes? It's not?
It's minutes.
Okay, wow.
It's nothing like substantially long.
Yeah.
It's just enough because, like I said, these trucks were coming up, which were either Tundras or F-350s. More likely they're probably Tundras, but the only thing I could make out was that it was some sort of heavy-duty truck that was built on some sort of chassis that was big enough to pull these containers.
And how close are you to the craft while you're being apprehended?
Maybe 150, 300 meters, if that, because the way this clearing was pretty big, but this craft was enormous.
And because even in the rendition, there's like a platform below the craft?
Correct.
And do you have any first intuitions as to what that served as, the platform versus the craft itself?
Well, that platform came into that craft itself. Wow. It lifted off the ground. Now, when you're looking at it like this, I mean, of course, you can see that there's like a metal pole there to basically hold this up top, but there was no metal pole or nothing to support that, right? So this thing was either anti-gravitic itself and how it basically merged in together. Wow. So it's something like, it's very there's Air Force cargo planes that basically detach the fuselage so that way they can just roll the plane off, load up everything, load it, and then just take off. I can't even speak today. I'm hypothesizing that might be the same kind of concept, just something very quick. They just load up, get whatever they want, and get the hell out of there.
And so these guys apprehend you, and what sort of equipment do they have? Do they say anything interesting?
So they're obviously talking about they want to smoke us, or what should we do with these guys? They're making threats. We can get lost out here. We can, take you anywhere pretty much. We can kill you. Should we shoot these guys? It's going back and forth, and it was only just 2 of them talking with this. But you can tell by their dialects that they were American. You can tell by their facial expressions that they were serious people.
How many are they versus how many are you?
So there's 6 of us and there are 8 of them.
Okay.
And they, like I said, they were split off. So when they kind of approached us when we were going down in a tactical column, they were 4 and 4 on each side. So they basically almost have what they call a nosebleed. So they basically had sectors of fire like this on. So for them to fire upon us is not going to take as many rounds because they could just hit us instantaneously. So these guys knew what the hell they were doing. And that was interesting, you know, having thought about at least what these guys' backgrounds could be. Then Jake comes forward, which is interesting, especially his background and his people, you know, so very good guys, by the way. But these guys in particular, I mean, they were so fluid and so smooth. It's like they've done this several times. It's just protocol. They just know it so well. It was just very fluid.
Hey guys, I want to tell you about my new favorite piece of apparel. These are called the Perfect Jeans.
We don't want to hear about it.
They're
yeah, he definitely is. I don't know. I noticed that when the during Greer's press conference. Sorry, when we watched it, I thought that, you know, Greer's had lots of credible people on over the years. I mean, Steven himself is a fucking dingus, but he's had lots of good people come forward through him. Through his disclosure project. But when we watched his testimony, I remember he was sweating up there. I vividly remember that. We watched it live. And I remember thinking like shit, this guy, he seems no bullshit. He seems very to the point. He doesn't seem like he's telling us, it doesn't seem like he's telling a story. We don't know with complete conviction if that's the case or not, but he seems to the point. He doesn't seem like there's any bullshit, which was the crazy part about it, because during the testimony, he was talking about, you know, and I thought he used the word kids, if I recalled correctly, but there were like kids or children there, and what he thought could have been drugs. And like that obviously spun up in a lot of people's heads, like worst case scenario. It's like, oh my God, the fucking global elite are fucking running, you know, children and drugs. It's like the QAnon fucking rabbit hole shit. You're like, oh my fucking God. They're using UFOs to fucking traffic kids and adrenochrome and fuck knows what else, right? Like, that's where the internet went with it. Now, Jake kind of clarified a bit that supposedly that's not what was going on, but we'll let him get to that part and what he thinks about what Jake has said to him, I guess, behind the scenes maybe. But anyway, I thought the same thing, Hendrix. Yeah, that he seems like a pretty cool guy. Yeah, he's just kind of like, yeah, Dave's like big little brother.
They basically take our weapons from us and they're just taking the magazines out. They're checking to make sure there's nothing racked in there, which there wasn't. I think they may have said something about that too. And because there's no way, if they would have engaged us and we have to rise our weapon up and it's not chambered, well, yeah, you're going to have to rack around into the chamber and then flip it off safe and fire. While they already have their safe, you could hear them flip them off and then basically just, they could have got us.
You heard the safeties flip off?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. And did they have any other equipment?
They had something that was like a biometrics. It's like a BATS system, because that's something that we were kind of taught a little bit on how to track people. So biometrics tracking. And so when insurgents were having this used on them, it takes fingerprints, it takes pictures and all that kind of stuff. They had something very similar to that. And then they had like a...
Did they take photos or fingerprints?
They were trying to take, so they took our CAD cards out of our pockets, which we always have our CAD cards in our left breast pocket. And so when they took that out, they were trying to scan them, and I don't know if it didn't work or whatever, they were getting frustrated with it. And then this is when they took out another device that looked like a modern day smartphone, very thin. And then I've had people that were formerly of the CIA tell me that these are CAVCOM devices that they use, and that's basically what they were able to translate and get that information to whoever had it, because they knew who we were after that point, because they had our IDs, had our names, had our ranks, everything. So as that's going on, they're searching us down, which I had, before making that trek down the hill, I had a little Panasonic camera that I actually took pictures of this thing with from a top view, at least because there's some parts of it that were obscured because of vegetation. And I also had pictures of the helicopter, like one of them was, when we were on the ship, and, I had all these photos that I took, even out of town and all that. And they didn't find it in my dump pouch, which was good, because then the whole time I'm thinking, like, I got something that can fucking prove this. It's not just fucking hearsay, right? And so...
What'd you have that could prove it?
the pictures.
You had the pictures, and that was in your pouch.
And that was in my pouch.
Got it.
And they never searched that pouch.
Wow.
So I was a saw gunner by trade, so that's what we always had was, everybody has a pouch, but typically I just had like drum mag pouches instead of regular M16 or M4 magazine pouches, which I had a magazine pouch right here just in case we had to use magazines for the saw because it could take both, belt fed with magazines. So as they're going through us, they're basically searching us up and down, and then they're basically just threatening us again, just kind of roughing us up a little bit. And then that's when the trucks started coming because, I'm paying attention to these guys that are doing this stuff to us. And then all of a sudden I'm paying attention to these trucks that we start seeing pull up, and they have these trailers on the back that have this HVAC system on the top. So that was the suspicion I had that it was drugs because some of the heavy equipment industry that I do deal with, they have containers that do that for like vegetation or for like food or for equipment that needs to be chilled, whatever it might be. So I'm like, okay, I think it's drugs. So they drive these trucks onto this platform here, which is, you can see like when the trucks are going up, that the trucks are getting smaller, which was able to kind of gauge the size a little bit. And then they were loading it on. I didn't see how they actually took the trailers off.
They drove on the platform that like seemingly levitates up.
And it didn't make any noise. It didn't make any noise.
You said it makes like almost like a bass hum.
Like the whole thing itself did the whole time. And it's something that's so different that if somebody was to recreate it accurately, like Joey kind of did the same thing, which is very similar. Correct. And it was something like that because it wasn't a traditional propulsion system by any means. It's not like a rotor inside something.
And so you got photos of the craft?
Yes, I did. I took video and photo. When we were on top of that hill is when I took photos of this thing, and it was obscured by some vegetation. And that's what caught our eye because it was something that was very abstract from the rest of the environment. Is changing colors. It was like, is it a building? What the hell's going on?
Yeah.
And I wasn't the one who made the decision to go down there to go find out.
And when you were on top of the hill, you couldn't see the trucks or the operators.
Nothing.
Couldn't see people.
Because like I said, it's very dense jungle, very thick vegetation. There's some clearings, of course. There's some, what I could remember at least, which mainly was the vegetation. I can't tell you if there's mountains or hills or anything, which I remember there being hills, of course, when we were flying, it could kind of peek out. But other than that, I don't know exactly where we went or where we landed to or anything like that. And I know there's been people that have been trying, that have asked for help to see if they could find the LZs. And to no avail, they can't because there's no information on them.
And the F-350s or Tundras or whatever these trucks are, they're attached to, it's like containers with HVAC?
They have,
What do the containers look like?
So it's like a kind of like a shipping container a little bit, but a little bit more reinforced, if you want to call it that.
Okay.
And it had that, and that's what I hypothesized it was drugs. It was just like, and so it also had things that are like Pelican casings on the back of the actual truck beds themselves. So there could be weapons, there could be other things in those things because they're very airtight.
I don't think there is
they
any
seal up
edge.
From moisture.
I don't think there
pretty
actually
well,
is
so it
any.
keeps everything
I
dry.
don't think.
So yeah, it could have been weapons, it could have been anything.
Is there?
But we mainly would put weapons in those, so I'm assuming they did the same thing too.
Yep.
And so
I know we
when
just mentioned that, but
saw the last trucks go up was basically when this whole thing happened with the platform raising up, and then the craft lowered itself, and then it went over the tree line.
Yeah,
because it was right.
there wasn't
it was
any
like
actual
really on the ground,
footage
or not on the
retreat.
ground, but it was hovering on the ground, but it was low enough that it was actually lower than the tree.
yeah, he I'm pretty Hendricks is correct where I remember that now. Where no, the camera was taken. Yeah. No, so he did take them, unless I'm mixing them. No, this is you are correct. He went to see an officer, and when he returned, his camera was gone.
Tops. So this thing rose up past the treetops, and then it shot off to the left. But prior to doing that, because it's rotating, and it was rotating in a clockwise motion, so you can start seeing these lights appear on the very corners of this thing, which were red, yellow, green, and blue are the only things I remember seeing. Whoa. And then this thing just shot off, and it was just like a black blur.
So extremely fast.
Extremely fast enough that obviously it for some reason did not disturb the vegetation around it. There was coconuts in these trees that could have easily fallen off with
I didn't see a statement,
or exhaust wash from low-flying aircraft. That didn't happen. And obviously it didn't make a sonic boom either because of how fast this thing flew off.
Wow.
But it was just like a black blur.
That's incredible. I mean, any estimates on speed, or is that just really hard to say?
Several thousand miles an hour. I've never seen anything fast like that. I wanted to be a fighter pilot too, so I know what aircraft and how they move, and I can tell you all the armament that can go on these things, and this was never something that I ever would think I would ever experience
Did it shoot off inland or towards the ocean?
Towards the ocean.
And any sort of ruffling of
Wonder
the
who was flying
treetops,
it.
or
Nothing.
like, so like it almost like felt like
thanks,
it was.
Hendrix. Okay.
It was
We'll pull
almost
it up
like
here in
in
a
its
bit.
own
Thank
set,
you.
like its own environment. Nothing that could react to what our environment was.
And so this is important, I think, to tell the audience, like, ETs are never mentioned in the context of the core details of this story have nothing to do with extraterrestrials. No. And did you have a first instinct on whether this was man-made or not of this earth, or?
Two things. Well, prior to that, I didn't believe in the subject, and I ridiculed the hell out of people for it. It was like, you guys are fucking crazy. Like, they make movies, great, you know, of course the movies they come out are all fucking terrifying and shit. So it's like, you can imagine a xenomorph, if that exists, and what it would do here.
Yeah.
You know, like, or The Thing from John Carpenter's. I mean, it's something like that. I mean, fuck that shit. But, you know.
Did you ever encounter it in military context before this, where like,
No.
yeah, okay. So like
Not
literally
really.
zero context. for
Zero
any sort of-
context, and it was one of those things. So I didn't believe in it. I never saw anything like that.
Did you ever suspect we had aviation technology that
I mean,
was
I've
that
heard
advanced?
about it, like the Aurora, for example,
Yeah,
which was
yeah,
something
sure.
that was hypothesized, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
But it's just like spy planes like that, but nothing anti-gravitic or anything.
Yep.
And then, you know, so that day confirmed that we had this technology because it was man-made. You could clearly tell it was man-made. It wasn't like ET. And then some of the stuff I've seen, you know, recently with ET craft photos, or, you know, even doing CE5 with Greer and a couple of other people, and you can kind of see that it was nothing you could really describe. It was just like an orb, or it was just like something like a very bright light, but it was very.
He did C5 Greer. It was a flare brother at a distance. No, who knows? I mean, the CE5 stuff's genuinely, there's nothing to do with Steven. But yeah, it was obviously man-made, like with the rivets on it. I don't know if he didn't describe that yet. How was it obviously man-made? Well, the propulsion system clearly isn't. So,
very pure. It wasn't like a drone where you could see like, you know, blinking lights or nothing, but it was just a very pure light.
That's extremely important for the audience as well, where like whatever the ET stuff, and we don't even know if that's extraterrestrial, but it doesn't seem to be like prosaic nuts and bolts like we're building.
No,
it.
it's not.
That stuff, I don't know, it looks at most like a plasma orb if you had to like, you know, compare it to something that is man-made. And it's often extremely ephemeral, weakly entangled with that. Maybe there is some sort of sensor pickup.
Right.
But things like this, where you see a thing sort of hovering there, fly off, people interacting with it, I mean, that seems mostly of the man-made variety.
Why would ET be trying to help out these guys out of anybody? You know, that's kind of the thing that I you know repeatedly say, because it's like, no, 100% was man-made.
Right.
Based off of that, I can confidently tell you, and I know for a fact that recently, you know, throughout the last almost 2 years.
Well, logically, there's some problems there. I mean, we don't know that. I mean, why would ET want to help these guys? Well, there's a couple of scenarios we can think about here. So think about this critically. I mean, that could have been something they recovered and they're just using. ET could want some of that fucking powder, you know? Some of that, well, in that part of the world, that black tar heroin maybe, right? ET might want to experiment a little bit, you know, play around with all the dark things that are on planet Earth. But yeah, more than likely not. It could be a craft they recovered and they're using. It could be something that they've made and they've just retrofitted the propulsion system. But I mean, listen, I'm not a fucking physicist, but like all of that seems pretty out there to me. Just judging by the level of advancement we're dealing with here in regards to propulsion. I mean, that we would be able to fucking do any of that. I'd be very suspicious. Who knows? Yeah, probably a typical fabricated look, but as we know, the aliens could design shit to make it look man-made too. So, to look man-made, he can't definitely say it's man-made. That's exactly it. Yeah, but we got the A's hooked on coke or heroin, and now we got to get them where we want them. Maybe that's it. Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, they're druggies. They have to help to get their fix. They're just adrenaline junkies. They'll do anything for a good time. I don't know. Yeah,
I know for a fact we have, you know, reverse engineered technologies. And that's where the big secret is because they don't want people to know that, because then they have to explain to the whole world and why we're still on fossil fuels, why are we still having to depend on oil and gas for our vehicles, or even medical technology being as it could be further advanced, which I've been exposed
He's
to.
been talking to Steve
And
too much.
everybody gets confused to think that Jake's team has access to this technology. It's like, no, this was somebody else that was in the programs that was on a geneticist level that was dealing with this kind of stuff that has this technology. And
I'm even hearing this because I've heard you on a couple
was
of
on a
podcasts
geneticist
and
level.
Sean
What?
Ryan's. And I think maybe the most overlooked detail is the mission itself. It feels weird.
It does.
It's like, okay, Obama's family is mentioned. You don't have comms.
Yep.
Do you ever think you were sort of set up, or there was something around the mission itself that was a little funky?
It could be entirely possible. I don't know. I wasn't planning this mission or planning anything like that. I don't know. It's very odd and it's very weird. It's not typical. But again, this is the first experience of going on a first mission by since I was freshly in at that time. So that was the first mission I ever did. So it's like, okay, it's kind of like just put together really quick,
Yep.
That's what it felt like.
Because I think this is important to touch on too. This wasn't with your normal fire team.
No, it was not.
Your squad leader, your fire team leader has spoken out against you before it got on public, but this wasn't with your team.
No, it was not.
And this wasn't a special mission.
No, there's no secret mission with this. This is basically almost like a working party. And it was good because we just wanted to get off the ship.
Yep.
And that's all it resulted. So yeah, if we do LZ security or loading up boxes, well, yeah, it's better than being cramped up on a ship.
Do you ever think, because later Jake Barber back-channeled with you, and I think he dealt with the transport of high-value targets.
He did.
And so do you ever think that maybe this actually had something to do with Obama's Indonesian long-lost family, and they were actually being transported on these containers?
I don't think so, because now that everybody understands the mission, and at least with what we encountered, now I can kind of go into talk about how I met Jake.
Yeah.
Okay.
But real quick, before we get into that, what happened to the photos?
Okay, so good question. So what happened was we ended up going back to Subic Bay after that whole, the mission. We ended up getting a ship, going back to the Philippines, basically regrouping for the rest of the fleet. We pull into Subic Bay, so we have I think 4 or 5 days of liberty there. So I had my camera, which these guys also had their phones, which I don't think they took them with them. They may have, I don't remember. But I had my locker secured when we were going out into town, and we were supposed to report back, at nighttime, right before, I think 10 o'clock is when we had to be, or 11 o'clock. I can't remember. But ended up going back that night, the first night we were out, and then I go into my locker, and so of course the camera's not in there, and I look at my rack, and then there it is, because I had the top rack. And there it is, and the battery's missing, and the memory card's missing. So I had another battery in my locker, so I went and got that, popped it in, tried to turn it on, and it wouldn't work. So I threw it away. The other guys that were with me were missing their phones and some other stuff that they had. And that's to remember what I can remember, at least with one of the guys was there. But that was very weird, because who else would have access to that? And the lock was not broken.
So if we think about that for a second, what could that imply? Right? Does that imply that that craft being there was potentially a part of some other operation, and the higher-ups knew this and didn't want these guys to have any evidence of it? Right? That, or the higher-ups were just interested in the incident and wanted the information and didn't want them to have access to it. They're bringing back Big Mike in a box. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. Dude, nobody's leaving their phones behind. Yeah. Well, I think he's saying they stole them, man. Or they took them out of their locker, is what he's saying. So they came back and their phones were gone. Or you mean they wouldn't leave their phones behind? Yeah. Or he's lying. That's another possibility too, Edge. Yeah. The other possibility is it's a fabrication. Yeah.
So I don't know how they jimmied open that locker with that lock on it, unless they popped it somehow and took that camera out, because that camera was secured. And then I get back and there it is. Just completely, disheveled, and you can't turn it on. It doesn't work anymore. So there goes the evidence of that. So somebody knew what was going on. And then obviously this Air Force Lieutenant Colonel, if that's really who it was, but if somebody is, they had an Air Force dress blue uniform with ribbons, a shitload of them. They had jump wings. They didn't have no pilot badge or nothing like that. And then they had Lieutenant Colonel insignia, which is a silver oak leaf. And he was at the CP and basically threatened me.
What's CP for the audience?
Control point,
Okay.
or command post, sorry, not control point. So it's a command post. And this was back when we were in Camp Hansen.
Mm-hmm.
And so there was nobody there.
So this is back stateside? In the
No. This was in Japan.
Oh,
Or
Japan,
Okinawa, which is
okay.
Japan, but
Okay.
still. So when that happened, so it happened to all of us, but it wasn't at the same time. And that's basically when he had made us sign an NDA saying you weren't going to talk about this. The only things I remember on it were TSSCI and Indonesia were the only things. I remember putting my social security number on there. I remember putting my first and last name or middle name too. And then he told me flat out that if you talk about this, you can go to prison or you can be executed over it.
Be executed? Holy fuck.
Fellow alchemists, it's a new year, and that means it's time to get organized
Jesse, not
and
more
take
ad slot,
control of
brother.
our financial wellness.
Come on now.
For me, Rocket Money
unless you were working a program. So I don't know whether this was just a scare tactic to basically just say, hey guys, we haven't forgot about you.
Also, for the audience's sake, I do think it's important to say you haven't made any money off of coming out with this story. And in fact, I know this about you, and I know you know this, Gerb, too. You have a pretty successful business out here in Colorado.
Multiple companies.
Yeah, multiple companies. And so, if anything, you're sort of losing money.
I mean, I don't know. I've had the, I have Rolexes. That's one thing I collect. That's another business that I do with, obtaining watches and trading them up or selling them. It's a good side hustle if you can find the right buyers, of course. But, it's one of those things that I have to grind to make money. And the best way to do it is with my companies. I'm not getting paid to be here today. I don't get paid for interviews. I don't get paid to go have meetings at Cap Hill or anything like that. I sure as hell don't get paid to go attend Greer's events to either, speak at some of them because something may be valuable. And that's kind of the thing.
Steven gets paid.
I wish I was making more money because
Yeah.
who the hell wouldn't want to make more money? But this isn't a path to do it. So the thing that I tell people is just like, you'll know people by their deeds.
Yeah.
You know people based off their actions and what they do. And what I'm trying to do is
How many
basically
bicycle
solve this
seats they
problem
break.
we've got.
I remember hearing your story
yeah,
around that National Press Club event. And my first reaction is this is the weirdest of all of the testimonies. And so I didn't know what to make of it. And then my second meta reaction is maybe it's the most likely to be legit because it is so not like a script you would write. It's so weird.
It is.
And there's so many loose ends where of course you're signing up to get accused of all sorts of bullshit.
To me, after sifting through literal piles of horse shit over the years, he doesn't give me the vibe that he's completely full of shit. Now, if we can find inconsistencies in the story, that's important because there's always a possibility that that he's not telling the truth, that this is some kind of a fabrication. There's other reasons people do this other than money, right? I mean, there's notoriety. There's other complexes that they may have they want to satisfy. Look at Alex Collier. I don't think Alex Collier ever really probably made any fucking money off of his UFO stints. Maybe hundreds of dollars, maybe. But he did it to satisfy his ego at the end of the day, that he was this contactee who got this message, and you could just tell he was loving every moment he was up there lecturing people and giving them knowledge and just soaking it in. And I don't get the vibe off this guy necessarily that he's soaking up the attention. When he did Greer's press conference, he was sweating like crazy. He was very nervous. So, that on top, coupled with that maybe he's independently wealthy, he doesn't need the money. I don't know. At the end of the day, we won't know with conviction one way or the other, though. Yeah, I'm not well-versed UFO guy. I never heard of this guy, but I'm a Marine, and he has holes on that end. Yeah. Well, yeah, thank you, man. And that's a good point about leaving the phones at base. If that doesn't make sense to you, yeah. I smell bullshit from this guy's body language. Really? Do you? I don't know. I mean, we need to get the body language expert on here. Fucking see what they see. I mean, I could tell. I was watching his eyes dart around. That's one. I know that's a tell that when you're looking somebody else in the eyes and you're recounting a story, if your eyes are darting around, you're looking at the floor, you're looking up, or you're looking around there might be something off. But he was looking him right in the eyes and he was telling him those interesting bits. I was noticing that. But, a well-rehearsed story, whether it's real or not, you're going to be able to, you probably will be able to get through that. But anyway, yeah, we'll continue to see what he says. I mean, my interest in the story is in the connection to Jake Barber, because Jake Barber is a much more interesting person to me, because Jake does definitely have connections to some kind of what's the word I'm looking for here? He's a special operator, and he was involved with the aerospace companies and whatnot, and his claims obviously that he was a part of a recovery team as well. He has kind of more of a background, and there's more corroboration with his background and some of his claims as well. Well, the whole psionic element that they're implementing is extremely interesting, which isn't surprising, again, for anybody that's dug through the remote viewing documents, and that they would be employing stuff like this. So, yeah, he touched his face and looked around 2 minutes ago talking about the phone. Is that a tell? We'll have to look closely. If he starts rubbing his nipples, well, I'll start to get really nervous.
Of us who are going through this get accused of it. It's nothing new. I don't pay attention to it. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah.
Doesn't do anything. They're not paying my bills. I mean, this is the problem with people these days, is they put too much validation into people who realistically, hate to say it this way, but don't matter. Why am I going to care what a cab driver or a bouncer or some random person walking on the street that I have no idea exists until just seeing them? Why am I going to put more emphasis on what they care about? Or because somebody says something on Twitter who is hiding behind a ghost account, or like, I'm not going to put effort into that.
Yeah.
I put effort into what I'm doing as best as I can, which business is my first thing. That's my livelihood. That's how I make money. And I've lost contracts. I've lost business because I've came forward. So if anything, it has hurt me.
Yeah. So you come back to the U.S. and this is what, 2009, 2010?
2009, rough. Or yeah, so probably 2009, and then getting back probably 2010, early.
How long do you stay silent on the topic, and what convinces you to go public?
So at the time, like I talked about meeting Greer in 2018, I kind of hinted around that. My ex I was with at the time.
Ever heard about Dan Duval, Mango? Listen to his interview, Hackers of the Spirit Realm, Government Projects, Hybrids, and Clones. I have not, Mango. No, that sounds interesting. What's his story?
I told her a little bit of the reason why I was wanting to approach Greer. And then so she kind of heard a little bit of it, but then when I came forward fully through Greer's press club event, but also he had a 2-day event before that too. This is where Jake was basically, where I'd met Jake, but I didn't know it was him, if that makes sense. He introduced himself, but I had no idea it was this gentleman. And so he's,
So that was the first time you had ever come out, was this National Press Club event with Greer. And you can add color to this as well, because I know you know a lot about Stephen Greer. He had held a similar National Press Club event like 2 decades earlier or something.
Yeah, this was in 2001, and he hosted a panel of whistleblowers, and it's an excellent video. I'll draw attention to Mark McCandlish and the alien reproduction vehicle Fluxliner we talked about. It featured individuals such as, I think, Donna Hare from NASA, who talked about NASA scrubbing UAP photos.
She was contracted. She was contracted to work at NASA. She wasn't from NASA, but still.
Had an accompanying 2001 disclosure briefing document, which is an excellent piece and features so much whistleblower testimony.
One of the guys who testified, I don't think it was Buddy, but he was a legitimate dude. He was involved in the aerospace industry. He died. Someone hit him while he was on his bicycle with their car and killed him. Just an accident, I guess. Same with John Mack, the Harvard psychiatrist that brought attention to the abduction phenomena, which is possibly one of the reasons why the government doesn't want to fucking tell people about this. He also got hit by a drunk driver. I mean, shit does happen, but like, and I know the guy went to court, and listen, I mean, I don't know. There's something about that always just rubbed me the wrong fucking way. So we've been told, so that's what it looks like. Yeah, who knows? It's more Christian perspective of it all. But they talked about cloning, remote viewing, and mind transfer, all topics that really seem exciting to me. Interesting. Christian perspective. Okay, interesting, Mango. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, remote viewing is talked about here a lot. Yeah. And my interests in it were pertaining to philosophy, philosophical argument too, around the nature of consciousness. And this is another anecdote of weird things happening. Now, it's not completely, it's not a science per se, but there's definitely something going on with it. We just don't understand it. Yeah. Trizzy, what's up? I'm drinking Corona Zero, and I feel sad there isn't any alcohol in it, but it's whatever the taste is the same. Sorry, off topic. Oh, Have you had them before? Because I mentioned it the other day. They're not bad though, are they? You put like a lime or a lemon in there and it's pretty good, right? Yeah, it's not the same without the buzz though. Oh, there we go.
So this was kind of the first time he did a symposium like that since 2001.
And just also broadly, Stephen Greer was the guy over the last 3 decades. If you were going to come out and say anything on this topic, he was kind of the only game in town in many ways. And there are other researchers that you like to talk about, Bill Hamilton and others prior to Greer, who've set a lot of the foundation for what he talks about.
Yeah.
But he was kind of the guy for somebody like Michael and his, with his experience to come to.
Not only that,
Stan
but there
Friedman.
was a long period of time, which may continue today, where researchers give Greer witnesses. And so researchers say, these are witnesses, this is their name, number, and background. And one example is Bill Hamilton giving primary witness Brad S. to Greer back in '97.
Right. So he's doing a more modern version of this National Press Club event. You're speaking at this event. Jake Barber, who's recently come out, again, this Air Force vet who claimed firsthand retrieval, is there, but he's there trying to infiltrate Greer on behalf of legacy UFO programs. And so what happens?
Well, so it's interesting. So I wake up to this message from Greer one morning.
Oh.
And he sent it to me like 2 o'clock in the morning because he stays up pretty late. He tries to be in, he lives in obviously the East Coast, and then he's like lives off of West Coast time, which is odd, but it's his schedule. So I go to bed pretty early when I don't have anything pressing because I like to get my rest. And then the next day, my days are usually crazy as it is. But, so I wake up this message and it's literally, hey, this gentleman, I'm not going to say the alias that he was using because I don't want that to be out because then all of a sudden could create problems. If Jake wants to speak about that, then Jake can speak about it on his own accord, but I don't want to put anything in front of him that he doesn't need to be concerned with. So he says, this gentleman knows what you saw, but here's his contact information. Get a hold of him when you can. So I'm like, oh shit. So I sit on that for like a day and a half. I'm just thinking like, what should I do? Should I just blow it off or? So I get in touch with him. So I call him, no voicemail can be sent or anything like that. Send him a text message. So all of a sudden he kind of goes off of a little bit in detail. He wanted me to come out west to meet with him face to face and he can explain what it is that I saw, what he knows about it. I said they'll take my security into consideration. So, because I got picked up in a armored vehicle, which was pretty badass.
And this was after you had met him at the National Press Club.
Correct.
After you had.
I was introduced to him, but I wasn't introducced to him as the guy who knew what I was spirit.
So you had met him, but you didn't connect the dots that was this guy.
He didn't.
Who Greer was talking about, who knew a little bit more about what you had experienced.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
So, and the thing.
Do you remember that interaction though at the National Press Club?
Like I told him a little bit what I do business-wise, all that. So he's kind of asking me questions, but he looked like, because everybody's seen what he looks like when he wears glasses and he's wearing like this suit jacket and the kind of stuff like that. He kind of looked like a geek a little bit, you know what I mean? So it's like, okay, this guy's just probably something that I'm with this, but here's a former Tier 1 operator that's, a badass guy that, I wouldn't double cross that guy. He's just, him and his team are very good people, very good guys. So, so he talks about the security aspect of it, which they'll pick me up in an armored vehicle, which was pretty cool. And so we were trying to negotiate when I can fly out. So we get a time scheduled. So I end up booking the flights and telling them this is when I'll arrive, and basically asking him where should I fly in and where do I fly back. So he had told me basically how to set all that up, and then he had transportation waiting for me, so he gave me this gentleman's number, and so they picked me up, and we drive from the airport to another location, and we go to this pretty cool place, and where Jake was at, like an office.
Okay.
And
where are you?
I'm just going to say it's in California.
Okay.
Okay. But that's all I'm going to say, right?
Sure,
I'm not going to give specifics to where this location was, which is hard to do because, there's people who research this, and by all means research it, figure it out. You're going to find some interesting stuff. Mm-hmm. So we go to this particular place in California, and he introduces himself again. Mm-hmm. As this alias, right? Mm-hmm. And so he ends up sending a driver to go get us lunch, which was cool. And so he ended up knowing what I wanted, which was weird, but that's on a separate tangent.
He knew what you wanted food-wise.
This gentleman did, because I told him I wanted some Subway because I haven't had that in a while.
But he knew the exact order that was your favorite order or something?
Oops.
Okay.
It was very...
All meat sub. All meat sub with meatballs. And a bicycle seat. I mean... all right, this is it. He's clearly kind of a showman, huh? Like the people, the Jake Barber meme, right? Like the video the Skywatchers did recently, he had the helicopter coming in, and interesting. Okay, so he's kind of like Big Daddy though. Like he's got some serious money, but the sounds of things, like he's got a driver to go and grab him stuff, or it could have just been one of his employees, maybe just on.
So they had like a little dossier on you or something.
I don't know if that's what the case was, or this guy was.
Well, it would make sense in the context of Jake even saying that his initial role was to red team or infiltrate.
I mean, he
Bruce
ran,
Camp
yeah. And I mean, it's speculation, of course. He told me personally that what his role was after the fact of getting to know him and you know, getting information from him for almost the past couple of years. But this guy that was with him was a very good person, very good guy.
Cool.
And I mean, everybody that I known through Jake was a great person, you know.
Theory.
So we end up going into this
Fish, thanks for the
office
sub,
building. Or
appreciate
not
it,
really an
appreciate
office building, but just like an office, like a conference room. So we sit down. He tells me, "Okay, go ahead and take out your phone and put it on airplane mode and set it off on the side." So I do that, and then actually prior to that, he pulls out this wand thing. It's like this box with this loop, and he says, so he went over it himself and was like, "Go ahead and, you know, take it and do it to yourself." And that's when we heard the beeper go off on that wand because it went over the phone and it reacted. So he's like, "Oh yeah, go ahead and put it on airplane mode and do that." So he's making sure I wasn't chipped or had any kind of, you know, listening devices or something, you know, like a wire, for example. So then we sit at this conference room table, and, you know, he's explaining to me what it was. He explained the containers, he explained the program, P3, which is, P3 is not the real program designation, it's just what they call it.
Okay.
Which was psionic potential predisposition.
Okay. And so, yeah,
Which, I mean, it sounds very far out there.
Yeah.
But being in these shoes for the last almost 2 years and understanding that consciousness is really the key to this whole thing. If you want to understand how these UFOs operate, you need to understand consciousness better.
And so
you're off the bandwagon.
What was in these
You've
containers?
lost
Because he
faith.
thought initially it might have been drugs.
I thought it was drugs, and he has said I was completely wrong about that.
And what is he telling you?
He's saying it is basically these people who are psionic assets who have been screened from third world countries, that they use them because there's different groups that are recruited out of the United States to participate in different parts of the world.
And explain what a...
Yeah, but didn't Mike say they were in fucking cages though? Like, isn't that kind of faux pas? I thought Mike said that they were in cages, but I think they get to that and explain that these are psychic cages. I'm like, interesting, yeah. You checked out months ago. I think all these dudes saw Fame and Money and are just milking the podcast rounds. Well, apparently he hasn't made any money off it. Apparently he hasn't made any money. So he says. I mean, you know, are we going to need his tax return to believe him? Like, yeah. Every person does? I don't know. How do we know that? How much money is there to be made? He hasn't released a book or anything. Like, every person says that. Well, Lou's been pretty forward about it. That Lou's made some money.
Psionic
Lou's living the high
These
life.
are people that they have a psychic ability to an extent, to my understanding. And they use these people to basically hook up to this advanced technology, whether it's NHI technology, ET craft, if you will, and basically either summon them or call them in, invite them in. And then the dark part about this whole thing, because everybody started getting wrapped up in the human trafficking. That got slapped onto it. Now, understanding how the dynamic is now, where these people volunteer for this kind of work, because one, if you guys had the opportunity to participate in something that was mind-blowing with this technology, would you guys accept it?
I'd want to know more.
You would.
I wouldn't be put in the goddamn cage. I can tell you that much.
You'd be cautious, but if it was in a sense where you're participating, because everybody's like, oh, well, they're, these people are dying and all that. Well, why aren't you complaining about people going to the military? Because you're taking risks going in the military too, where you could die. Or you want to drive a race car for a living. You happen to crash, well, that kills you. Or you play professional sports, you could always get screwed up. When I did competitive bodybuilding, people talk about the risk of being on performance-enhancing drugs.
Well, let's even just super
he was all
basically
juiced
for the
up,
audience.
too.
So these psionic assets are, what are they doing?
All trend out of his
vis-a-vis
goddamn
UFOs?
mind.
They are basically getting into a cognitive or a state of consciousness to attract these craft to appear at these certain ranges in this organization, not Jake's team. So everybody needs to understand that Jake's team is completely different from what this organization does. And this organization will then sometimes target them with these EMP weapon systems. They're scalar, and they knock them out of the sky.
So you're sort of baiting the UFOs to come
Correct.
in, and then you're knocking them out of
That's where Jake's team would come into need, is because his team would get contracted to go pick up these vehicles and then transfer them to a facility.
Okay, so you speak at the MPC, you're then contacted by Jake, and you're then taken to a location. Now, what about the other 5 Marines that experienced the 8-gun, possibly reverse-engineered craft with you? What have they said? Because I don't know, but I want to
Only
pick that up.
2 of them have reached out after the fact. The other 3 have not. And I don't think they're going to, and I frankly don't think they ever want any part of this. Now I can attest to this. What have you personally seen? Because I've shared some communication with 2 of them. What did you see them do?
Yeah, both from communications like between you and them that you've showed me, as well as Joey trying to speak to these 2 specific Marines. They always, every single time, say, leave me out of it. I don't want to talk about it, but never once have they denied it.
You've offered to actually show us some of these texts while obviously removing any personally identifying information with your communications with one of these.
You saw the unredacted before, right?
Yeah.
To make sure you did too. So you know the names, you guys have seen them.
Yes, we've seen the names, and yes,
Fellow alchemists, Lucy breakers are changing the game for nicotine users.
Jesse, brother, I love your show. We enjoy the content here. I enjoy milking the content out of it, but like the ads, brother. Holy fuck, just a second. Where the fuck? There we go. Here we go.
Okay, so this is, which side is you, Michael? And
Okay,
which
so
side is
I'm the light pink text, and this guy is the purple text, right?
Okay.
Hold on. I'm going to read the whole thing. They're talking about groceries or some shit. They're talking about fucking... Hold on.
Okay, so this is, which side is you, Michael? And
Okay,
which
so
Don't buy these in.
I'm the light pink text.
Another dime with him, and I'll tell everyone I know about it. Sounds good, bud. You get a refund yet? Yes, says pending in my account right now. I'll send it to you Friday. Perfect. So what happened? Another dime with him, and I'll tell everyone it sounds good. You get a refund yet? Perfect. Hey man, this is asking too much of me, and it's not worth the risk. My family military career far exceeds anything you're asking of me. It's not worth my life or jeopardizing my family. I know we go back, but this is asking too much. You need to get out of whatever you're in, and don't get me involved.
Text, and this guy is the
purple
text, right?
Okay, so he says, sounds good, bud. Says, hey man, this is asking too much of me, and it's not worth the risk. And this is presumably after a phone call you guys
I
had?
gave him a phone call from when I was instructed by some people in the Senate Intel. Try to get a hold of him to see if he wants to actually talk to us.
Okay, so you just spoke. You asked him to come out. He said, hey, this is asking too much of me, and it's not worth the risk. My family and military career far exceed anything you are asking of me. It's not worth my life or jeopardizing my family. You need to get out of whatever you are in, and don't get me involved, presumably.
Yeah, I can't view it because it's a screenshot.
Okay.
But he basically, after that, says, don't ever ask me to do this shit ever again. That's what he said, the last part.
Yeah.
All right. This was another guy that reached out to me through LinkedIn after he saw my Sean Ryan appearance.
And again, Gerb and I both have seen the names.
But squad mate, right?
Yep.
So what the fuck else does that mean?
Yeah.
Saw your interview. My email is blank, right? So I sent him a message to check your email. Sends this over. So what's up, buddy? How you doing? He says, I'm doing good, brother. Saw that you're getting the word out. Mad respect. said, means a lot hearing from you, brother, especially since we were close. And then he says, yeah, brother, keep the faith. There is nothing, no borders lines that they won't cross. He says, well, I have a spot for you in my team. So basically, if he wanted to get involved with us trying to do this. And but that's pretty much it. And you guys saw it when it wasn't redacted. You guys saw the names. You guys saw that nothing was.
Yep. And you said, well, I have a spot for you.
Brother, you're fine. Brother, you're fine. Brother. I mean, like, man, I don't fuck. To him, this probably means something, but to people watching, like, people who are skeptical of it, it's not going to really fucking change their opinion at all. It's like, well, who the fuck is this? It's all blank. It's all blanked out. Who is this? This could be your fucking mom for all we know. Like, could be your mom made an account on LinkedIn, and it's. Yeah, this isn't really
on
useful.
my team. If I go after trafficking ops, so that's the human trafficking.
Yep, if that is the case, because there's some people who reached out to me, they're combating real human trafficking in Africa, South America.
Yeah.
He's obviously trained, so if he wanted to participate in doing that kind of stuff, I got people reaching out to me, hey, you want a part of a task force?
And he says at the end, sounds good, brother. Keep posted. Be easy to stay safe.
Yep.
Wow.
He might actually.
But yeah, it says, brother, keep the faith. There are no borders nor lines that they won't cross. Yeah.
Yep. And then he's going to say, so you're getting the word out.
Yeah, the word.
What
is he talking about if he's not implying that he knows exactly what you're talking about?
That's exactly it.
The original Daily Mail article on you posted just a screenshot of one of the Marines. I know who it is. I'm like, leave me out of this. I have a family. I'm still in the military. Something like that. Like, I don't want to speak about this.
Yep.
But you've showed many further.
Well, I have showed, yes, and I've reported, though, or not reported, but I have provided.
It is. Just released a couple hours ago.
Why would he be afraid to help? What's the repercussions if he helps? Obviously, with what we experienced. Why would the other guy be appreciative of me bringing this out, getting the word out, as he says?
So what happened to the other three? Are they just completely off radar?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm sure they're aware. I mean, most people are, But I mean, it's up to them whether or not they choose not to. I completely understand. I'm the one that jumped the gun on this. So far, they have not contributed in a sense, at least that it was able to give me the messages that they sent me that I can provide to say, what the fuck would they be talking about? If this wasn't real, they would be saying, no, what are you talking about, dude? But the fact they're not denying it, the fact that they're against it, such as they don't want to talk about it because of the ramifications, the first clue. Second clue, why would they be acknowledging and getting the word out?
Yep. The only person saying this never happened was your fire team leader who was.
But I got two other Marines who say otherwise.
Right. The fire team leader was not on the mission.
He was not on the mission. I don't know what he was doing.
It's just wild. You're in a. Sorry, go for it. Yeah, I didn't want to cut you off.
But no, it's just, to him, they can think and believe whatever they want.
Yeah.
I don't care. It doesn't ruin my mood. It doesn't do anything different. It certainly doesn't derail my mission of what I'm trying to achieve, at least with the transparency with this, to get this problem reeled in once and for all.
It begs all these questions of like, if we're engaging in black ops in the jungle in Indonesia, and you guys just kind of happened upon this thing, how many other remote locations where, you just never expect any passerby to kind of encounter this stuff is this going on?
Right. Well, I mean, like I've been told, Jake's even aware too that there's several different sites all over the world that deal with this. And Southeast Asia being one of them, third world countries, Mexico being one of them.
And so, because in your Sean Ryan episode, Sean uses the term human trafficking.
Interesting, Will.
And so there's this big debate because I interviewed Jake, and it's just like this question of there was, I believe, a tsunami warning at the time, right?
It wasn't a tsunami warning. So the thing is that everything already happened.
So this was post-tsunami.
This was post-earthquake and tsunami.
2009.
So then, were you guys, because I get the Sean Ryan thing, it was like, there was like, you were almost taking advantage, or the quote-unquote tier 1 operators, whoever they were taking advantage of the fact that this was a disaster zone.
Correct. That was a theory. That was a theory.
Yeah.
Or it could have been that their operation was compromised somehow and they needed to get away, or whatever it might be. I mean, it's just.
Do you have a bias in either direction? Do you think they were sort of rounding people up?
I'm just neutral about it because of being in this situation and now understanding, at least to my knowledge, of what takes place now.
Yep.
I had a negative, outlook on it at first.
Yeah.
Because I didn't understand it. The more I talked to Jake about it, the more he was able to put it into reference on why it made sense.
Yeah.
Now, is it something that is agreed upon? No, because they're using children, and that's bothersome. I don't know anybody who would feel good about that, because I don't have kids, but if I had kids, they were getting plucked into these programs and being subjected to this kind of stuff, I would have a problem with that, and I think anybody in their right state of mind would have a problem with that too.
I agree.
So there's some trade-offs with this, but what people have to understand, and they vilify these legacy programs like nobody's business, like they're all bad guys. It's not the case. It's the best and brightest this country has to offer that get pulled into these programs to basically make our country better to an extent. Now, there are some breakaway parts and factions of this that take their own routes, i.e. Jake with his initiative with what he wants to do, which essentially make everybody understand that the legacy programs are not all that bad, but also have another outlet for people to pay attention to as far as making contact with other civilizations and inviting them in and basically assessing the data that they collect, which is public to an extent because this is what they're talking about doing.
If you were baiting a thing that seems like it's coming from another world or planet or interdimensionally or whatever this is, and then zapping it out of the sky, if you know it's bad, that's fine. If you don't, shouldn't we have some caution around doing that?
There should be some sort of system, diplomatic or whatever you would say. But this is the thing is, if you're in the military or you're in some sort of capacity where you're taking orders, you're not really in a position to think necessarily. You're just going to do what's instructed for you to do. And I feel the same way is probably perpetrated in people in these programs to an extent to think the same way. This is a reason why they cross-deck into these agencies, because they still have the same structure. They still have the same type of orders that are given or things like that. Yes, you're more free thinking, but at the same time, you're also doing sort of the same work, but just in a different capacity. So if you're taking orders to say, hey, this, if whatever comes into range, take them out, I don't think anybody's going to argue with that because the amount of pay that comes with this, and it says your only opportunity. And these guys get paid pretty good.
Yeah, well, this isn't necessarily blaming the operators who are involved.
No, and that's the thing is that they're told one thing, because the management level of these know what's going on to an extent, and this is where it comes into either they're doing this for their own personal benefit or their gain for the whatever group they control, i.e. through money, coercion of certain things. But again, this is speculation, but at the same time, the facts are is that we are shooting them down. Yes, they are facts, and regardless if everybody out there says, I've never seen this happen, well, yeah, you're not going to. You're not a part of these programs. You're not a part of anything that's going to get you into this, because the people that are involved with this, they don't like to talk about it. They like to do the work, and they do what's required of them. They get paid a lot of money to do it, and some of the work, and a lot of the work that they do is probably very fun. They probably get to do things that are not normal, that nobody in this room gets to say that they get to do, right?
What, do you think, because you hear rumors of the psionic assets having sundowner syndrome or health effects or whatever, and I think this goes back to ancient esoteric practices, and
correct.
It's sort of this thing where if you're not of an extremely pure, internally coherent state, then you get a reflection of the pain that's inside of you.
You're going to manifest whatever you're projecting out there. I think that's realistic, but what we're talking about is not like trying to summon a spirit. You're summoning essentially technology that has consciousness to it. Now,
what's the distinction?
Well, the difference is obviously if they're extraterrestrial that have a consciousness, they're coming from a different star system. That's what's different.
Do we know that?
We don't. This is now they may know that based off of however they're interacting.
Like, could this just be like an occult thing that's been going on for hundreds of years?
How do you think they learn?
Who?
These groups, they learn from the occult.
Sure, interesting.
The secrecy aspect of this is,
that's very true. Now, man, listen, I love like all the fucking woo shit. That's all I fucking do is talk about it on here, right? But like, things like remote viewing, and it's a bit more grounded. The whole psionic thing of summoning crafts is, I just don't know what the fuck. First of all, they don't themselves really know what they're engaging with or what they're even doing. Ultimately, we haven't seen any really good evidence, even visual, like video evidence, of people actually successfully doing this. But even if they were, I mean, what exactly are you dealing with? Like, why would the aliens just on a whim just be like, oh, yes, sir, coming right away, sir? Yeah, like, it doesn't make any fucking sense, right? We watched the interview with one of the psionic assets on Jake's team, and he tried to give some more insight into what he thinks is going on. And he essentially, TLDR in the whole thing, thinks that there are these crafts that are kind of remotely controlled through consciousness somehow, that the ETs themselves are interfacing with. And what they're doing is they're like hijacking these drones, is effectively what they're doing. So they're hijacking drones that are up there flying around anyway and bringing them to them from using their consciousness, from tapping into this, which would make slightly more sense than, you know, just Skinny Bob being like, oh, he's buzzing us again, time to go see them. It's like they would give a fuck, really. Or the opposite of the spectrum is they do give a fuck, and these people are all part of some broader experiment they're not aware of, where this is a way to slowly disclose phenomena and their presence to the planet, right? And you get that. It sounds like a crazy idea, and I mean, to us it would, any way you try and explain it. But we have, Haim Eshed had claimed that, and Haim Eshed is one of the most accredited whistleblowers probably ever to talk about this subject, who was he's an Israeli professor of astronautics, I think is what, anyway, he's a scientist that was involved with this Israeli space program. He was a general too in the military. He had come out and stated back in 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, that he knows for a fact that there is a government effectively that's reached out to different governments around planet Earth, this galactic federation, and they've already been in touch with these different governments. And effectively all of these visitors are just representatives from this federation. And you know, again, it's a huge thing for him to say. You know, he doesn't have anything to back this up, but he had stated that they don't think humanity's ready to learn about the truth about this. And so the cover up in their mind is something that's probably for the best in the meantime. So, you know, anyway, that's been talked about in woo circles for decades. So anyway, so to have him come out and say, I know this, I learned this within the Israeli government. And the reason he came out and talked about it was because he's old now and he thinks people deserve to know the truth. So, or Skinny Bob knows what they're trying to do and is just fucking with them to put everyone on the wrong path. That could be it too. Like if a monkey starts hooting at me and poking bananas up its ass to get my attention, I take a look and bring some friends. It'd be funny. Yeah, that could be. We can't discount that possibility, brother. Could very well be a possibility where they're fucking with us. Well, like look at all the stories that people have of like weird activity in their homes and shit, and you know, poltergeist like activity, stuff like that. But what do we think all that was? What does it end up being? I mean, some people think it's all horse shit. I've heard too many stories from people that, you know, do I trust them? I'd say they're very intelligent people who don't bullshit. That some of that stuff, there's a basis in it. So what does that mean? I mean, what is it? Is it old Grandpa Joe that used to live in the house? I doubt it. So, oh look, I had something I pulled up here on Skinwalker Ranch too. I forgot to pull up earlier. So why wouldn't Skinny Bob have a good sense of humor? That's exactly it, man. Yeah, we shouldn't presume that they don't if they're other conscious beings. Yeah.
You have different fraternities or secret societies. Mm-hmm. I mean, everybody knows I'm a Freemason. I've talked about it, but everybody speculates because I'm a Freemason, I'm a disinformation agent or something, or I'm a part of the New World Order.
Illuminatus. Traitor. Where's the giant bodies, Mike? No, fuck.
And then they see the SDG pin that I wear, which everybody says is the World Economic Forum. Sorry, I am too poor to be one of those guys, and I do not fit whatever they need.
I think this is an important discrepancy to bring up too. When Jake discusses Skywatchers and some people on the Skywatchers team, the P3 assets are quite engaged with what they do. They're happy, they're former military, or they're well-treated individuals. When we first did our interview early in summer of 2024, what you knew at the time was that the P3 assets were essentially treated like trash, given drug cocktails to interface with the craft, treated like garbage. How does this bridge connect?
So here's the thing: is I think that's speculation, because one of the things is because they're given drugs doesn't necessarily mean that they're treated like trash. What it does is it allows them to operate at a higher level of consciousness, even though there's a disassociation with it, or if there's other trauma-related things that happen early on in their lives, or they induce it somehow. Granted, this is not what Jake's team does. The operators he has on this team do not do what these legacy programs do. It's completely different. So everybody thinks that if Skywatcher's participating in the same type of...
Bud, you're so close. You've got them. They're right on the line. You just need a little bump just to get there, all right? You're almost there. A little bit more focus, I think, is what you need, actually. To stimulate your frontal cortex a little bit more. Just a little bump. Is that what's going on?
Operations is legacy. I hate to break it to you, it's not even remotely close. It's much more peaceful. It's much more informative, and something that's going to be a little bit more transparent compared to what Legacy's doing.
So it could have been a different program outside of Jake's that referred to the P3s as like pink assets.
Well, that's what the program calls them, or pink assets.
What's pink asset?
Biological equipment, like cattle, right?
Ooh, yeah, that's that has always stood out to me.
And granted, that is something that has been communicated to me. Is yes, that some of the programs refer to them as that. Doesn't mean Jake thinks that that's the case, or at least that's how he personally views these people, because he doesn't view them that way. But this is what the program treats him like. Now, corporations out there are no different. Big corporations treat people like numbers. Yeah. Okay, well, guess what? This guy died, so we have another person filling his spot, and we can forget about him. The military is the same way. It's just a constant grinder of repeating the trainings and getting people in these roles, and then basically getting them up. If somebody gets out, they get in, or they get killed, they get another person to fill the slot. So it's really no different from that, but in the same token, because it's so abstract that people want to lynch onto and say, oh, this is evil. Well, military is doing the same thing.
Is there a way to do this that is above board? It brings up all these philosophical questions, because it's like, I'm all for protecting the free world, and I do like the people who create some false equivalence between the way people live in domestic China right now in the U.S. As messed up as our country is, I think I'd much rather live here, and I'm all for protecting
100%.
it. And so there are these game theoretic dynamics where I'm sure they're doing similar things. But then the meta philosophical question is like, we're talking about aspects of the sacred, and I don't know what these beings are. They could be angels, they could be really, they could be demons. I don't know what they are.
Well, angels and demons don't need flying saucers to come here. Let's get that straight.
So you think they're extraterrestrials?
100%.
But do we know? But if they're not bad, you're just baiting them and zapping them out of the sky.
Oh, fucking Christ. I mean, yeah. Well, what are angels and demons exactly, I guess? Or angels, what came first? The chicken and the egg question. We don't want to talk about eggs again, for Christ's sake. The whole Jake Barber thing has me traumatized on eggs still. I mean, I think probably we'll say that maybe the aliens were the demons and the angels. And so, I think there's there's a lot to suggest anecdotally. And there's a mountain of it. What we're dealing with are visitors from other worlds, essentially. And there is this kind of meta framework in place, you could say, that considering they've come here and we can't go anywhere else, they're more advanced than we are. There's all kinds of presumptions about how we think we would be reached out to from another civilization, right? It's like, how would we reach out to another civilization, right? What would we do? But we also don't really understand what the fuck's out there, right? And we're slowly starting to awaken to the reality that maybe reality isn't what we thought it was, first of all. And so that will definitely influence how we interact with other civilizations when we progress to that point where we finally can. Maybe you're not allowed to. Maybe it's been the Wild West here since, Stone Age times when we first became really conscious up until now, right? We haven't had any kind of direct interference. Maybe you're not allowed to go out to their planet and just fucking destroy it or do whatever you want. Or maybe there's a protocol you have to follow. Maybe you do run into some schoolyard monitors, right? They're like, no, sorry, can't do that, right? Who knows? We've no idea. And, well, there's anecdotes to suggest that, actually. Now, there's no real physical basis for any of it. There's no evidence for it. It's just stories that people have told in altered states of consciousness. And that's all we have. And that's all we've been left with. But I think when you look at all those accounts, like John Mack had studied, the abduction phenomena, it all just points to visitors from other star systems. So, I mean, we can get super metaphysical and esoteric with it, but I don't know if we necessarily need to, unless we're going through history and looking at some of these other accounts of people encountering angels and demons, and then we're thinking, well, what did they actually encounter? The whole ancient astronaut meme, right? But anyway, I don't know what Jesse's still new to this, I think, right? He's a fairly transparent person. Listen, it's great you have somebody that's so inspired and disciplined and productive, right? With his channel, who is just honestly after the truth and is willing to interview everybody. And he's not biased in any way, because some people who've been reading into this for a long time, like people like myself, I would never want to have a conversation with Stephen Greer. Like there's, and there is certain places I would and would not want to go. And, I am, to some degree, I am a bit biased because I've gone through and I've digested so much of this fucking slop. But anyway, I have a qualm with the idea the phenomena is of the sacred necessarily. Yeah, I think, well, it's for people that have kind of gone through all of it. It just doesn't indicate to me that it is. There could be some sacred element involved ultimately with them and us and everything. And, what are we all in? What is reality, right? You can get more metaphysical with it, but I think it just seems like visitors from other star systems. So all signs point to that. And I mean, logically, that makes sense, because you go out in the night sky and you see all the stars, and there's an innumerable amount of them. And there's all kinds of daft arguments for why, they'd never find us, and the distances are too far. Shut the fuck up. People have, when you're, this is what, they don't have any capacity for imagination, right? It's something with like these hardline materialists is they have no imagination sometimes. You do have to employ that to some degree, right? To wrap your heads around difficult problems, right? Or problems like this, the whole phenomena we're contending with, where the distances are too vast for us. That does not mean for an advanced civilization there. The distances were too vast to go over to Europe not that long ago for us. We're like, how are we going to cross all this water? We didn't have boats. We didn't know what fucking boats were. We had no way to navigate through water. Then we figured a way out, right? So, it's nonsense thinking, right? And even never being able to find us. I mean, look at all the fucking radio waves we throw out now. I mean, and that's again presuming who we're dealing with on the other side is as advanced as we are. I mean, look what we're doing right now with the James Webb Telescope. I mean, we're using gravitational lensing, which is essentially another star's gravity, to look through. So these planets pass in front of the star, they get lensed, they get amplified. We look and peer through their atmosphere, and through gases, we can infer what the fuck's going on the planet, even maybe if there's life on the planet. I mean, it is unbelievable what they're doing, right? And like we're pretty primitive objectively for the age of the universe. So there's undoubtedly other civilizations, if they're even 10,000 years more advanced than us, would probably be able to pick us out of the haystack pretty fucking quickly. A technological civilization, at least. I would imagine. Yeah. I do like this guy's podcast. He's open-minded. Yeah, he asks a lot of philosophical questions, and yeah, he seems like a good dude. Yeah, even if it turns out that angels and demons were part of the phenomena, I think us ever attributing it to religion was a mistake. Yeah, there's definitely truth of reality and having a non-physical aspect. Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah.
It's no different than if I was to have an exotic car driving through a bad neighborhood and they decided to shoot me and steal my car because
that would be messed up for them to do.
That's exactly it. You want to talk about an ethical conflict here, because that's really what it is.
Right.
This is the reason why Jake came forward, right? Because there's nothing that there were things going on that he was not a fan of.
Right, because I think Greer has spoken about this, that when he spoke to Jake relayed that craft were being down, and he was deeply
he was bothered by that 100%, especially with the P3s, the way they're treated.
So, and his goal now is to just get them peacefully.
Because there might be biologics in the craft. Yeah, if that's the case, you are turning possibly living biologics to dead biologics.
Well, and that's what happens when they follow the sky, because they're subject to all laws of the universe with inertia and gravity and all that kind of stuff. Right?
If we could peacefully commune with these things, that would be amazing.
I think that's what Dr. Greer's whole CE5 initiative is all about, which I've personally attended a few of them.
Brother, that's that's all about Steven buying new vehicles and buying a boat and buying a new bicycle, I guess now. And at the end of the day, I just it's probably complicated, right? We always want these people to just be a grifter. They're either a grifter or they're not. What does it mean if they're a grifter? They don't care about anything other than money? Like, is that their modus operandi strictly? Maybe they do care about it. Maybe they do care about the phenomenon. Maybe they're actively still engaged with trying to get the truth out, but they also love money. At the end of the day, who doesn't like to have money? It's more like content, character, maybe. Credibility. It takes a hit. But at the end of the day, Steven could still be out after the truth and wanting to get this out, right? If you know, for his ego, if nothing else, maybe, yeah. He's on the Gerslap. Oh, he got brought in by Steven, yeah.
Yeah.
He invited me to, because it's more like, I like to see things firsthand to see whether or not there's anything credible. And yeah, Dr. Greer's CE5 is very real. It's very incredible. And it's something that I think a lot of people need to understand, that that's not by any means false.
But if you listen to the ancient traditional version of this stuff, it's always like, you need to be 35, married, grounded. Like, you shouldn't like try to summon anything.
Well, this is the thing, as we're going off of interpretation. What one person's interpretation is not going to share the same as the other person's.
Mm-hmm.
Your interpretations are different than mine. Mine are different from yours, and so on. It's just whatever you personally experience, whatever's been your upbringing, whatever you believe value-wise, is going to shape your narrative and what your thought process of a situation is. So if you're brought up on the more religious aspect of things, then yes, you're going to think aliens are angels or demons. If you're somebody who's esoteric, you're going to say, okay, it's interdimensional, or it's something that could be extrasolar, right? But it depends on what your upbringing is and what you believe on yourself of what it might be. But it doesn't mean it's correct.
And so do you think these things come down and then, you know, we're talking about this octagonal, 8-gon shaped craft that seems to be possibly man-made.
Yeah, I mean, this is, at the end of the day, though, like, I guess, is this with the CE5 thing? Greer was recently talking about Psi Assets. Daz was having a fit over. It was largely pulling from Mike's info. Who's Mike, Will? Oh, this guy's info here. This Mike? Okay. Okay, yeah, I mean, Steven is, Steven is just,
derived from what lands or gets zapped out of the sky, then gets reverse engineered or implemented in these terrestrial exotic craft that we build. Is that right?
That's, to my understanding, that's exactly how it happens. From my understanding, from what's been relayed to me, was that every craft that they recover, they also make reverse engineered versions of, trying to replicate that technology or that specific craft. So this, I mean, Jake saw pretty much the same thing, except much smaller. That's something that was able to be lifted up by a helicopter. This fucking thing is estimated 300 feet. I don't think his helicopter could pick something up that big. You know, so it'd take probably several helicopters, but in the same token.
So you think what you saw is a reverse engineered man-made version of what he saw? Because he locked on to Possibly, because, I mean, again, there's different groups all over the world that are doing the same thing. So yes, there's multiple black sites that probably have P3s that are being used to lure craft out and then to shoot them down. That was the most fascinating part of my Jake interview, is he was like, who is we? And I was like, I don't know, I seem like the US or like whatever, you know, aerospace corporations he might be working for. And then he was like, no.
We don't have shit.
Yeah, well, he's like, it's black money. It was almost like it was like mafia wars and international, transnational corporations and interests, you know, across the world doing this stuff.
And yeah, trying to investigate this subject, particularly with the vehicle
Peter,
you saw,
Jesse.
hit so many dead ends. I mean, it's been talked about publicly by
Ask your boss, Jesse. He might know what's going on. Peter Thiel's one of the billionaires on planet Earth right now. Peter probably knows the game, right? Something you maybe don't want to ask him, but Peter's involved in researching this stuff too, though. I mean, anyway, yeah, it's
by Greer, but he always says that he knows the craft you saw, the souped up version of the 8-gon that Jake retrieved, is made by the Lockheed Skunk Works in Northrop Grumman. He says that I myself have pressed into that with Will you do art for him and say, where does he get this?
Well, that's the thing is, I think it's speculation. I mean, because unless you're physically working for these companies, you're not going to know what's what. I mean, he may be connecting the dots because he's talked to over 1,000 other people that may have been working for these programs and maybe have articulated something personally to him. I'm not entirely sure of because I'm not in Greer's head. What I will say is that this field offers a lot of speculation and it offers a lot of confusion. Because really, at the end of the day, we only know what we experience personally. And what your interpretation of it and how you tell the story is going to be different than what you say. Because here's the problem. Every time you retell a story, you're reframing it based off of memory as much as you can. So yes, I understand that for myself with the story. There could be details I left out that I don't remember. Or there could be certain things, so it's just going off of memory of what you retell, you're reframing. So with Jake's incident, with him red teaming the event, I think one of the things that is a little bit hard for me to accept is the fact that this, meaning back channel from somebody in the programs, doesn't happen with anybody. It didn't happen to Hecker, it didn't happen to DC Long, it didn't happen to Stephen Digna. It hasn't happened to anybody else I know.
And these are all
people that came forward with me.
Came forward with you, and some of them went on Sean Ryan.
I'm the only one that has been corroborated with or by people.
Why do you think they chose you specifically?
Because they knew what I experienced because of what their personal involvement is with what they experienced. And that's kind of the thing of why he offered when I went out, to go see him for the first time personally, not at the event, but just on a personal basis to explain what I saw. And one of the things that was, because anybody can say that they're a part of something, right? But how do we really know? Well, when Jake took me on a nice little trip out to the desert, that was something that proved to me that this guy was legit.
What'd you see?
I'm not going to tell you. I can't talk about that. I'm not going to burn Jake in the process.
Yeah.
Because I had given him my word that I was not going to do that. He could easily had me sign an NDA, or originally they wanted to blindfold me and then just take it off and basically here you are. But that didn't happen.
Brother, they had CE5 sessions. Went for a late night bike ride with Skinny Bob. Holy shit. What he showed him. What he probably showed him was he probably brought him to one of the sites where they brought the crap back to. Probably what he showed him. Or something else happened. I don't know.
But you saw something cool and mind-blowing and confirming of his prior
Personally,
experience.
yes. Personally, yes.
Are you at least able to say if this was above or below ground?
I can't tell you.
Gotcha.
I'm not going to hint to either or because I just, like I said, I don't want to burn Jake.
Of course.
He is the reason why I've been included in certain aspects of this, because for me, he wanted me to have firsthand experience with a lot of things that are about the subject. And he didn't have to do any of this for me. He could have just laid low. He could have just done his original job, and I would have never seen, I would have never understood it. I could have been just labeled one of the crazy psychopaths that some people think I am, and that could have been it.
Have you learned anything more about the fact that maybe we have reverse engineered working craft like this 8-gun craft in our possession that we've actually built and we know how to fly and that sort of thing? Like this idea of alien reproduction vehicles, which check out Gerb's channel, he does amazing work on, and he talks about the Mark McCandlish story. Have you heard anything confirming of that?
Yes, I have, but it's not something from Jake's side of the house, for example. It's more with other people that I've been in communications with.
Anything you can share? Or?
Well, I mean, I can just say that they exist.
Okay.
And I know where some of them are stored at, but that's about it.
And do you think that the designs are copied, or we derive material from the UFOs that come down, or like what's the
my understanding is that we don't necessarily replicate the same materials these things are made out of. What my understanding is we have the same, they can get them to look the same using materials we have on Earth. Probably even, of course, who's to say that they probably replicate the same materials too in a lab somewhere, or they make them because they know what they're made of now, because they've been doing this ever since the 40s and 50s. They've been bringing these craft out.
So it's like design inspiration or mimicry or something.
I think it's mimicry for the most part. Because if they get him to look, something that looks extraterrestrial, but it's man-made, and they want people.
Yeah, but the big thing is the propulsion system. Now that could be a part of the materials too, though. The material aspect could be a necessary component. But considering, some of the hypotheses out there as to how they may be operating, it may not even matter what the materials are. As long as you have the propulsion system, you could be made out of paper mache for all you give a fuck. Like, you're inside a little bubble and nothing's going to affect you. I've been thinking about Gur's bike seat incident. I think it illustrates a competency crisis. Back in the 70s, they invented heart attack guns and micropoisons. Now the CIA is capable of removing bike seats and hoping for the best. They didn't want to kill him, Golf. They just wanted to send a message to him. They just wanted to let him know. They said, Stephen, we can get at you whenever we want, at your most vulnerable time. That's all they wanted to communicate to him. They may have even done it psionically, for all we know. Right? Stephen was bouncing on that seat, and then bam, they just at that moment decided to get their psionic to just weaken that aluminum, and it just bent right over. And then he fell over. Mess with us and we'll F you in the B. That's literally it. That's literally it. Say, fucking Stephen, just watch. Just watch yourself. From now on, Stephen, no more bicycle seats. You will now ride your bicycle without a fucking bicycle seat. That is your punishment.
People to believe that, then by all means, they're going to do that.
The other implication is that we have propulsion
jokes on them,
modalities
isn't it,
in
Stephen?
our possession, and we can work this stuff.
Yes, we
that
can.
That transcends chemical combustion and seems to break, Newton's laws of conservation momentum and that sort of thing, and leaves, the trees unperturbed around,
And making no noises, nothing like that.
Christ,
I'm a car guy, so if there's like a fast car you implement this kind of technology into, it'd be pretty incredible. It'd be very dangerous, but
can we get any of this working civil side? Is that a good aspiration?
Let me ask you something. Somebody who, let's just say you come up with something that's could be very beneficial, but for you understand it can make you money, or you can control people with it, and it puts you on a playing field that's above everybody else. Nobody else has the same stuff you do. But if you're this person who's greedy and this person who likes the aspect of being able to do whatever you want, except you get to fold it into some people who make decisions, i.e. lawmakers, and you pay them a lot of money, or you pay them money to basically steer clear, donate to their campaigns, and you basically are above the law. You can coerce politicians, you can coerce military officials, generals, you name it, by just throwing them sacks of cash. Are you going to really want to share with everybody if you have the stranglehold on the most powerful country in the entire planet?
I mean, this guy's story's interesting. His takes aren't quite as interesting personally, but I mean...
I wanna fuck you in the ass. I wanna fuck you in the ass. I wanna fuck you in the
This isn't real, is it?
I wanna fuck you in the ass. Fuck you in the
Well, learn English. Holy fuck. Holy shit. The deep throats have him locked in there. Listen, I wouldn't meme on Steven so much if he just wasn't such a fucking dink, man. And some of the stupid shit that he says. Oh, God. Just ridiculousness. Just ridiculousness. It's the content of his character that's the problem, really. Yeah. She recorded the ad to just show me, had a good laugh. They were playing that on fucking, holy shit, greatest commercial ever made. They're playing that on TV, holy shit. Oh my God, that's funny as fuck. Yeah. Steven is a living example of why getting rid of bullying wholesale was a mistake. Oh man. But like he invites the challenge. This is the problem. It's like saying things like that, making obviously ridiculous statements, straight face, and expecting people. It's like he gets up. Like whenever he tells this story, but declining the $2 billion. Stephen effectively just gets up on the podcast desk, pulls down his pants, takes his shit on the desk, then sits back down and just pretends like nothing ever happened. That's literally what it feels like when he says stuff like that. And he knows it. And I think he may even get off it at this point. Like, he must, because I just don't understand how somebody could straight face just say stuff like that and reiterate it constantly. And he thinks it's making him look good. But like across the board, when anyone hears that, they're like, Stephen, that's fucking ridiculous. Like, boy, that's a good language commercial now. Windows down with your family, driving through the downtown. Fucking. Oh my God. Fuck yeah. That Cheery podcast episode has made me very, very angry. I'm going to have to take a look into some of the things she said because, God damn it. Oh, really? Like what? Give me an anecdote, Golf. I'll see if I can check it out. There's another podcast. Christ, tonight is just like, we're just watching shit, you know? There's another podcast that Kurt Jamungle just released too, which has a gentleman. What is he? Is Earth being monitored by an advanced civilization 1 million years ahead of us? Economist Robin Hanson explores a provocative theory suggesting that highly advanced extraterrestrials may be subtly observing us, either as caretakers or part of a long-running experiment. That's my meme. I've talked about that ad nauseum, that I think it's the schoolyard monitors. I think it might have something to do with reality, that they may, I think, and that's what it'll come down to ultimately. And personally, my personal take on the phenomena is I think that this will come in tandem with us realizing deeper truths about reality. That it may come with us realizing we're in some kind of a simulation, and when that may be what is necessary for us to even make contact, potentially, where that knowledge interferes directly with the experience here. Like when you look at like what is life, what is the meaning of life? These are philosophical questions about life and meaning and reality and purpose, but what is life? What is broadly the meaning to life? There's probably a subjective component to it, but what is the meaning to experience existence here? If that's what's going on, right? If it's some form of simulation, which I bet that it probably is personally. Well, I mean, it would be quite disruptive if you had contact with visitors from other planets, star systems, galaxies that have those answers already. It would disrupt people's experience. Maybe that's not something that's intended at this point in people's evolution. And so we might have to come to terms with what are we in, what is reality, before we start dealing with these advanced groups that may have already come to realize that. I mean, we look at where we are right now, and it hasn't been very long since we've been the technological civilization, and we're already knocking at this door, right? We already have experiments like the double slit experiment. We already have all kinds of other theories and hypotheses about this, and it's trending in this direction, honestly. That's what it's looking like. And, you know, I will point to things like the Woo, and I think these are interesting anecdotes to suggest that, well, reality isn't what we thought it was. These are a symptom of this, essentially, right? Instead of just brushing it off and saying it's all ridiculous, it isn't. It is objectively not ridiculous. There's far too many instances of it, whether you go to remote viewing or even these NDEs people have, or these profound experiences people have had over the years. I mean, the abduction phenomena, it all is connected together. And the picture that it paints is that there's something more to reality. And that may have to come first before we reach it, whatever this force decides to fully pull the veil back. So, yeah. We'll go over this in a little bit. This is kind of wrapping up. I mean, they're just kind of going on. And, you know, vaccines have been bullshit since pretty much the start, even more so after 1986. The polio vaccine caused more polio, didn't cure any. It goes on and on. Oh, Jesus. Bones, what's up, man? Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, yeah, I've gone over this too, man. I went down into this a little bit with the whole flu thing. Yeah, there's definitely probably, you have to listen to some of the experts speak. I've heard some of them go on about it. I know Robert Malone is somebody that I have a profound respect for. I think he is a true intellectual, a truly courageous intellectual, a virtuous person who literally put his entire career on the line to try and warn people, really. and he was attacked so much. But at the end of the day, everything that he talked about turned out, unfortunately, to come to fruition to be true. And and so he's still a believer in some of these technologies, right? Even the technology he was a part of in creating, which is the mRNA technology. But he just cut through the bullshit and all the hysteria and the mass formation that was going on, and he considers, and I think it probably was, a psychosis of some sort as well. So yeah, I'd be interesting to see what she has to say. But I know his opinion specifically on what happened recently is it was just unbelievably bad. But anyway, I try not to even go into it because I just, I just get pessimistic. I become very nihilistic, honestly, with everything. I just try to fucking just keep the head up, Anyway, what else are they going to talk about here? Is there anything else in this conversation? Theories, this guy doesn't know anything about this. I mean, what I was interested in hearing from this guy was about what he and Jake have talked about. That's what interested me. Like, what if he and Jake talked about behind the scenes? He didn't want to talk about the experience he had, okay? Because, some of his takes already, I'm kind of like, Yes, historical context, government secrecy and disclosure, the role of money in black programs, insights on defense contractors. I hate to jump around, but I just want to get to parts that are kind of more interesting. Less booze, more shrooms, brother. Open your mind. We have to open our minds, Bones. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck, that's all I've been doing lately. That's usually my ritual at the end of the week, although I had a beer yesterday and the day before, but that doesn't fucking count. One beer doesn't do anything for you, right? It's like you take it, it's like medicine. Like it's not anything. It's not medicinal in any way. It's just for the taste. You need at least, oh my God, you need at least 3. Like at least 3, and probably not too many more than that, honestly, because then you're gonna get hungover and it's gonna be really a net negative. But like 2, 3, 4, that's what you would need at least to kind of relax. And as long as you do that occasionally, I think that's a wonderful thing. But when it gets warm out again, I'll probably fucking start smoking weed more. But it's too cold, and my vape broke, and I'm just fucking lazy.
Institute for Defense Analysis.
How much money do these organizations get?
Rock and Hash and
there's
the dark
something
web.
called
Heavens,
Crystal City.
Nice.
Do you have a sense of
I still have some hash.
Crystal City is a
ago.
location just south of the Pentagon in
Probably would
Washington,
still be
D.C.
good.
That is where pretty much all of the biggest defense contractors are.
It's in Arlington, right?
Yeah. You have the Aerospace Corporation, you have the IDA, you have the CNA, the Center for Naval Analyses. And I really think the amount of money that's moved can't really be tracked, because I myself have talked to witnesses who have seen cash moved, like physical bales of cash taken to locations.
Most of the transactions are in cash. And this is something that most, even people I've talked to, have talked about, that's how they do things. Everything's self-funded in that regard, right? So if you have a program that you can benefit off of siphoning funds from the government,
Corey,
right?
Yeah.
Tax
Although
dollars,
psilocybin, a very
they get
low
allocated
dose,
to that, but then you don't have to tell people what your specific.
We can here in Canada, I think they're doing this now. I thought there was legislation out in BC they had, because all drugs are legal to some degree, but they're going to do these chocolate bars. You can get them in some places probably now, but they have like a very low dose of psilocybin. But I mean, it's such a small amount, like you'll probably just kind of get high almost. Like you're not really going to like have a psychedelic experience. It's like same thing with like THC. Like, if you have like a low dose edible, like you're just going to kind of get stoned off it. Like you'd need to like take a fuckload, and then you'd start to have a bit of a trip going on. Like, so I don't know what it would even do, honestly. I know for like things like PTSD, it can be very useful for the brain, which is something that I've thought about and considered, honestly. That it might be, I've heard people who have used it for that. And I never used psychedelics really at all, aside from THC. But anyway, I'd be interested in that. I've had many friends who've used mushrooms over the years and have had like profoundly enlightening experience. I've had some friends who have not, and then have, passed out, hit their head in the bathtub and woke up multiple hours later with like, kind of dangerous shit, and so I don't know. It's one of those things. Same thing with DMT, and I haven't known anybody that's done ayahuasca, but I've had friends who've used DMT. I don't know which version of it though, honestly. I don't know if they know either, but yeah.
Specifically doing it, just say, yeah, it's going to this program and we need 60 billion for it, right? So then when it gets to a point of them actually generating own revenue by themselves, they still need that lifeline of government funding, because then it gives them a purpose, because the government gives them the legal authority to do so. If the government was like, you know what, we know what you guys are doing, it's bullshit, we're going to go ahead and cut off funding, well, they're still making money. But that's the thing that they'll discover, is how they're making money, which is not in a legal sense, right? Because it's still kept from the government. You're using tax dollars to generate programs, which then can generate revenue, which then enrich certain people's lives, or they use it to replicate technologies, if you will. So essentially, if they figure out everything they're doing is illegal, then guess what? They're not going to risk it. So what are they going to do? They're going to continue lying to everybody on Capitol Hill. And because some of these senators and politicians are also read into this, but at least maybe they're getting, hey, I'll give you a couple million for a campaign, just don't look over here.
Right.
It happens all the time.
Yeah. Well, you have, Congressman Mike Turner, who represents the district that Wright Pat is in.
Nothing left of Mike's balls. They've been dragged through the glass for the last couple of years.
And reverse engineering back to Roswell. And I believe his top 3 donors are Boeing, Lockheed, and maybe I'm getting the third one, Raytheon.
It's Raytheon.
It is Raytheon. And
it wasn't officially that much money, though. I mean, it was maybe like, I think in total it was like $1.5 million, but it would be behind, it's under the table, where they'd be giving them the fucking, probably the real cash, right? Like the lobbying and shit that goes on under the table is the big one, I'd imagine.
And he basically was helped nix the eminent domain clause, as part of
I'll explain why that happened, all right? Now, everybody thinks, oh, shit, that sucked, and that we didn't get anything out of that. Yes, we did. We understand that it's always going to be one step forward, 2 steps back. We're going to figure out what's going on and who's a part of what. When that was gutted and who opposed it was basically saying, hey, we're the ones that oppose it. Now we know who's a part of it. So ideally, having them nix that was a good thing, because they exposed themselves to us. Now we know what to look for and who to look for.
Right.
We knew Mike was compromised from the beginning, because before they did that, all his rhetoric was pointing towards he's clearly in the pocket of these people. Now, we still don't know who these people are. We just know who they're using to puppet, right, in Capitol Hill. We know we don't know where the strings go exactly. I mean, he's pointing to Raytheon and Lockheed and these other aerospace companies, but like, who specifically? I mean, is it the CEO of fucking Raytheon or Lockheed? I mean, who is the person that we go to with a warrant and kick the door down and grab the crap? Like, we still don't know. We don't know. At least the public doesn't know. I got the perfect PR pivot for them who've made ARVs. Everybody in America's officially got free energy devices. It's a new age of prosperity. Commence the AI training. Yeah, man, the terrifying thing for me about that, and I mean, this is what terrifies me, because, I don't know what the fuck is actually going on at the end of the day globally. I mean, I don't know how many people actually do that are out in the general public, at least, but it seems like there's a hyper elite that run the West at the very least. There's one hyper elite person that controls Russia, who is probably a multi-trillionaire. And then we've got the Chinese, right? The communist, the Chinese Communist Party that run China. So like, there's a couple different groups, but the people in the West, we really don't specifically know who they are. But I mean, I'm just looking at what's been going on recently, and it's obviously very complicated, and this is a very simplified version of it. But I think a lot of our Western democracies are completely compromised. And in my opinion, and I don't think these people have the general public's best interests in mind. I do tend to think, and I do tend to point back to some of these documents from the 70s, like the Club of Rome crowd, that I think they have a view that there's a lot of useless feeders out there. And my concern is that at some point, and we may have already gone through this, they may decide, well, it's time to call the useless feeders. And that they're delusional enough to think that they would survive that. And at the end of the day, all it would really do is cement their control, right? And things would be less chaotic. So if these kinds of psychopaths have, and again, this is very simplified. I'm sure it's very complicated, and there's probably warring between these types of people, but whoever they are specifically, I don't know. But if these people have access to technology like that, that's fucking terrifying for us. Because, I mean, it's effectively these people that have access to this technology, like Raytheon, like Boeing or Lockheed Martin. These aerospace companies, I mean, a lot of them, I believe, are controlled by BlackRock, has a majority shareholders in this Vanguard, and fuck only knows from there who's really involved with controlling these other large companies controlling all these assets. I mean, it's people's money too that they put into these funds, and then but like, who's puppeting all of this ultimately, right? Like, who's the decision maker? This goes back to these kinds of people at the end of the day, I think. And like them having that kind of power it's terrifying. So I hope that some of these stories aren't true, but over time we're hearing more and more that they have back engineered stuff. And, you know, it would be terrifying for me. It's pretty much empirically proven that the West is controlled by a small group of power. Yeah. What's their goal? We don't know, besides getting more power. Yeah. And who are they specifically, Corey? We don't really know either. I mean, you can point to certain people, certain groups, but yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah. And, but this is who the global elite are, who would be involved with this tech. It's not the government. It's not the people. It's not the military. It's this global elite, this Western elite, probably in our case here in the West, who are in control of this technology. I mean, Dave Grush seems to think it's Dick Cheney. He is pointed to Dick Cheney officially as one of the puppet masters. And I mean, when you look what happened through the war in Iraq, and you look at Dick's net worth and who he's associated with, he may be one of the conductors in all of this, right? I mean, he may not own the orchestra or the building it's in, but he may be installed as one of the conductors. So maybe, but at the end of the day, it's like, you know, yeah, who's paying everybody there, right? Like, I mean, I just want to get back to what the fuck's going on, but yeah. Anyway, so it's a terrifying prospect when you really think about it.
It was expected, but it was a good thing because now we know who's in charge of what.
And Turner's out now, which is cool.
And I think he was out because they figured it out what he was doing to an extent, not necessarily with UAP, but just with other programs, right?
Do we have a sense of yearly, but like if the NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act, basically our defense budget yearly is like 800, 900 billion. Do you have a sense of how much of that is UFO, or is UFO off the books, and is it even greater than that?
I mean, probably off the books, but there's one example of specific monetary value I can talk about. So I covered once a witness codenamed Ed, who talked of a joint reverse engineering program between the Nevada Test and Training Range and Edwards Air Force Base, two highly prolific locations, done a ton of analysis on there. But this individual, after his time at the Air Force, he went on to work for the Pentagon for the Research, Development, Test, and Evaluation panel chain for the Air Force. It was here during the span of, I think, 2012 to 2016. He spoke of $34 billion and $40 billion being scrubbed from the books for non-transfer of authority funds for the Air Force.
Front toward enemy.
In respected years. I'm not sure which year is the 34 and which year is the 40, but just wiped off the books.
But then you, simultaneous to all of this, if we're talking about octagonal shaped crafts that can use electrogravitics, it's like China and Russia are like eating our lunch, as far as I know, on hypersonics.
Well,
and so like, how do you kind of square those?
I will say this.
And hypersonics are associated with the same contractors that are associated with this issue. Yeah, so it's always this question of like, have we actually just stagnated, and this is just like some softening of the enemy sort of, narrative or whatever?
Could be segregated too.
I had an interesting meeting on Capitol Hill, and one of the things that was brought up by a particular gentleman who knows of what's going on. I'm not going to say who he is. What he was able to figure out and provide us during that meeting was Russia and China have their own retrieval teams of non-human intelligence, and they have their own technologies, reverse engineered. And they're pretty much on par with what we're doing. And it's to the point to where we, as in the United States assets that deal with this, have gentlemen's agreement with both countries to say if we target and shoot down NHI, whatever team gets there first gets the prize. Whatever team gets there second has to wave off.
Whoa.
And this person's a pretty high place in the government. So the fact that that was established, because that was a theory, I was like, we can't be the only people that have this in this country. But it's not even just these countries, it's this organization which is transnational. They just happen to exist in other countries that are doing the same stuff we do here.
That's a claim, Jesus.
That this could bring us together? I mean, you have rumors of like, you know, Reagan and Gorbachev.
What?
This isn't even a rumor. Mikhail Gorbachev says in an interview with Charlie Rose that he was sitting with Reagan at some like UN event or something, and Reagan, you know, whispers over in his ear, he says,
if the United States were attacked by someone from outer space, would you help us? I said, no doubt about it. He said, we too.
And so like, do you think there's any hope of this not being this sort of game theory dynamic, but actually
it's an
sort
interesting
of, you know,
thing
creating kind of peace
to tell
between the
the
nations? Where
former
that's just
leader
totally
of the Soviet
naive?
Union.
I think the only way that we're going to get full disclosure is if we are peaceful to each other. I think if everybody puts their fucking swords down and understands that we have a bigger problem to deal with here and it's bigger than ourselves, this is the only way we're going to gain ground. The problem with this field, if you want to call it UFOs, or a community, right? I don't even consider me a part of it. I'm just somebody who saw something fucking crazy, and here you go. So there's so much division. There's so many factions with this where everybody thinks that, oh, this person's right, this person's wrong, or this doesn't make sense, or this makes sense. If everybody was to understand that we're all trying to do the same thing and we all group together, we could get so much further along with this. But everybody's like, oh, I hate this person because of this, or I heard this about this person, so, you know, he doesn't contribute anything. We have to be uniting together to make this happen.
Yeah.
And it's the problem. I don't think it will ever happen unless everybody puts their damn swords down.
Yeah. The quote unquote UFO community, which I think it's so cringeworthy, but it's like, it's the most like, it's like a reality TV show. It's just this weird infighting. I try to stay out of all of it, but it's so bizarre.
I don't even pay attention to it because it's just, you know what? I got more important shit to deal with, such as either having these meetings or trying to gain ground on this.
Yeah.
That's more my focus. I don't give a shit what other people say in this community. It's just like,
well, no, you
guys,
should.
they can criticize people so easy.
Yeah.
But if they were ever called to go on Capitol Hill to like talk, they would never do it. None of them would.
Do you feel like people have ever tried to co-opt you, given your story? Because I mean, you signed something basically with this Air Force, you know, lieutenant colonel, where it's like your life is under threat.
I mean, I was just going to bring this up. I just wanted to hear whether they're going to finish the point or not. But yeah, it's pretty crazy Reagan told Gorbachev that, or asked him that. I mean, you know, if they ever attacked us, would you back us up? Now, why would he ask him that? Was he aware that they were downing these crafts? Man, I mean, this is the other thing too. Like, if the general public found out that they were kicking this hornet's nest potentially, I mean, holy fuck. Yeah. Man, I mean, just no clue. I mean, yeah. Just fucking craziness. It'd be absolutely insane if they were actively engaged in trying to shoot these things down, or even successfully were able to. I mean, like, and the crazier thing is that whoever's here isn't doing anything about it, or maybe they are. I mean, you know, I'm just so fed up with reading between the lines here. We want hard data on this. There's all of these anecdotes that infer that like there is data on this, there's documentation on this, that they've shot things down, they've had conversations with these visitors, or, you know, they have some kind of a top-down view of what's happening. I mean, we just want the hard fucking data. Yeah. Yeah. The only way to do it is like full disclosure, like don't keep anything in the bag. We need a level playing field. If you keep something in the bag, we will still be under someone's thumb. That's exactly it, Shaw. Yeah. Stop breaking Skinny Bob's toys. He'll be upset. Man, like, I mean, Mango, like they could, I mean, the audacity and the stupidity more generally here of these people to do, even attempt to do something like that. Like the repercussions on that would have just been devastating. They would have, the first time they tried that, they would have had no idea. Like they could have literally just come down and wiped out the whole continent of the U.S. I mean, man, they still might though.
If you say so.
Well, now that they've passed these laws, I mean, that doesn't apply. I mean, you know, I have had some blowback. You know, I've had harassment. I haven't had direct threats that I'm aware of, but other people have heard things, but I can't confirm that. But one of the instances, so when I testified to Arrow in April of 2023, after that trip, I started having these helicopters hover over my house or, you know, my dad's residence, for example, or over my business.
What sort of helicopters?
Some of them, most of the time, are Blackhawks. And then there's one particular CH-47, which is a dual rotor helicopter. It's an Army variant that doesn't matter where I'm at in the city. If I move to a different area, it pops up there.
Really?
And this has been, and it's weird because you can, I have Flight Radar 24 where I can track these because this is, you know, I had referenced this to Jake almost several years ago, explaining that this is what kind of harassment. There's other people in the government as well that were having harassment like that happen to them too. And partially, I think that's why we can't rely on government to do disclosure, because once they figure out what they're up against, they're not going to do that. Something that has much more money than them, has their own private military, has their own assets, they're more cutting edge than compared to what we've got. I mean, but it's a symbiotic relationship because we need these contracting companies to help build stuff for our defense programs, which the government needs because this is what helps us keep as a superpower in this country. But it also curbs terrorism. It curbs wars that we could have in any other part of the world. We need them. So if we're to gut them from what they do best, then that basically weakens us as well, because we need these companies to come up with our next, you know, Generation 7 fighter jet whenever that comes out, or a new, you know, tank, or new medical systems for military, or whatever it is that they do. So gutting them would be something that would basically.
So you think they're actually producing a lot of innovation? Because like society at large is stagnated when it comes to tech.
Society has, but look at the military. It's much more advanced because that's their focus. That's the war machine. So if they don't have a war.
But it also goes back and forth. Like you hear these stories of like, you know, nukes operating off floppy disks, you know, the story in like, I think it was like 2017 or something.
Yeah, I had talked about that, and it was something I found out personally, was that they keep it archaic because it's harder to hack. You can't, if you have a signal that goes up topside.
So that's intentional.
That's intentional.
NORAD operating offline, so no system.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why they do it that way. And some of these black sites work the same way.
Okay.
So there, you know, what everybody has to understand, these black sites operate independently. Yes, they get funding from the government with some research and development programs that they do, but they operate entirely by themselves. It's almost like its own country. They got their own people to manage these things, like these refugees they get from these other countries that they screen for P3 that don't make the cut. Well, they have them as janitors, cooks, you know, people to maintain these facilities for every single operator.
Hold on, what? You tell me they go around to third world countries, they pick up all these people, if they don't pass the psionics test, they end up as the fucking janitor? You don't think that's a bad idea in such a highly secure facility? That you're just going to pick up Jim Bob from fucking fuck knows where? And like, oh, he's our janitor now. It's like, well, what? Who is he? Who was he to begin with? Like, what? What the fuck? Oh my God. It's like, is that true? Like, you'd think the people involved there would be like highly vetted. Everybody. Would they have fucking janitors there? Like, would you think they're going to hire a janitor at a black site with a bunch of fucking back engineered UFOs? Oh, he just lives in the apartment complex down the street. Yeah, if you say anything, Jose will blow your fucking brains out. Like, is that how they keep that secret? Like I just somehow I did that, man. Yeah. You think, man? Is that a thing, Divin Armas? Like, would they have janitors and shit at some of these places? Like, At Area 51, would they have fucking just janitors walking around some of the secure facilities? Like, they'd have to have special clearances still, too, wouldn't they? No different than having trusted prison inmates. AAFES has shop at stores and all these black classified sites, so I've heard. Really? I guess you would need somebody to sweep the floor, though. Or, take out the garbage or cook some food, or... You think you'd have more leaks, but maybe, I don't know, maybe not, though. They understand what's at stake. They just reiterate to them that this is a serious penalty. Maybe that's all you need to do to shut people up. I mean, just, are people going to jeopardize their entire, their literal life to try and tell the truth to people? Get the truth? And what truth are they going to get? What's their word worth objectively, right? I mean, at the end of the day, they have no documentation. It's just this is what I heard. I am a janitor at the place, or I'm a cook, or I'm the chef there, or, you're not associated with the tech in any way. A lot of the real black sites have dormitories where folks will stay 36 months at a time on short-term contracts. Sometimes even longer, like 9 to 12 months. Most of them give breaks so you can have vacations. That was like the Tonopah test range and shit that Bob talked about too, right? Different, same kind of deal where they go up at intervals and come back. Think about it. How much do we know about the PlayStation 6? If the corporate world can keep things secret, the government could probably, with their threats of actual ruin and physical harm. That's true, though, man. I guess you're right when you think about it. Yeah. Unless Sony's doing the same thing. Listen, we will remove your knees if you fucking say anything about this. We'll cut you off right at the knees if you peep about the PlayStation 6. But yeah, extrapolate that out to actual threats of physical harm. We'll literally kill you. Yeah, fuck. Yeah. Somebody commented ridiculing what Greer had said. Oh, so these people from the jungle are being trafficked to America. Yeah, right. I'm like, oh, wait, you thought they were being trafficked to America? Yeah. Oh, fuck. Man. And East children claim their classroom. Why can't soldiers or scientists keep it clean? Then again, they could have janitor robots. Maybe, Mango. Who knows? Yeah, who knows? I mean, you might have to have some dedicated person, though, to do that. I guess, anyways. Yeah, it's crazy shit. What corporations do it through threats or criminal charges, it's true. Breach of NDA lawsuits, yeah. And ruining you and your career field so you can't get hired anywhere in that field again if you violate them, yeah. That's true, yeah. I've heard that, yeah. Games companies will do that to people working in the game and stuff. If you leak it, you'll violate the NDA, you'll get criminal charges, and then you'll be blacklisted. And yeah, serious shit, I guess, right? Just serious threats. Maybe that's enough to do it, really. I mean... So maybe I just have how is that legal? Well, clearly it's not, though, right? That's the point, I guess. What am I talking about? It's not legal to just go into another country, grab a bunch of people, and bring them back to test them as psionics. And so then they're living in the country illegally, or they're able to just finagle some kind of a green card for them.
You're going to have 20 personnel that are going to basically support that operator that are in these facilities, if that makes sense. Such as a medical officer, whatever that is, and admin people, payroll, if you will.
So there are people essentially missing all over the world. Are these people willfully signing up to be psionic assets, or in certain cases are they being rounded up against their will?
They're signing up, to my understanding. This is what I've been told over and over again, is that they volunteer for it.
Okay.
Well, they get paid well. And if you're in a country where you don't get that much money and you don't get to do anything cutting edge, but you have a skill set that can be used it could be in a positive way. Granted, we're not in these programs, so we don't understand really what they do. But if they were to do something that's fun, that they put their skills to, they're going to do it. Anybody who's got the skills to do that.
And so you're saying their family might be taken along to work as logistics and maintenance and so forth?
Potentially, but I can't confirm that because, I haven't talked to a P3 refugee from that was, oh yeah, my family came with. No, I've never heard of that. But then again, I would say it's entirely possible. If they're going to take the people that are essentially going to make them money or give them technologies, then why not?
Are they gifted and talented?
If you're living in Indonesia after that earthquake, man, you may have lost your whole family. I mean, you may literally have absolutely nothing. And there isn't really going to be a lot of opportunities going on there for you either way. So it's you just live in poverty. or you get to go out and start a new life. I mean, yeah, it's kind of a no-brainer when you think about it.
Education programs
Aside
in
from
the
leaving your
US
family,
that work
but-
as feeders to legacy UFO programs?
That I don't know that personally. I have heard it from multiple people. I know people who claim that they were a part of that, but I can't personally talk about it because I have no idea.
Do you know anything about this?
I only know one individual, and that is Jordan.
Yeah.
Who has talked about, working on programs and being in gate programs as a kid.
Yep.
He's the only individual I know. And it was interesting to see him come forward with Skywatchers. So I always knew him by his previous pseudonym, Martin.
Yep.
So I'm interested to hear more from him about that.
What do you guys think about AARO generally? This is the All Domain Anomalies Resolution.
We know it's all horse shit.
I understand it was a front for basically sifting through information and plucking people to figure out what they know, and then either trying to shut them up or.
I mean, we know that. What the fuck is this, though? What the fuck is this? Hold on. This is more interesting.
I fell asleep. They gave me stem cells in the same process and exosomes, which was good. They also took my blood because it was thick, so they put it under a microscope to see how thick it is. It's pretty thick, but being on hormone replacement therapy and having to do blood dumps and stuff like that is what I keep up with it. Plus, they told me to take baby aspirin, 81 milligrams or micrograms, if you want to call it that, daily to help with it. So I didn't even know that. It said I had osteoporosis. Well, I don't drink milk. I hate milk. I mean, I like stuff that has milk, like cheese and ice cream, but it hates me. So yeah, some days it's worth it, some days it's not. So it knew that about me. There's a bunch of other things that it said, that it was able to detect.
And you've never seen the machine? This was
I have never seen the machine. This was last year, late February, early March.
But you felt it healed your dog, and did it heal something with you too?
It healed something with me. I had parasites. I didn't even know because I started getting like very bad heartburn. My stomach, my appetite was shit. I could not eat.
Really?
And I was wondering what it was. I was like, okay, well, I need to take this medication, and it didn't make it any better. Then when I got the scan and I got rid of the parasites because it listed 3 different types.
And you felt better immediately?
I felt like I was like 20 years old again.
Whoa.
And this was happened over a week. So part of it, 12 hours of the first one, roughly 6 hours the second one, and then the destruction sequence that they do using these frequencies to target the parasites and to kill off the bad cells took about 4.5 hours. What they also do on this device is they program purified water, because water in itself, if you look through ancient history, also is a conductor for the body, just like anything else in our life. So they program this water, and then basically you ingest it twice a day, morning and evening. There's no medications. They didn't have to cut me open. They didn't have to do any of that. And everything that they scanned me of was resolved.
Some guy takes a piss in it. What's that guy, that old hippie guy, fucking drinks his piss every morning? And he pisses in a jar and leaves it for 3 months and drinks his fermented piss? What you need, Mike, is a factory reset, bud. I got just the drink for you. I've heard these claims about people like getting rid of the parasites, or you go to these like healers and they said, oh, you've got parasites. I go, what? You got parasites? Like, well, all I eat is fucking processed chicken. There's no fucking parasites in the fucking processed chicken. I've never been to a third world country. We mean have fucking parasites. Like that's, somehow I did that. It reminds me of D. Emoto's studies about water taking on energies. Yeah, the emotions or whatever will, yeah. Well, couldn't you just program it yourself then out of the tap, for Christ's sake? Can you just they got to program the water? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Scalar wave healing frequencies. Yeah, I don't know. His blood's thick too. He's on TRT, so he must be in his probably mid 40s. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, I think you can. It's just intention, right? Yeah, who knows, right? Well, then even with that logic, right? Like, yeah, your whole mood, your whole like everything in your body. What are we like? We're a very high percentage of water. It's like over 85% at least or something, right? So like your whole mood, your intention, like your attitude, like that would all affect consequently your entire being, right? But then there's that age-old adage that, what is it again? Like people with hate just outlive everybody else. It's like that one like old fucking guy who's just 105 and he smokes all day and he's still alive because he's just fucking so full of hate. Like, how does that make sense? Genetics? Maybe if you program yourself deeply enough, like with hate, like you become resilient to some degree, just like if it was with love. You just have to go one side or the other hard enough. You can't be in between. You can't be a fence sitter, because then your body starts to break down. It's like, which way are we going? You have to pick and choose which side of the struggle you're on. I don't know. All right. Anyway, this is pretty much done now. Anyway, some interesting anecdotes, I guess, out of that. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like more slop for the bucket. Fucking literally. I mean, I don't fucking know, man. Like, some of the claims, the congressman claiming that if it was a congressman, he implied it was someone high up in government, that Russia and China are doing these back engineering programs themselves. We've heard that anyway from people like Dave Grush and co. But could have literally been Dave Grush saying that, actually. That he was with Jake Barber. Jake Barber showed him something to prove, this is going on. Interesting. So anyway, intriguing. I think the body's around 60%. Is that what it is? You might be right. I think a large part of it is water. How much percentage does water make up of the human body? Let's see. You're right. About 57 to 60% of the adult body is water, though it can range from 45 to 75%. For infants, it's much higher, typically 75 to 78, dropping to 65% by 1 year of age. Individuals with higher body fat content, it can be lower in individuals with higher body fat content. Yeah, fat contains less water than tissue. So the more tissue you have, the more water you have. Interesting, yeah. Percentage of the human body is water. Intriguing. Interesting, yeah. Well, there you go. 70%. Depends how much water you drink. I'm going to try to get to 100%, all right, guys? 60 is not high enough for me. China's the quiet one in the room. I can imagine a story where they swarm the world with ARVs at a proper time and say, we'll take control now. But then just at the same time, the technology backfires because they ended up stealing it from the US. Copied it improperly. They all fall apart in tandem. Yeah. Water, my friend. Yes. Flow. We have to flow. Bruce Lee. Yeah, fuck, man. Oh God. That is China is a serious concern. I get concerned at times with China. I get very concerned at times with China. But anyway, as I've spoken to people who've lived in China and just are also terrified of China, now no longer living in China, they're still terrified of China. Yeah, anyway, here's something I saw earlier. I meant to pull up, but survey work and testing, Skinwalker Ranch. Survey work and testing continues today at Skinwalker Ranch, including 2 times monuments at the Triangle. Monuments? What? Mounted in concrete X's oriented to magnetic north bearing. Thanks Pete Kelsey, Eric Bard, and Thomas Witherton for coordinating. Brandon, what in the fucking occult are you doing here now, brother? What? They're putting monuments in the Triangle. I think the boys have gone off the fucking deep end here. Starting to go kind of crazy. They're going to start doing ritual sacrifice at Skinwalker Ranch here. Brandon Fugel's going to come out with fucking dragon and just cut heart rate out of his chest for the season finale. Yeah. I know they measured freedom and measured in freedom units. Does Skinwalker Ranch have a portal? Yeah, supposedly, Devormus, over the Triangle. Travis Taylor, who is a physicist and engineer and works for the Defense Department, is convinced there's some kind of portal or something over this area here at the Triangle. So I guess they have a monument here to commemorate, like, this is where the portal is. I still think they should have one of these, like, hard skeptics go out there by themselves late at night and do some summoning ritual. And we'll come back in the morning and see if they're still there. Or if they'll missing 411 them off the fucking ranch. When I visit the triple portal, I was going to bring a portable speaker and play different resonant frequencies, especially 528 hertz. Be a good idea, man. Be a good idea. It's pretty cool. You're able to do that. You met some guy that could find those fucking things. Undoubtedly, where I am, there's similar kinds of stuff. Like, New Brunswick, it was the Micmac and the Algonquin people were here. I mean, there's tons of fucking crazy stories around here. I mean, actually, Sasquatch stories, tons of them. There's all kinds of like weird places. I mean, not like mainstream, but like supposedly according to like Native peoples, they have their stories of weird shit that's happened up and around here. It's not as interesting as like, the middle of the US because the ice sheets were sitting over most of Canada for a long time. So like finding like ancient ruins or stuff, there's not going to be any of that shit unless it's really fucking old, but it would have been ground to a pulp anyway. So yeah, he might just be completely lying, but who knows? Who knows? Fuck him. You don't know until you go and try, right? I mean, whatever that means. I mean, it might be like the portal thing for me. I guess in our understanding of physics, there is potential for something like that with like wormholes and shit, right? Like, but I don't know if it's like definitive or not. Like, but who knows? Who knows? I mean, this is very interesting now. I haven't heard any updates on the new season. Are you publishing papers in any peer-reviewed journals? We have been conducting research since April 2016. The docuseries ever didn't go public until 2020. Oh, interesting. Ask Brandon. Brandon, when's the new season coming out? Objects exhibiting advanced technology continue to fly with impunity. So we continue to work through the winter at Skinwalker Ranch with technologist Pete Kelsey. Survey marker commissioned by Brandon D. AD 2025. Interesting. It's kind of a time capsule they built there. Very intriguing. What are they anticipating is going to happen? Yeah. Did you look up Terror in the Sky documentary? Yes, I did. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I thought I had, looking at this, I thought I even seen it, man. I don't know, though. Because, is Joel and, yeah. This is with William Shatner, right? Yeah. I thought I may have fucking seen that. Yeah. 5 out of 10 IMDb, yeah. God, I've seen so many of them over the last couple. There's been so many of them over the last couple of years. We just watched, what did we just watch the other day, for Christ's sake? Yeah, okay, yeah. Yes, I have seen it. Because this is where they go out. Is this one with Michio Kaku in it, right? Man? Is Michio Kaku present at one point in this documentary? And there's that lady who is from Ancient Aliens, who is, man, she creeps me the fuck out. She creeps me the fuck out a little bit.
Huge amount of data and equipment that has never been done.
Whatever this is
she
more
was
complex
on,
than we could ever imagine.
She was on Ancient Aliens, man. Oh my fucking God. Oh God. They've got a couple people on there that are, for the most part, I think everybody's
This is a first in the field of ufology.
The variety of devices we're bringing as a team to study
they brought all the
phenomena.
tech together. Yeah, I have seen this actually, yeah. Yeah, what was her name? Carolyn Corey is her name, yeah. Carolyn Corey. Yeah. When I say crystal people, this is usually who I'm referring to. Which, whatever. At the end of the day, like, I don't want to try not to be too judgmental, but like, she gives me like fucking like crazy vibes, man. Like, if you don't go along with this narrative, I'm going to jam this quartz crystal into the side of your fucking neck. Like don't turn around. Don't turn your back to me kind of fucking vibes. Oh God. Anyway, yeah. I've run into people like this, listen, I'm a fairly open-minded person, right? Like even with things like Reiki, but I used to know someone that did Reiki that was kind of like that. And it was like, man, like they were the most spiritual, kindest people you know, but you start asking too many questions and you just see their face like kind of contort. Like, and I was like, holy fucking shit. Okay. I was like, how much did that cost? $10,000 for the certificate. I was like, that doesn't sound very spiritual. That's a lot of fucking money. Like, what did you pay for exactly? And then, you know, the states start to change and you're like, oh God, like, oh, the energy in the room's changed now. She's an unusual long neck, or is it just me? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. She maybe just a tall girl, tall woman, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. She had something with Michio Kaku too. I was like, what the fuck, Christ? Like, Anunnaki secrets revealed. There you go. Okay, holy fuck. 2024. That's a new one. Yeah, tall white. Yes, quite literally. Oh, Bill. Hold on. I mean, listen. I mean, me and Bill are onto the same shit here. I mean, at least Bill's doing it in a very professional sense. Making a bunch of money at it. Get that bag, bro. What the fuck? Whatever. But we just disagree sometimes on the quality of the evidence. I mean, listen, I've read all of Sitchin's stuff. Like, I'm not an expert on Sitchin's stuff. I know quite a bit about it, though. And sometimes he'll speak with conviction on Sitchin's interpretations when I don't think we necessarily should. He could still be right, but, you know, he's pretty goddamn liberal, yeah. The movie show streams on Discord. Might have to watch this one, yeah. Do we? Very, very rarely will. Yeah, but...
We all have one question. Who are the Anunnaki?
The Anunnaki is arguably one of the greatest mysteries of our ancient history and our past.
Oh, this fucking guy too.
We have to ask, who were the gods?
Oh, oh my God, he drug Derek into the fucking grave. That's Eric Von Daniken.
Join me in this grand odyssey and discovery as we seek to uncover the hidden truths of the Anunnaki.
By studying the Anunnaki, we truly unlock the secrets within ourselves at the same time.
Yeah, I saw that, man. That's fucking meme.
We are the offsprings of extraterrestrials, and that's not coincidence.
That's pretty cool. They got all the places. Okay, we turn the music down a little bit in my ears. Oh my God, this is unbelievably epic.
This is the saga of the Anunnaki and their ancient secrets revealed.
Interesting.
And their ancient...
I mean, I love Bill's beard. I like his flow, his vibe, but... And listen, like, you know, they go and they're there. They're exploring the place. I don't know, man. He's got Eric Von Daniken. Holy shit, he is old now, man. Fuck, he's aged a lot. I mean, at the end of the day, I think he must be in his mid-90s. God, he's aged a lot in the last 10 years. I remember when Ancient Aliens started. I remember even then, because, you know, when I'd seen pictures of him, it was like back in the fucking late 60s. When Chariots of the Gods was out, he was touring around and shit. And through the 70s, he worked with a lot of from India academics that were looking at like the Bhagavad Gita and some of these Indian epics and stories, which even the Indian scholars were thinking, like, you know, like they had an intuition. This wasn't just these weren't mythical people. This was something that actually happened. And Eric had been a huge proponent of this in the West with a lot of Western myths and traditions from some of these ancient cultures that their god pantheons, and through Mesopotamia, I guess, were also real people at some point. And you know, to be fair to some of these other cultures, they also believed that too. Like the Sumerians believed the Anunnaki were real. The Egyptians believed that their pantheon was real, that there was a time when they were literally on the planet. It's we here in the West that are more skeptical of this. So, you know, but I'd seen these pictures of him, he was just young, and then I saw him in Ancient Aliens, just like, holy shit. And now he's even aged further, but he's still hanging in there, yeah. Remember his Racing in the Grave, man, yeah. It's so loud and epic, I know, yeah. Yeah, again, like, you know, my whole thing is I don't want to shit on people. I just, you know, it's not what I like. I don't like doing that. It doesn't feel good. I don't like the energy of it. I would disagree with Billy on some points. He's very knowledgeable. My opinion changed on him slightly when I heard him actually in conversation with Joe Rogan a couple months ago, where he was very knowledgeable of Mesopotamian history. Now, he's locked in on Sitchin's interpretations of things, or he'll make a claim, right? Like, oh, well, the Sumerians believed in Nibiru and it's 3,600 year orbit. And you're like, no. They didn't believe, well, we don't know that they believe that. There's nothing in any Mesopotamian text that explicitly mentions Nibiru aside from Sitchin's interpretations and maybe one line of text trying to tie it to something celestial. And there's nothing about it having a 3,600 year orbit. There's no mention of a planet. There's no mention of it having a 3,600 year orbit. It's all something cooked up by Sitchin. So like, and that's where people like academically would get frustrated with these guys, where they'll make claims like that. At the end of the day, this could be true. That could be a true. Sitchin could have been onto something other, right? But that's where I would get, it's how particular are you? Sometimes that frustrates me. Yeah, but at the end of the day, I think, you know, right on, guys. I mean, we got Matt LaCroix, is that the guy's name that was at the start? I watched him on Matt's podcast. He's also, you know, and some of these people, these academics will shit on these guys and girls, but like, you know, these two guys are no joke. Even, you know, Giorgio Tsoukalos, David Childress, you know, these guys are no slouches. Like, if you sat down with them, they've got an unbelievable knowledge when it comes to all of this ancient history and myths and legends and traditions, and like they're not a joke. Where people criticize them is some of their conclusions, right? Or they see the memes on ancient aliens, but none of these guys are a joke. I mean, they're super knowledgeable. Sometimes with some things that they say is where people have a problem. Same with Eric, though. The same thing with Eric Von Daniken. I mean, Eric Von Daniken had the same issue where, you know, he would be maybe a little bit too liberal for some people, or he would jump to conclusions a lot, which is what Georgie will do too, where he's like, well, it's obviously aliens. And it's like, well, we don't know that. I mean, it doesn't necessarily always have to be, and it might be something else even. It might be some old advanced ancient civilization. I mean, there may be a technique employed that we've just forgotten that doesn't necessarily have to employ aliens, but it's a TV show too. They're making fucking money off it, for Christ's sake. So anyway, yeah. Oh my God. Wow. On Johnny Carson and there's no way that's 1962. Yeah, 1973. I was going to say that's 25. That's when the show started. In 1973. Wow. There he is. Isn't that crazy, huh? 1973 on Johnny Carson. That would have been, because Chariots of the Gods came out, Chariots of the Gods. It was in the late 60s, I think, like 69 or something, wasn't it? Book. 1968. Close. There you go. That was it right there. Chariots of the Gods, Unsolved Mysteries of the Past. It's worth a read through. I've gone through it in the past. It's you can get PDFs of it now, honestly. You can go through it and whatnot, but tons of interesting anecdotes, like little bits and pieces from these different cultures, and lots of ancient mysteries. Yeah. Want to look into bits and parts of that interview I mentioned earlier. Opens something to explore for me. Would love to hear your opinion if you saw it. Yeah, where is the link at? Mango, we could pull that up. I know there's, Hendrix had linked earlier, and I meant to look this up again. Also, the statement made by Dave Grosh today, too. Maybe I should just a second. Dave Grosh. I know it was on Twitter. New statement right there, yeah. The illustrated field guide to DMT entities. Holy shit. There you go. Oh, you can just drop the link, Mango. Yeah, no worries. No, there's no worries yet. Machine elves, tricksters, teachers, and other interdimensional beings. Oh, the fucking gnomes. Oh my heavens. Well, listen, I mean, this all isn't legal to do, actually, so you don't do this, right? Don't do this. Twitch, I'm not encouraging people, but people can go and explore these realms for themselves. Except, I'm not really prepared for that right at the moment, but you can go visit these people yourself. Very interesting. Very interesting, yeah. Yeah, so what's this about now?
There are people that I have sat down with, I kid you not, they are not in the original body they were born in.
People who are not even their original body. What's the legality happening in the spirit? How do you resolve that?
The deep end.
She described all kinds of things from, like, even the mermaids, when they got higher level and more power in that kingdom, they got a different kind of tail, and they went from the mermaid tail to the octopus bottom. When you see a person posing as a prophet, but they're using third eye, these are the people that are going to see everyone's
Who's this
she's
guy?
like. So
Dan
both
Duval,
my parents'
okay.
phones
Oh, this
in
is
front of
definitely
oh my gosh.
15 seconds, I'm talking to Sally, and then the face changes and contorts, and the eyes roll back and then come back, and it's okay. Now I'm talking to Jessica. I was watching physical restructuring of bones in the face with some of the switches in real time. I was like, where is the original body? They're like, Antarctica. Of course.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to get to the high places, but if you want to go high, you first have to go deep.
What's up, crew? We are back.
But she was not with me.
Yeah, a little bit.
To check me on her app. And so I did not check myself in on
Talking about mermaids and shit?
I got there and I realized that they like moved back. I thought I could just walk on the plane.
It's a meme now.
They're like, no, you didn't check in. And I'm like, the flight's not taking off for another 40 minutes. Said no.
Like what?
And I just got shut down right there. I'm like, it's taking me longer to argue with you than it would take me to get through security.
You should have done a deliverance for that gate agent right then and there.
Gate agents.
Yeah.
You said gate agent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drop them in a vat of living water, see how they like it.
Quite the liquor cart behind him.
Probably a good idea.
It probably would have worked.
Very
I
nice.
dumped a vat of living water afterwards. I, cleanse off all the frustration and bitterness, my own heart.
Oh,
and
Lord.
then I had to wake up at 3:30 in the morning and fly out that same day. But it was
So
good,
what's his who is this guy? What's his
God still
background?
used the podcast and
Oh, he used it. He's using it.
Yeah.
The amount. I don't think you probably have seen some of the comments or scrolled through them.
it was a lot. In fact, I'm very impressed. And I have to say to you guys do an outstanding job with this podcast.
Thank you.
The
Dan
thumbnails.
Duval. It's a bit of a tinfoil hattery for sure, but some things are
Everybody look at Jake right now.
Okay. It's not like you're the host of the show.
Receive
Thank you.
the encouragement.
And I also have to give your audience a compliment, because I did go through some of the
Bride
comments.
Ministries
and what I saw there
International.
was an extraordinary
pastor.
amount of comprehension.
Yeah.
And really folks that are very dialed in.
Mhm.
And I don't know how so many dialed in folks found you guys, but I'm very impressed by that. I'm very impressed by your audience. And, I came in with that first podcast like, I don't know.
Cloning.
Is your audience really ready? And
You got living water.
Frustration of the
some
audience. You gotta get that fixed. But you're someone who God has trained how to do deliverance. And you can always tell, you can sort of tell that somebody has been trained by a man versus somebody who's been trained by God, because some of the things you say don't make any sense until you unpack them. In fact, my wife was even saying this, like, Holy Spirit told her to do something one time with a traumatic event.
So they're very Christian based, I guess. Okay, yeah. Interesting, yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm not I grew up like in a Roman Catholic, kind of Irish Catholic kind of family, I guess. But yeah, I'm not really, and we talk about spiritual shit here all the time, actually, really. I do have, some people will form a very personal connection with whatever the fuck is going on. Like they'll have some personal connection with God or something. I mean, yeah, I think, not to dig too much into people's beliefs, but I mean, I think sometimes challenging beliefs is a good thing to do too. At the end of the day, I don't know. Maybe some people have, he says his wife has Holy Spirit comes through his wife and tells her to do things and shit. And it's like, I don't know that there isn't some force that comes through people and guides them. Maybe there is, right? Ultimately, we don't know. Some of this stuff, though, for me, and this is probably unrelated to their discussion ultimately, but I'll just meme on this because my background is in philosophy, and I talk about things like this. And in philosophy, there's lots of debates around the idea of God, and it's something that a lot of religious philosophers have debated. And God is usually defined as that which no greater thought can be conceived. And, you know, the question is, can you form some kind of a connection with that force if it exists, right? Is it possible to? I mean, that force ultimately is by definition beyond our comprehension, right? Because it lies inside the bounds of this reality and we're within it, right? And we're functioning within it. Now, some part of us may ultimately exist beyond this place, but we're reasoning with it here, right? With these, our faculties that are stuck within this reality. And so, you know, sometimes, and this kind of the way, I'll explain it like a way that like a philosopher named Ludwig von Wittgenstein described it as. But he looked at all this as, and he called it an ineffable force. It lies in an ineffable realm. And Wittgenstein was about the limits of language. Ultimately, it's what he studied in philosophy. He was a logician, a mathematician, and he was a philosopher. And he studied the limits of language, and that ultimately this force is probably going to kind of be beyond not just our comprehension, but, you know, even more than that, it's going to be beyond the limits of language to kind of describe and understand. So Wittgenstein kind of left it in this ineffable realm, this realm where you can't even really speak on it. Ultimately, in trying to speak on it and fit it within this box of language and whatnot, he looked at that sometimes as being silly. It's not that there isn't something unknown with the world. He had this experience, and he had lived through, 2 wars, I guess. Most of his brothers had committed suicide. He was from a very wealthy family. I think his father was involved with, I don't know if it was steel industry or oil industry. But he had a pretty hard life, even though he grew up wealthy. And he struggled a lot too with depression. Anyway, in the First World War, he had this experience where he was in the trenches and he was convinced he was going to die. So he was just sitting there, unable to move, essentially. And he was going to die if he continued to sit there. And he described it, I forget what the term was used exactly, but essentially some feeling came over him. It was and he did use a term, I think, to describe this. I just can't recall it right now. But it was this idea that he was going to be okay, that he was going to be able to get up out of the trench and run towards enemy fire, and he wasn't going to die. And he had this feeling come over him, and he described it as like a spiritual experience. And if it wasn't for that intervention, he would have died. And so that was his kind of run-in with this ineffable force. Now, I do have a problem sometimes with people trying to personalize it. And, you know, I do have a problem too, to some degree, with organized religion a little bit, where people are trained with the Bible, you know, the New, the Old Testament, and they treat it as some kind of holy work, some holy book that's channeled from some higher place. And a lot of what makes up that book are older stories. And really, they're, aside from like the New Testament, which pertains to Jesus, but a lot of it is made up of older stories from older cultures as well. And, you know, if it's a channeled text, if it's a channeled work, well, why can't that happen again? There are probably other texts out there kind of in modern day that would be probably, more relevant because it's not 2,000 plus years old. Shit. So, you know, I don't know. And that's not a hard critique of like religion, but to some degree, I guess it is. I'm not like, I wouldn't describe myself as an atheist or anything, because I do have kind of a spiritual perspective. I think in the world, there's a lot of unknowns. I'm not ignorant to mystical experience whatsoever. But anyway, just going forward, sometimes, you know, I'm not really a part of that community usually. And I know some people speak with conviction on these things, and they're very convicted in their beliefs. I question my beliefs all the time, and I do question the beliefs of other people too sometimes too. But anyway, it's just interesting.
Had to do with
I see
water.
some interesting claims in here that he's made.
And she listened to your episode. She's like, that's the first time I've ever heard somebody say like, I take this, dump it into a container of living water. So it's God saying the same thing to different people, but some people he's given a lot to. And I think it's because of your calling. You're kind of,
yeah, even God, he has given to people. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's, yeah. Significance of the cross. This is an interesting part here. What do you think that this means?
Av Aleph Tav, which means that if you really understand what you're looking at, in the beginning, God created through Jesus the heavens and created and nailed the heavens to the earth. Because Vav means nail.
Hey, we'll get back to the show in just 1 second, but I got to let you know something really cool.
Oh my God,
On
fucking
December
bad boys.
10th
What are you
in New
doing?
York City, we are doing our second deep
to the cross.
Yeah, I'm not big in, this is one of the point. I'm not big into interpretations of the Bible. I mean, I think they're stories for the most part. That's kind of my view on them. I think there are a lot of stories. They're important stories. It's an important text, but I don't look at them necessarily as some kind of channeled text. I mean, for me, if I were to look into something that I think is more spiritually relevant or important, I would look to something, if we're going to go, because ultimately it's woo. It would be considered as woo, right? By a lot of people in academia, or depending upon your study, your background. But I mean, I would look to something, and I mentioned this before, and like Divin Orvis knows what this is, but who this is, but Michael Newton stuff is something I would look to. I would look to some more controlled experiments, experimenting with consciousness, to try and get an actual framework, right, of what reality is. And I'm not really a fan of like biblical literature, aside from it being like used metaphorically, or like why it's historically important, right, for the foundations of Western civilization, like it ethically important, like stuff like that. But I'm kind of with people like Dawkins, honestly, with a lot of the stories where I do think that they are stories. They're important stories, though, which is where I probably would differ from like Dawkins on. I keep meaning to fucking read Jordan Peterson's book. Actually, he did a study on the Bible. It's We Who Wrestle with God was the book. I keep meaning to read it. I bought it because I think it's important. But yeah, even some of these interpretations and whatnot, I'm kind of like,
Cross.
Dang.
So everything gets resolved at the cross in heaven and earth. Now, the cosmic history of our universe is held in the balance of the finished work of Jesus Christ. And there is a lot of cosmic history that predates Adam in the garden. And a lot of it happened on some of these other planets and other star systems.
I mean, fuck, he's extrapolating that out. I mean, I don't know. I've memed on the cross here before. I'm not that I'm going to do this again because I want to play a little bit of this other fucking interview too. But, in understanding like where some of this iconography comes from is important as well. It's not to say that this character, Jesus, was an important person, right? I mean, he was a philosopher, ultimately, is what he was. And he was someone who preached about ethics and about treating people properly because people were being treated poorly. And he stood up against the Roman Empire, stood up against the man, and he got put down ultimately. So, I have a great respect for that character, at least. And some people are fairly convicted that he existed. There were lots of prophets named Jeshua wandering around the desert back around that time period. And there seems to be one that stood out that made a wave, right? But he was ultimately, I as a philosopher, I have a lot of respect ethically for his message, which is still, reiterated today. And I think that maybe speaks to its power and whatnot. The cross definitely, and this is the thing, like, I want to get to objective truths. Like, what does it actually mean? Where does it come from? Where does the iconography of the cross actually originate from? I'm not going to go down fucking Nibiru rabbit hole again, but I mean, if you look at the cross and why the cross is being used at that time and where it came from, that's not the image I was looking for. I'm just pulling the image tab up. But you can actually see it goes way, 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 way back. And if you actually want an interesting fucking meme about the cross, and what it probably originally stood for. And now there's other depictions of this all over the globe. Now, when you think about what a cross is, it's just two straight lines, like intersecting one another. And, you know, we're all Homo sapiens here on planet Earth now. So maybe there's some kind of collective subconscious thing going on where it's like we all draw a picture of a heart. We all draw a cross. We all draw circles and squares. And, you know, these are just things that are baked into our being. But the cross, I think, absolutely meant something else. It was some kind of celestial phenomena. That's one image of it there. But it goes back to, and it is a depiction of, ultimately, this is a fucking head trip, honestly. And I'm encouraging people to kind of look into this a little bit on their own. But it goes back to Mesopotamia. And when you go, and it's not just in Mesopotamia, it's also in places like Italy of Valcamonica, that's about 10,000 years old, that petroglyph right there. That's another depiction of it. You notice it's pointing down to a man, and you notice that, you know, this is what it goes back to. Again, it goes back to the winged disc in Mesopotamia, and the winged disc ultimately, I mean, it might get a little bit more weird in some respect, but the winged disc is some kind of celestial phenomena. So the cross ultimately is something that maybe appeared sometime in the distant past. I don't know. It referred, this object, I think, I'm almost completely convicted this is some kind of a comet. And what's interesting when you think about this and you think about the cross and its iconography and its relationship with Christianity to Jesus and to death and to resurrection and to heaven, right? You'll see when you go into a Catholic church, sometimes Jesus crucified on a cross, and above him are the clouds. And in this church that I grew up in, this Catholic church, you would have this iconography there where you'd have Jesus crucified, that above him there would be the clouds, and there'd be God, this old man with a beard up in the clouds looking down on his son, or him to some degree, crucified on the cross and dying. But when you look at this from Mesopotamia, this is the Anunnaki, right? So the Anunnaki means those who from heaven descended down to earth. And now when you really dig into that, you have to say, well, they descended from what? Heaven. Well, this is what they descended from now. This object is what they descended from, which is this winged disc, which also carries inside of it usually the iconography of the cross within it. So they descended down from this winged disc, sometimes represented by just a cross. And this is some kind of representation for heaven, ultimately. So it has some kind of religious symbolism kind of already baked within it from the Mesopotamians, which is really intriguing when you think about it. And that it was carried through time down to some of these other groups, telephone game to some degree. And then the Christians I know there's another breadcrumb chain that kind of leads it back to Rome and down to the Christians, and then they crucified them on the cross, right? A lot of these people at that time wasn't just Jesus, it was like Spartacus and his group of rebels. They were all crucified on crosses. But anyway, yeah, intriguing. But like I don't just stop at the Bible. Like, I mean, the Bible's an interesting set of stories, but this is where things get very real, I think. And if for anybody, again, is curious, I would recommend, if you want to kind of read an interesting spiritual text, I would honestly look to Michael Newton's work. That's what I would look to. I think it's very intriguing. He gets into all kinds of stuff about like past lives and all that kind of shit, right? And there's no hard proof of it. There is data, honestly, but in the form of case studies. But that's essentially it. But interesting. So he's a pastor and whatnot. Talks about Venus and the rings of Saturn and all this stuff. Okay, interesting. The third eye. And what would the rings? Well, I'm the rings of Saturn.
Take us, bro. You're on a roll right now.
Am I?
I'm just there.
Yeah, he definitely seems a bit out there. But anyway, Mango, thank you for sharing it, at least. Yeah, for the sake of conversation. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I'm not going to go down fucking the beer rabbit hole again. Jesus Christ. What I did want to pull up is, oh fuck, what did I have here? I had something else up with, Dave Grosh. So this is this is our religion, which is the disclosure. And Dave is our prophet. Dave put his neck on the chopping block. He was the one. Actually, he put his whole fucking deal, Venus and all, on the chopping block for us. So Dave is, Signal was hacked. That just happened right now, Zos? Or is that just from responding from the title? So Dave has released a statement here I'm both immensely humbled and deeply honored to join Congressman Burleson and his amazing team of professionals in pushing for government transparency. The public is rightfully demanding to know the truth, and it is my true privilege for me to serve the people of this country once again. I will use all my expertise to support Representative Burleson and to help U.S. Congress restore full oversight while enabling the legislative branch's ability to investigate and hold those accountable who have broken the law and lied not only to our Congress, but also the executive branch of the President, Director of National Intelligence, and Department of Justice. Oh, fuck. They're going to fucking crucify Sean on the front lawn. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Signal was hacked. No, Buddy got invited in it, so this is what happened. Unless this is a recent development that I'm not aware of right now. Yeah. The guy got invited into the group chat by, I forget what his name was. That's what happened, yeah. That's still a meme that everyone's talking about, though, I know, right now. But yeah, we were kind of going over it earlier and went over all of the all of the memes for it. Where the fuck did this go now? Kurt Jamungle, yeah. It was Pete Hegseth, right? Pete's the one that got in shit, Mono, yeah. Pete is the one who leaked some kind of military operations in the Signal chat, which he shouldn't have put in there, yeah. He's who they're dragging through the glass right now. Yeah, it wasn't Pete that invited the journalist into the group. It was somebody else. It was Michael something. I can't remember his name. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, it's definitely bad. It's definitely not a good look for Pete, or really any of them. But anyway, yeah. This guy, interesting. I never fucking heard of this guy before. Economist Robin Hanson. Everyone has their theories now. I believe we're in a playpen and the aliens think us to be their babies, and they think all we want is their milk and we won't stop bothering them for it. American Economist and author. Interesting. Professor of economics at George Mason University. And he's a ufologist too, I guess, or someone that thinks about UFOs. What's this little clip say? What are they saying here?
Almost surely, if there were aliens and they had a modestly independent origin, they would be maybe 10 million, 100 million years more advanced than us. And that's large enough that you should look at the evidence. They picked something sort of in the middle. They decided to hang out at the edge of our visibility, not being invisible, not being visible. That's kind of weird. But basically half of the universe right now could be filled with aliens, but we still couldn't see it from here because they expand so fast that you don't see them until they're almost here. Cultural evolution is humanity's superpower. This isn't just side thing. This is the whole thing. This is what makes humans different from the other animals. And it's really a scarily random process. We trust our culture to give us our values, our norms, and we assume it must come from somewhere. Academia talks as if its main product was intellectual progress or insight, but plausibly its main actual product is prestige. And there is a huge demand for prestige.
Robin Hanson, an economics professor at George Mason University and research associate at Oxford's Future of Humanity Institute, coined the influential concept of the Great Filter to account for extraterrestrial life. In this episode, he applies the same analytic rigor to human institutions, from his statistical case that aliens may actually be watching us right now, to his radical proposal for using prediction markets to fix academia's so-called broken incentives, a term he used, which I countered. His groundbreaking grabby aliens theory and work on cultural evolution offers a stark warning. Our global monoculture may be humanity's greatest vulnerability.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting. That would certainly explain the moon. What? Doesn't make any fucking sense.
Almost surely, if there were aliens and they had a modestly independent origin, they would be maybe 10 million, 100 million years more advanced than us. And
I was actually, Kurt had posted something, and it was probably far too boring to cover here, honestly, but just a second. Stephen Greer, what's a grabby alien to grab his ass? He's out looking for the bussy hunters. He says, I'm done with the deep throats. We're hip for the straight fucking bussy hunters now. Oh. Yes. Kurt's a smart guy. Kurt was going on about This is kind of related to aliens, honestly. I don't know if we're talking about this shit or not, though. I mean, it was in regards to this guy named Kurt Gödel, who was a mathematician and a philosopher, and Kurt had kind of raised some very interesting issues epistemologically with mathematics and knowledge, and epistemology is the study of knowledge. I've kind of been looking into this a little bit more recently myself, and kind of trying to tie it to Platonism and simulation theory and stuff. So anyway, this is not really, I'll talk about this some other point. It's kind of fucking boring, honestly. This is more exciting than fucking aliens, but I was reading through his post just the other day. I meant to respond to him actually, but anyway, yeah.
And that's large enough that you should look at the evidence. They picked something sort of in the middle. They decided to hang out at the edge of our visibility, not being invisible, not being visible. That's kind of weird. But basically half of the universe right now could be filled with aliens, but we still couldn't see it from here because they expand so fast that you don't see them until they're almost here. Cultural evolution is humanity's superpower. This isn't just side thing. This is the whole thing. This is what makes humans different from the other animals. And it's really a scarily random process.
We just saw the intro. What's a great
Welcome.
filter?
Nice to meet you, sir.
Okay. You've coined something called the Great Filter. What is the Great Filter, and where are the aliens?
We live in this vast universe. It goes on and on and on. And we're alive, and we have a history of life. Life seems to have started somewhere in our past near here, developed into us, and we look to our future and go, we should become big. We should become powerful. We should leave this planet, even the solar system, and we could remake stars, remake the galaxies. We have this great potential as a future. And we look out in the universe and we think, well, we can't be the only ones. There must have been other places that didn't have life, then created life and created us and then went on to this big future. But where are they? That is, we don't see much of this big future out in the universe. So that creates this question.
Earth is being
where are the
monitored,
aliens? Fermi's question. Where is everybody? So I reframe this question a different way. I said, okay, well, there's this process starting from simple dead matter, going through simple life, advanced life like us, even more advanced life that could be visible in the universe. There's a physical process by which things start at one end and get to the other end of that chain. And at the end of that chain, there's almost nothing. The universe seems to have almost nothing out there that has reached this end that we think is a plausible end for us. And so that means it's really hard to go along this path. And we can think of how that's hard as a filter. There are places where many things start and they don't all reach the end. Some things knock them off the path. So the Great Filter is the sum total of all these obstacles, from starting from simple dead matter to becoming the visible, expanding life that you could see from a long way away, which we don't see.
Examples of these filters, examples of these obstacles.
Right, so for example, your planet could just never evolve life in the first place. Or it could never evolve sexual selection, or could never evolve multicellular creatures, right? Or never involve social intelligence and brains. These are all things that might never have happened. And so the question is, how hard was it to go from each step to the next step? And that difficulty would be the filter. You could think of it as, if it happened at one moment, what's the chances? Did it have to go down a really lucky path? And if it had gone down other paths, that would have been just a dead end. It never could have gotten at it. Or is it like a slow trying process? I keep having to try billions of possibilities and eventually gets to the one that works.
And you're referring to globally catastrophic for the civilization or for the life form. So that is to say, if there are 5 parallel life forms evolving, and you slice away 2, or some catastrophe happens that only affects 2 out of the 5, these 3 continue. You don't consider that a filter?
It wouldn't so much be a problem if the others could go ahead. But if, say, there's different ways of configuring life, and if one succeeds, it blocks all the others, well, that could be a filter because maybe you needed to go one of the other paths and you couldn't have got here except for that. So the thing is to notice it might be hard to get to where we are, and it might be hard to get from here to where we hope to be. So the filter is whatever's making this hard. So I just thought of restating the question, where is everybody, as how big is the filter? And in particular, how much have we passed? Because if we're almost through the filter, then maybe it'll be pretty easy for us to go out there and be visible and expand and achieve what we hope. But if more of the filter's ahead of us, then our odds are pretty low. We should still try, but can't have too much hope.
Well, there's a bit of a filter still because we're not off the planet yet.
Kurt here. If you're enjoying this conversation, please take a second to like and to share this video with someone who may appreciate it. It actually makes a difference in getting these ideas out there. Subscribe, of course. Thank you. So where are the aliens?
Thank you, Kurt.
The aliens are either nowhere because we're the only creatures in the universe, or they're out there, but they somehow can't leave their planets. There's some obstacle that they always stay small and can't go very far. They're at our level, but never get much farther.
I personally don't even factor that one into the equation, that there are no aliens out there, because we found fossilized microbial life in asteroids. And people are fairly convicted there was life on Mars, actually, and they already found evidence for this. So, and panspermia is one of the leading theories right now on like where life fucking came from originally. So that is not one of the options, I don't think. So the question is, where the fuck are they actually? Because there should be a good amount of them out there proportionally to how many stars there are. So yeah. Dexter season 4. Is that who he reminds you of? Yeah. They always talk about sharing the videos like we know other people who are into the woo. It's true though. Well, I'll go bring it up to that old guy at the supermarket. Just whisper it in the back of his ear. Be like, hey, have you seen Kurt Schmunkel's new video? What? You seen Kurt Schmunkel's new video? Any science nerds out there, I have a question. Can a physical object vibrate at a different frequency? And if so, can the human eye see it? I think we're all vibrating at the same frequency, so if I can remember correctly. There's someone that can answer that question for you. ChatGPT, actually, or Grok should answer that question. I think we all vibrate at the same frequency.
They're out there, and there's a lot of them, but we can't see them because they haven't gotten here yet. So one way there could be a lot of aliens in the universe is if they expand really fast, because that means you wouldn't see them until they're almost here. So that's the basis of my grabby aliens analysis. I did this great filter analysis roughly, 25 years ago. And then in the, 5 years ago, I returned to the topic and tried to do a more numerical analysis. I had a mathematical model of the distribution of aliens in space-time with 3 parameters, each of which I fit to data, me and colleagues. And that can tell us where everybody is in space-time. And I think we have a fit to that model, so I can roughly tell you. So there's 3 key parameters. The idea is aliens appear at random places in space-time. They appear at random times, but the random time has a power law we could explain. That is, it's more likely later in time and earlier in time. There's a constant and a power in the power law.
So you mean to say they're randomly distributed in space, but not space-time, because time has a different distribution?
Right. That is, very early, that's almost no chance they appear. And then they appear more and more rapidly as time goes on. And that's because there's a hard steps model that makes that prediction. And then once they appear, they start expanding, and there's a speed of expansion. But the interesting thing to note is they expand very fast, then you have very little chance of seeing them until they get here. That is, if they were in your backward light cone, they would be here now instead of us, and we could not have appeared. So the only way our part of space-time can be empty waiting for us is if they're not here, in which case that's a selection effect that says they could be lots of places elsewhere in space-time, but they're not right here because if they had been in our past, they would be here instead of us. So the aliens expanding very fast is the way there could be a lot of them. Basically, half of the universe right now could be filled with aliens, but we still couldn't see it from here because they expand so fast that you don't see them until they're almost here. So that's one way of saying where are the aliens. They're all over, but they expand really fast, more than, say, half the speed of light, which is crazy fast.
And where are you getting that number, half the speed of light?
Well, yeah,
I get that from fitting this model to our data. So if I make a statistical model of aliens in space-time, and I try the parameter they expand slowly, what I see is that at any one time any civilization appears in the universe, when it looks out to see other alien civilizations, it sees a lot of them. But as I increase the speed of expansion, the number of other alien civilizations that they see decreases. And when they get a high enough speed, they don't see any. So that when we look out and we don't see any, then we say, aha, that's showing us the speed is very high.
Right.
Okay, so what credence do you place that the UFOs that are seen, some of them are going to be some atmospheric effect or something else?
I'm just thinking about that logically. Maybe? Yeah, there's... Yeah, we're not going to sit on this for 5 minutes and we'll just let them continue on. So what if aliens vibrate at a different frequency and so we can't see them? Well, that's in the woo zones, as you know, that the woo, now that is woo. It's not something that, like, the idea that creatures can vibrate at a different frequency is not something that's based in science. It doesn't mean it's not true, objectively true. It might just be something we don't understand. But from what I understand, that's not something that we could even wrap our heads. We can kind of, but not even wrap our heads around officially. For people that don't know, that's a claim from channelers, from abductees, contactees, that we're in a third density right now, that ultimately the universe is divided into densities due to frequency, and that we're third density, the aliens are in fourth density, fifth density, they're like dimensions, essentially, but they're designated by frequency. And so they're vibrating at a higher frequency, so you can't see them. It doesn't really align with like string theory or anything. But yeah, from what I know, because I've gone through this before with Mr. Drunk Physics, and I've had conversations with ChatGPT and other people as well about this over the years, because I mean, I don't have a background in physics. I mean, so, you know, I just want to put this question to them, and they were ultimately like, what? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's kind of baseless, I guess, if that makes any sense. Doesn't mean it's not true, but it just means that it's not anything that we're familiar with officially. They're devices that can measure the electromagnetic frequency of the human heart. Those people think that it is your frequency. Yeah, it'd be something else, Mono. It'd be something, I don't know specifically even what they mean, but it's at like an atomic level or subatomic level even, actually, is what they'd be referring to, like what would designate the frequency. Like, it's like of all matter. Oh, well, so the people that I'm referring to, like the woo people, it's the frequency of what you're made up of. It's like subatomic particles, that frequency, which I don't think anybody really understands in science, which might mean it's just complete horseshit. But maybe it is talked about by people who claim they've had conversations with the aliens. So you think the aliens will give them a bit more insight into it, but I don't know. Who knows?
That's misidentified, but that remaining percentage that the pilots and the government...
But there could be a thing to that, though, right? So there could very well be a possibility where, and there's anecdote. I mean, you look around at some of these instances, like look at Skinwalker Ranch, look at some of these other encounters people have had. They could be in a space that we can't access. Whatever that is, essentially, is what that argument is. They're in a place that we can't access. They've graduated to a space that we can't access. So it could be that once you get technologically advanced enough to really leave a planet and you're able to actually traverse time and space in an efficient way to go to their star systems, and it doesn't take a million fucking years, you can access higher realms of existence, or you can access other spaces that would render you effectively invisible to, you know, base level life. And so that's kind of the argument. So frequency stuff aside, I mean, that's kind of the argument, is they are everywhere, but they're all more advanced than us, and they're in spaces we can't access. So that research mean that, I don't know of all of them, but dude, it's rooted in that. The frequency of your heart, okay? I like the idea that space is some mass, that there are quadrants of space that also interact the same way ours does. Well, look at dark matter, right? I mean, That's an enigma still, whatever that means. If it's something to do with higher dimensions, right? If they're in these higher, if there's some able to access these higher dimensions physically, if that's what these are indicative of, I mean, who knows, right?
Seems to think it's not of any worldly government. What credence do you assign to those as being actual aliens?
So there's two steps of a UFO analysis. In a Bayesian analysis, there's what's called a prior, your estimate of the likelihood of a scenario independent of the evidence you've seen. And secondly, there's a likelihood, which is what's the chance that this evidence you've seen would arise if this hypothesis were true. So I've looked at the concrete evidence of UFOs, and I'm not an expert on that, but my rough judgment is some of it is pretty weird and not easily dismissed.
Yes.
So that at least makes the likelihood not crazy.
No.
But my analysis of aliens makes me an expert on the prior. So I feel like I should speak up as an expert and say, okay, having done this analysis of grab aliens, I am well placed to think about what the prior should be on whether UFOs could be aliens. You'll have to combine that with the likelihood to see it, the actual thing. So as an example, on average in a murder trial, 1 in 1,000 people on average are murdered, and 1 in 1,000 associates might be the murderer. So that makes any one accusation of a murder roughly a 1 in a million prior. But a murder trial can collect sufficient evidence to overcome a 1 in a million prior to get you to convict the accused as murder, right? So that's roughly what we're thinking about. Can we get the prior up to 1 in a million or even higher here? And if in which case, you'll have to look at the evidence to make the decision. Some people want to say, this is so crazy a hypothesis you have, I don't need to look at your evidence. That's just wrong. And if the prior were, 1 in 10 to the 20, then that might be right. So the question is, how high is the prior? So basically, in order to produce a prior, what I have to try to do is construct the most plausible scenario that's consistent with what we know about the universe and them eventually showing up here as UFOs. So my analysis there, I get a prior of roughly 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 1,000. And that's large enough that you should look at the evidence. It's not certain at all. If you didn't see any evidence, you would dismiss it as not likely, right? But since there is evidence, I gotta say, you should look at it because this is not a crazy prior. So would you like to go through the actual scenario?
Sure.
Okay. So when we're trying to explain UFOs as aliens, there's a couple of key features we need to explain. One is, the universe around us is empty. So we're postulating that there were aliens close enough to arrive here, but they didn't go everywhere else around. So we need to explain, why aren't they everywhere else? Why are they only here if they're here and not somewhere else?
Us.
Secondly, we need to explain, okay, they didn't go everywhere else, but they did come here. Why did they come here? And third, the thing they're doing here is a bit weird. So, I'll phrase it as, they are not completely invisible, nor really obvious. Now, both of these would be relatively easy. So for context, almost surely if there were aliens and they had, a modestly independent origin, they would be maybe, 10 million, 100 million years more advanced than us. Like, it would be very unlikely they're only 1,000 years more advanced. That would be a crazy time coincidence. So you're by assumption imagining alien species that's way more advanced than us. 10 million, 100 million years. So with that level of advancedness, not only could they have easily colonized the whole galaxy or more very visibly. If they were around here, they could have been completely invisible or completely visible. Those would be just
trivial
options.
For them.
Right, exactly. So now we have to puzzle. They didn't choose either of those two options. They picked something sort of in the middle. They decided to...
We'll continue with this thought experiment that's going on here. This is probably rooted in some outdated ideals about, travel, for instance. You say, well, we're going to be assuming they're 10 million to 100 million years ahead of us. Well, if they were only 1,000 or 10,000, that's not really enough given the length of time it takes to maybe get between star systems, or you'd have to, it's kind of like it begins as a thought experiment, I guess. He's going to try and go through here and further explain it out, but Like, we could already stop them there and be like, well, they could be 10. In 1,000 years, we could figure out a way to detect the light. We could be able to conquer a faster than light travel, and we could have systems that could do that as well. And we could go out and we could scan actively these other immediate star systems. And by immediate star systems at that point, I mean probably anything within the galaxy, or at least very, you know, a quarter of the galactic arm or something. And we could go out with a system and see if there's any technological life, and we just instantaneously go there. And then we're only 10,000 years old technologically, so I don't know why it needs to be 10 million per se. Yeah, maybe they crash landed. Yeah, I heard once a year there's like a Venus flytrap. When they get caught in our gravity, they can't escape our atmosphere. Well, to get here to begin with, so they would probably be employing some kind of manipulation of gravity, time and space. That'd be the only way likely they get here at all, actually. I mean, that by some kind of a warp, or it wouldn't, there's really no other. The ideas of these solar sails, I think a lot of people, it's just kind of fucking crazy. And it's like, to effectively get around it all, you'd have to do something ridiculous to get past FTL. Like,
hang out at the edge of our visibility, not being invisible, not being visible. That's kind of weird. And it also doesn't seem to be doing very much there, right? They didn't make a big mega city here on Earth or around Saturn or something. They're not making huge factories or...
They could, though. They could have. They could now. Maybe we can't see them. They could have also been involved with us from the beginning. I mean, again, this is where you go with this. Like,
they're just kind of flitting about, not really doing anything, not interacting. And that's kind of weird, right? So I need a story that predicts that.
Or interacting seldomly.
But to little consequence, it seems, right? What's the point of coming all this way if that's what you're going to do? You know, I think this is part of the puzzle. So if you say, I need a theory that explains the UFO as alien scenario, I need a story where the UFOs, some of them are actually aliens who then came from a long way away, who are then much older than us, who nevertheless did not colonize the galaxy, decided to come here, and then decided to hang out at this edge of visibility thing, not doing much of anything. Okay, that's my challenge if I'm going to come up with a story.
Yeah, okay. Now, here's something else to think about. If they're 1 million years advanced, more advanced, whatever advanced means.
Right.
Okay.
More time of development, say.
Sure. Would we expect that the story that they have for why they're, whatever their motivation is, to be comprehensible to us? Let's be honest. Understanding the nature of reality is difficult, but sometimes just being a person is more difficult. Now. There have been moments in my life,
and of the behavior of creatures that are not that specific to us and our particular history. We have the theory of natural selection, for example. That's supposed to be a theory of biological evolution on Earth for the last 4 billion years, and plausibly on alien planets as well. And we have a lot of theories of social behavior that are not just supposed to be about human social behavior. They're about animal social behavior, and they would be about alien social behavior. So this is a question about how much do we actually know about behavior? And I'd say we know more than just humans' recent behavior. We know more generally about the nature of behavior. And that's what I would need to base my story on something like that. Okay, so here are the elements of a story to explain UFOs as aliens. The first is, so in my simplest model, aliens appear roughly 1 per million galaxies. So their spacing is really far apart. So it would be great, 1 per million galaxies puts the nearest aliens way, way far away from here.
Oh, that's
which means they don't have very,
small.
It'd be really hard for them to get here. So one way to get around that is to postulate that they have a common origin with us. That is, the typical alien is way, way out there, but we happen to have a common origin. That is, there was some Eden planet, and it evolved life, and then life left that planet and seeded multiple other planets. And the time for that plausibly would have been the origin of the solar system, i.e., our star was formed in a nursery with maybe 10,000 other stars, all at the same place and time, all close together. So if something had seeded that with life, it might plausibly have seeded many, many planets with life, not just ours. Now, that puts them closer to us in space and time. So now their planet goes evolving life for 4 billion years, ours does, and then they happen to be first before us. And that puts them maybe a few thousand light years away from us, you see. But this is the way we get a correlation between them and us. There's still the...
Wait, he said another galaxy, though. That's way more than a few thousand light years.
This vast empty universe, but they're much closer than a random other alien would be because they have a common origin. So a common origin in space and time puts them closer to us in space and time, which makes it feasible for them to get here.
Oh, sorry. What's the mechanism that this Eden planet is seeding life on other planets?
Just rocks. Basically, the simplest story of panspermia is rocks are constantly falling from the sky, smashing planets and kicking up little rocks that drift away off to other
because
things.
There's not intent there. Otherwise, you would just say that was the life form prior.
Just be random.
Got it.
And the idea would be the earliest life we see on Earth is not the simplest possible life. That's actually the result of many billions of years of previous evolution. This life that got kicked off would still be a very simple life. So it doesn't have much intention or plans or anything like that. It's just a very simple, robust life that was sitting inside a rock. It got kicked off, and then it seeded our initial solar system. So in the initial nursery, these stars were all very close with lots of rocks flying back and forth. So if life appeared in any part of that, could easily have spread to the rest. So we have panspermia siblings is the story. Panspermia seeded and then seeded across, and then we have a sibling. There's another star and planet out there that evolved life before us, and that's why they're correlated. Now, so that's the first thing we need, panspermia siblings. It's not obvious, but it's not a crazy
It's pretty
scenario.
weak.
Okay, second, we need them to decide and enforce no colonization. They could have, when they reached our level, and soon afterwards, they could have colonized the galaxy. So how do we explain that they didn't? The simplest way is they had a choice and they chose not to. So we already see in our world people who would disapprove of colonizing the universe.
So essentially, all of this is a very elaborate thought experiment to try and explain why the aliens aren't appearing obvious to us. So, yeah, not if it wasn't that advanced or the gravity drives malfunctioned. Well, they'd have to be advanced to get here, though, right? That's the only problem. They wouldn't just by happenstance crash here. Well, maybe they could, but I mean, depends where they came from. If we're talking about intergalactic, like, they'd have to be fairly advanced. Because, you know, the nearest star system would take you a long time, 1 million years at a very high speed to reach. So, yeah, and I mentioned that they go to cataclysmic or extinction events, too. Was talking with my neighbor. What have I missed? Oh, brother. Not a whole lot. This guy's just trying to construct some kind of an experiment here to try and explain why the aliens are here, but they're not interacting with us. I think it doesn't need to be this elaborate and this complicated. It doesn't need to have all of these different caveats involved with it to explain it. It's just excessively complicated, and it's just set up on a foundation of sand, ultimately. Really. Already. And we've already gone through these thought experiments before, but I mean, really, honestly, I think what ties UFOs to aliens, people they've interacted with, essentially. That's what we're looking at, that they've decided to interact with people in this indirect way, this kind of metaphysical way at times. And we haven't taken those accounts seriously. We've relegated these people into these camps of insane people. Although, for the most part, not all of them, but a portion of them are definitely not insane and have actually been subjected to some pretty rigorous testing by some very accredited psychiatrists who are literally the people to tell you whether or not you're insane. And that they come to the determination that some of these people are absolutely not insane at all, and that they've actually had some kind of profound experience. So then you'd look at what that experience was, right? And the experience was, for whatever reason, these beings decided to pick them up, have conversation with them, maybe conduct some medical experiments and then bring them back. And there are anecdotes from those experiences detailing why they're doing this as well. And one of the explanations that's given is that they have to, they're abiding by rules. That's one. The other one is a rule of non-interference as well, where, you know, they just don't want to disrupt our society because it would obviously be disruptive to have, that's the other thing too. It's like, it would absolutely be disruptive to get 100% proof from one of these abductees. Let's say they grab one of these alien books from the ship, like a Betty and Barney Hill. Let's say that Betty decides to grab, or if she's allowed to take the book back that the alien was going to give her. Right? Game over. We know they're here now. How does that affect everybody on planet Earth in the 1960s? I mean, because we would know. If it was a book from another star system, we would know. We'd be able to figure it out. We'd be able to look at it. We'd be able to tell that it wasn't from here. So, anyway, thought experiment where aliens are and do they actually exist? Yeah. Hal just pulled my phone out. You've been draining my battery, naughty Jim. You just pulled your phone out. Oh my heavens, brother. I'm honored to suck your battery dry this evening. Yeah, fuck. I'll continue. I kind of want to hear where he goes with it, but fairly weak. Now he's trying to. I don't like what we just kind of went through with the abduction phenomena is a little bit more grounded than like some kind of an argument, or he's using some kind of an example of like convicting a murderer with chance and and that it's like 1 in 1,000 people. What are the chances? It's like, no, we don't need to necessarily get there. Yeah, it's very logical. It appears that way. It's a bit weak, I think, in my opinion, personally. Here, I think it's a bit weak, and it rests upon some very shaky premises. And that's the problem with some of these thought experiments. And it's effectively kind of what it is. But anyway, we'll continue it. Yeah.
Who would dislike that. And it's true that the moment you allow interstellar colonists, you lose central control of your civilization and your culture. From that point on, whoever goes away, they could eventually come back and compete with you for control of where they came from. The only way to keep a coherent culture is to prevent interstellar colonization. And then and many people love a coherent culture, the idea that we as a world can talk to each other, decide together on what we approve of, and decide on regulation of technology and culture, etc. And that all ends the moment you let colonists leave to other stars. So they could plausibly have disliked that scenario and said, no, we do not want our civilization to fragment and become out of control and compete with each other. We want to stay this coherent civilization. Therefore, they chose no colonies allowed. Now, that's a really hard rule to enforce. So we also have to postulate they were capable enough of actually enforcing this rule over 10 or 100 million years. And so that meant they had to be really strict about ever letting anybody leave home. And so then we have to postulate they made an exception to that very strict rule because they realized their siblings, panspermia siblings, could break the rule. That is, if we reach this level and then we go expand in the universe, that undermines the point of their rule against expanding into the universe. And so they would want, as a side effect of wanting to keep everybody at home, to go to their siblings and keep them from leaving. And so now we have a reason for them to come here. A reason why they aren't anywhere else in the universe, i.e. they prevented, very much travel away from their home. And they allowed a single exception, at least, very few exceptions, to come here, and it gives them a reason why they're here. The reason is to convince us to follow their rule, to not expand. So we've explained why the universe seems empty, why they are near us in space-time, why they have traveled here, and what their point of being here. But final thing we haven't explained is, but why are they doing this weird thing of hanging out at the edge of visibility? So for that last part, I want to postulate that they have dominance hierarchies like most social animals on Earth do. They have status hierarchies. And they also have domestication. That is, we domesticated other animals and ourselves by trying to slip into the top of other animal status hierarchies. And the way you do that is to be there, be more impressive and powerful than the others, and peaceful enough. And then they choose you as their highest status animal, and then they do what you say. That's how we domesticate dogs and horses and other animals, is by slipping in the top of their status hierarchy. So this is their strategy to convince us to do what they say, which is to be here, be roughly peaceful, be more impressive than the rest of us. And that should be enough, if it's done consistently and clearly enough, that we will see them, respect them, and defer to them. And then you might say, but don't they need to tell us what they want? And no, they don't, because we should be able to figure this out. They can see that we're smart enough that we can figure this out. And so once we see that they're there and they're not talking, but they're impressive, we can figure out why they're here. And we will then plausibly, not surely, do what they say, choose not to expand. Almost surely they have a plan B, which isn't going to work so well for us if we seem not inclined to follow their suggestion. They have some button they can press that will, prevent us from doing that. Yeah. Now, remember, this is a exception, right? They have this strict rule against expansion. Every colony they set, anybody they let leave their home world is risking their entire agenda of preventing expansion in the universe. Any one thing that left could break it all. So they have to have tight controls over this expedition.
This is all based on this premise, though, that, I just don't. We don't have to subscribe to it. I don't think it's. This is just kind of a weak argument, in my humble opinion. I don't know. Initially, I was interested in where he's going to go with this, but alien culture and motivations. We have no fucking idea. Probability of aliens. Well, this gets into, like Fermi's meme about where the fucking aliens are. Again, yeah, there's other thought experiments we can do here that are, I think, less complicated, and he's just going down all of these rabbit holes. I don't think that we necessarily need to go down. The reason I don't believe in a galactic federation is because there would still be criminals or racist aliens who wouldn't abide by galactic rule, and who would inevitably have an encounter, which we haven't. Even in Star Trek, there are races that escape to Earth and attack. That's Truzos, yeah. So, if it's true that there exists malevolent alien races out in the galaxy, what's preventing them from coming here? Have they just not discovered us? But if there's been a lot of contact, and maybe they've even come here, what's preventing them from just taking over the planet? We'd have to look at what is the Galactic Federation ultimately? What would it mean? What would they have to be able to prevent something like that? Right? Yeah. So hold on. Is he talking about aliens keeping us on Earth? Three-body problem, the Dark Forest theory. It's not Dark Forest theory per se, distraction. It's some kind of an agreement that we would abide by, that Dave decided not to colonize the universe. He went back to panspermia, and that there'd be some kind of common ancestry between us. I'm not following where he's going with this ultimately, because this is just very hyper specific, and undoubtedly things are not laid out like this. There's just no way it's laid out like that. There's no fucking way. It just doesn't make any sense. One of the issues with like Fermi's paradox again is if we have an alien civilization, let's say, that's 100 million years ahead of us. Let's say that they cropped up when our galaxy was very young, and well, when you think about it, life started on Earth a long time ago, and that hypothetically there could be an example where there's some accelerated evolution, or they got a jump start by a billion years or something. And so they're about 100 million years ahead of us. You would expect to see some kind of, galactic empire like you see in Star Wars, right? Now, one of the issues with that is what he brought up initially was, but when we look out into the stars in the galaxy, these are light years ahead of us. We're looking back into time. But the problem, if you had a civilization that's 100 million years, it would have been a civilization out in the galaxy for tens of millions of years. We would see it with telescopes. We would see things like we would presume to be like Dyson spheres, things of that nature, harnessing the power of stars and whatnot, as a civilization on the Kardashev scale there, a level 3, a top tier civilization would be. So, why don't we see that? So then that was one reason people had for saying, there's no aliens that are that advanced, because we would see their influence on these star systems if that's the case. Now, it doesn't necessarily need to be the case, I guess, where although harnessing the power of a star would logically make the most sense to us now, There may be other ways to access energy that are even more powerful. And maybe that's something that you graduate to when you kind of tandem when you become a galactic civilization. You can travel intergalactically. Who knows, right? I mean, what if encounters already happened? The reason there were gods and stories of them fighting some reason, maybe an argument makes them stop messing around here. Well, that's the other thing too, Will. I mean, maybe they've been here in the past already. There's already been direct influence. We can do a bunch of thought experiments and we can hypothesize about this endlessly. Does this get us any closer to the truth and an explanation? From what I'm hearing so far with him, that's so hyper-specific. We're not getting any closer to the truth of that. He's trying to set up an argument to where like you could argue that UFOs are aliens. But I mean, I think we can turn to like a mountain of anecdotal evidence and use that potentially as an argument for this is probably aliens. If I was aliens, I'd just destroy us just to get rid of this guy doing the universe a favor. How far in from percentage are we currently from hitting a first civilization? You mean in a Kardashev scale distraction? There's 4 levels to it. That was something that his name was Kardashev, whatever his first name was, came up with. Michio Kaku's been a big proponent of, which is where I ran into it from. But there's like 0, 1, 2, and 3. So I think 0 can't do anything. 1 can harness the power of its planet, essentially control that. 2, I think, can harness the power of its star. And 3 is like intergalactic and is harnessing the power of like, other forces in multiple star systems and shit. That's what you're referring to, yeah. What's the evidence of that even reaching us depending on the distance? I think about it, we're going to get advanced enough to ride the wave of our first radio broadcast. At some point we will, yeah. That was a high sentence if we ever typed one. Brother, literally though, yeah. Level 1, how far away distraction? We'd have to be able to like control the weather and shit from what I understand of the scale. So we're a fucking long way away. Like when you look at the energy a hurricane puts off, it's astronomical. Well, it's a planet, right? So we're not that close. Well, it depends what you mean proportionally. Like, I don't know how many hundreds of years, but it would be like hundreds or maybe 1,000 or a couple thousand years probably. I don't know. It's hard to tell, right? I would presume longer than that probably, but it depends upon like what we discover. Maybe. It depends on this is the other thing too we don't really understand is like how exponential will we become with technology? Like we don't really understand that. So when we talk about a civilization that's 10,000 years old, like what does that even mean? Like a civilization that's 10,000 years old could become literal gods in the universe, potentially, on how exponential the curve becomes. I mean, we don't know. We don't have we don't have a framework. We don't have a context for this. A civilization, even that's a 10 to 100 million years ahead of us, is beyond our imagination. So, I mean, we can play thought experiments around as much as we want, but I don't think we're really going to wrap our heads around them, honestly, or what their intent. We can try to imagine. We could use that as a way to explain why they're not interacting with us, or why they would employ metaphysical means of communication. That they're so far advanced that they can do ridiculous things. But could we ask AI based on our current science discovery? We could ask ChatGPT that. I could do that. Yeah. How long until we graduate to 1 on the Kardashev scale? I missed the D in there. It's close enough. It's controlling the weather in as much as preventing disasters or certain weather patterns from forming or inducing them. It's not so much as stopping a full hurricane or typhoon or the energy behind it. Yes, controlling is the, yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah. But to be able to control that, I guess, right, would still require a ridiculous amount of energy because you'd have to contend with the full energy of the hurricane, I think, right? Like, yeah, we humanity, yeah. Here we go. Planetary scale energy, 10 to the 16 watts. We're at 0.73. Oh, you're pretty close, distraction, to 200 years. 1 to 200 years. That's optimistic, 100 years. Stagnation, never collapse or plateau. Everyone dies in nuclear holocaust. To speed up global shift to renewables. What the fuck? No, it's not. fusion, maybe, increase space-based infrastructure, orbital arrays, avoid global catastrophe. There you fucking go. There, I was afraid I'm right on the money. Yeah, you wouldn't let that form unless you wanted to, and if you did, you'd do its thing where you directed it. Yeah, so we'd be a ways off from that. Yeah, but 200. Well, listen, if we have alien tech too, though, it might be way quicker than that if we can figure it out. And this is all, again, it's like that exponential. There is a break in that curve, which is maybe the limits of our understanding, which we're already kind of coming to some people think. So like, how much horsepower do we have up here to understand everything? And now what's going to supplement that to help us? Because if we're just relying on this, we're pretty much hitting the wall already. AI would allow us to kind of break through this and allow us to contend with these deeper, more complicated problems. This is a simulation directly influencing it in some regard that way. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck yeah, man. Fucking knows. All right. Well, my voice is giving out and it's 11 o'clock. So, thank you everybody for coming around this evening. Good talking with everybody. Essentially just kind of reacted to some memes this evening, but they're interesting fucking memes. I don't fucking know, right? I mean, at the end of the day, this is all interesting shit. This latest video wasn't as interesting to me personally. The idea of it is interesting. The thought experiment is initially interesting. Maybe I should listen through the rest of it, but the premise already, I'm kind of just like off of. Just like, eh. But his claims are interesting. Listen, this is what I'm more interested in, is like actual physical proof of this shit, So, yeah. But listen, yeah. Are these in Discord so I can catch them later? They'll be on YouTube, Bones. They're on Twitch in the VOD section, but they're on YouTube too. Yeah. See you tomorrow after you watch a GRE Nix. Yeah, man, I'll try and look through it. So yeah. This link here, they're enormous. Yeah, I can do that right this second, brother. Here, I'll put it into chat so people are wondering what's going on. Yeah. Oh, you don't have the titles. Oh yeah, good fucking question. Yeah. It's on, you can check it on the YouTube. I usually upload them all, man. But yeah. Everybody, listen. Sweet dreams. Take care. Until next time. Take care, guys.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys. The keys of Atlantis mysteries. Atlantean secrets. Atlantean secrets. The keys, my dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception. Ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.